Yo, what's up? My name is Patrouski, and welcome to Road to PokeMMO Season 3, Episode 22. This is a series in which we build a main account in PokeMMO from scratch in the year 2023. We did Season 1 in Kanto and made our first 1 million Pokeyen from absolute scratch. We did Season 2 in Unova, where we made our first PvP team from scratch and essentially played with that. And now we're in Season 3 in Hoenn, which we have completed the region. I'm currently in Unova, and now we're working on money-making methods to getting towards 10 million Pokeyen. Now, I do have some stuff to collect from the GTL from previous episodes, which is nice, and I'm going to be doing a little bit more breeding. Breeding for profit is just so very good, especially for the time spent actually on it. It can be really low time invested into huge profits out if you understand the economy and have enough in-game experience. But first things first, let's go ahead and collect over from the GTL. We have a bunch of stuff that's sold, some Wingulls, some Hitmonlees, and some more Wingulls and Pelipers. I'm going to go ahead and collect all of that, which is awesome, putting our starting amount at around 1.6 million Pokeyen. Now, my goal for this episode is actually going to end the episode with my cash stack sitting at around 2 million. That is not going to be the easiest thing in the world. I'm going to have to spend a lot of playtime doing that, especially since I have to upload videos every single day. It's kind of tough to put that much time into one video, but that's the goal I'm going to set. I think it's a pretty honorable one. I'm probably going to have to abuse gym runs for that for sure. I'll do some loot from 1 hours. We'll do some breeding. We might do some flipping here and there. We'll see how it goes, but first things first, I want to check out breeding for sure. I saw a Beldum posted earlier. I actually want to go ahead and check out really quick. I believe it was 20 plus in every stat except for speed, which we can absolutely get a great breed out. I think it was 20 plus here. Lowest price. Search for Beldum. I love doing Beldum and like genderless breeds. Yeah, this is awesome. 8K for 20 plus and all those stats. Beldum, it's really tough to get good Beldums. Since it's a genderless Pokemon, you really have to only breed them with other Beldums or Dittos, of course. Like, the other cheapest one is 18K, and then 70K is the next one for 20 plus in every stat, and, including speed at least. But man, they can get so expensive. So what I'm going to do here is I'm probably going to look for a Ditto that is matching. Now, a Ditto with these stats that are inputted right now is going to be really expensive. Honestly, not as expensive as I expected, 26K. I'm probably going to try to go cheaper, but we'll see. Now, the way to actually get a much cheaper breed out of this is instead of going for that 20 plus special defense on the Ditto, we're just going to go for every stat except for special defense. And this essentially allows us to buy this Ditto that costs 7,500 Pokeyen, which is far less expensive than that 26K one. I'm going to add that onto our calculator. I am using a calculator to let us know the total cost of this breed. And then I can go ahead and just brace the special defense on this Beldum. So I'm essentially paying 17K for the same stats that I would have paid 26 or 27K for on that other Ditto, which is super nice. I need the speed bracelets. That's plus 20K over to our calculator. So we spent so far on this breed only 35K for this Beldum. I'm gonna go ahead and brace it and show you guys what it will look like. I made another Patrouski mistake. Not with the breed. The breed is perfect. Don't you worry. 31 speed and then 25 plus and 20 plus in a lot of these stats. The special attack can even high roll to 20 plus, which would be really nice. The issue is, it is OT Cool Duder Star. I keep wanting to breed Pokemon for profit on this account without realizing I don't have a lot of these Pokemon in my actual Pokedex, and I am scared to breed this without actually having Beldum in my Pokedex. Because if it were to, on the off chance, come out shiny, it would be an absolute devastating situation. So I am gonna have to go catch a Beldum in the wild, which is wildly annoying. That or a Matang. Matang might actually be, yeah, Matang and Metagross might actually be easier since they are just lore Pokemon over at Giant Chasm, I believe, correct? Let's go ahead and check. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pick up some more lures. I need to buy some. I'm going to pick up my Breloom, get some Pokemon. We're going to head over to Giant Chasm and we're going to go catch one, I guess. Alright, I'm fully prepared. Off to the Giant Chasm we go, which is to the east of Lucanosa Town. However, I don't know if I've ever been there before. Okay, no, thankfully I have. I was going to say, it's actually a much more annoying process to get there if you've never been there before, but this should be pretty easy. I think I can actually might be able to just lure for Metagross in that location. I'm actually curious how that works. I think you might have to go around to the back end of it, so I'm going to do that just in case, but I'm not sure. But thankfully, if you've been here before, you can strength these boulders over these little patches in the ground, and that makes getting to the actual end over here 1,000 times easier. I did encounter a wild Jinx, which isn't the most common thing to happen, so honestly, just to future-proof, I'm going to go ahead and catch one of these just in case I want to breed for one for profit in the future. I know alpha Jinxes are super cheap, for example. There might be a little bit of margin there. So you know what? For the sake of it, let's go ahead. I absolutely should have bought more Ultra Balls before coming here. That is a huge mistake of mine. We might have to resort to using, I guess, timer balls, but we have to stall the battle out for quite a while for that, so it's kind of unfortunate. I mean, mistake on my end, but I definitely should have bought more Ultra Balls. Catching this Metagross is going to be kind of a pain. I wonder if it's worth to just go grab them really quick before going there. All right, thankfully Jinx wasn't too bad to catch. 2 great balls, went ahead and got her. Caught, put in the Pokedex, which is super nice. Brave, okay, the stats don't matter, that's okay, awesome. Ran into a Sneasel as well. You know what, let's go ahead and catch it. All right, there's the Sneasel caught and added to the Pokedex. Once again, no stats, but that's super okay. I do want to remember to go ahead and put a Toxic Orb on my Breloom because currently it just has an XP share on it, so that's not really helpful actually in those battles. So here we go. We finally made it to the back end of Giant Chasm. I don't know if you need to be here to encounter the Metagross. I feel like you do. I feel like it, but I don't know for sure. So definitely maybe do some testing or take that with a huge grain of salt if you're looking for Metagross or Beldum or Metang. I believe you can encounter Metang and Metagross back here, but they should be both pretty rare encounters. I just need one for the Pokedex though. We'll see how it goes. Alright, it took a while, but we finally got that Metagross. I don't know if this thing has access to... Let's go ahead and try to double check. I wonder if it has access to anything like Takedown. I can't tell. It might have access to something like Takedown, which could obviously kill itself. So I'm going to go ahead and play this as safe as possible. I also just want to stall the fight probably as long as possible because I only have 2 Ultra Balls. There's a really good chance I don't catch it. So my best chance is going to be to go ahead and Spore. I'm going to False Swipe this thing. I'm going to stall and get those Timer Ball turns essentially. And then once I catch this Metagross, I am going to have to breed this specific one down into a Beldum, like no matter the stats, to be able to actually get that Beldum OT, and then I can breed this Beldum for profit. I know this is like super long-winded and roundabout and yada yada. It takes a lot more time, but I still think it's worth it. I really like it. It helps me add stuff to the Pokedex, which is good for account progression, and that's unfortunate. It's really good, and you never want to risk like accidentally breeding a super rare shiny and having it come out with an OT star or non-OT. It's really valuable. It's really important. I've seen it happen. I've seen someone get a shiny Snivy and it came out OT star, and it's a really sad thing to have happen. I wouldn't want that to happen to me. I'm going to do everything I can to avoid it. Obviously, you can take the risk if you want to. It's kind of astronomical, obviously, 1 out of 30k, but, you know, I don't want to take that risk. So I'm going to go ahead and safely catch this Metagross. Okay, just in case it has some sort of self-damaging move, I've only seen Iron Defense and Hammer Arm. I'm going to go ahead and start trying to catch it here. I do have a ton of Timer Balls, and thankfully, due to its high defense and the slow process, it's been many turns, so my catch rate should be pretty high on it. It is red HP bar and a Sleep and Timer Ball. It's probably my best bet. So there's 1 Timer Ball. Here's number 2. Let's see how it goes. Alright, only 2 Timer Balls to do the trick. Whew, that did take a long time. That was a pretty long diversion from my initial process. But it came out 2 times 31. Are you kidding me? The 1 Metagross we catch? Oh, that's gonna be money. What? Wait, let me see. That's actually kind of nuts. I'm gonna breed this down into a Beldum, of course. Oh my goodness. No way. I mean, this one's way better, to be fair, but... Oh, that's so good. That's so unbelievably, incredibly good. Wow. It's going to cost me a bit to breed it, but I'll still be able to make tons of profit, obviously. Oh, that's just phenomenal. That's awesome. And I'm not going to waste these lore steps. I'm going to go ahead and run back and forth in this grass. Well, it seems like I'm not going to really need too much. We get a Ditto here. That's kind of funny. I'll try to catch this Ditto. Just kidding. The Ditto woke up after 1 turn of sleep and went ahead and turned to my Breloom, which means I can no longer Spore it. And I don't really care about actually taking the time to catch it now. That would take a very long time. Of course, I can't escape, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'll see you guys back at the daycare. Alright, so before I can breed this Beldum still, now I need to breed this Metagross and breed it down into my OTs. This thing came out 2 times 31, so I'm going to need a 2 times 31 Ditto breeder to actually, maintain that. So we'll see what's going to be the cheapest. I'm looking for something like HP or special defense, maybe speed, but I doubt that'll actually be cheaper. So I'll see what the cheapest Ditto breeder I can find for it. All right, pretty much everything's going to cost 40k from all the price checks that I've done, but I'm actually going to go ahead and go with this Ditto, the cheapest one, which is super nice because it has an extra 30. So there is a chance that the special defense high rolls 30, and that would be extremely good. Let's go ahead and buy our braces as well. I need an HP and a defense brace. Here's what the breed is going to look like. It's going to be massive, massive profit, and I'm really hoping for that 12.5% high pass chance on the special defense. Let's go ahead and go through with that breed, and then once this is done, we'll be able to actually breed this other small Beldum for profit now, but this is kind of a bigger one now. Alright, while we're waiting for that egg to hatch, there is something I actually want to do. I want to go ahead and sell this Gyarados. This was a mediocre comp Gyarados that we EV trained and leveled during our gym runs quite a while ago now, and I never actually got around to selling it. So this thing is 25 plus in both attack and speed, and then 20 plus in every other defensive stat, which is super, super nice. It's also Jolly, which I'm going to try to go ahead and search for, but this should be super nice. Nature, Jolly. It's EV trained as well, and leveled to 50, which is super good, as is this one. This one is super comparable, but it is 31 speed, which is really relevant. So for 120k, I'm probably going to list this one for closer to 80 to 100k. I'm going to try to do 90, maybe 100k. I think 90 is fair. Let's go for that 90k price range, and we'll see if it sells over time. Alright, the Beldum hatched. Let's check out the nature. Hasty, not really relevant, but I mean, it's beautiful. Didn't high roll special defense, but once again, I mean, you know, that was above and beyond. Can't expect it, right? 3 times 31, incredible Beldum. I caught that Metagross wild 2 times 31. I mean, this is going to go for super, super solid money. Go ahead and double check. Let's see how much we're gonna be able to sell this for. At least 140k, which is super nice. So has some other stats though, I will say, going for it. Yeah, 140k, easy peasy. Let's go ahead and grab it, list it off. 139,998. I'm just gonna undercut a little bit like that. I want to be able to list that one kind of quickly. That'll be really helpful. Now let's go ahead and actually go sell off, or let's go rebreed this Beldum. So this Beldum once again cost me around 35k. I'm excited to see what we'll be able to sell it for. It should be pretty decent, I'd hope, but from here on out, we're going to be doing some different money-making methods after this. Okay, our Beldum did hatch, and it came out modest. Obviously not a good nature, but that's totally okay. It can be rebred. It's 20 plus in every stat and 31 in speed, which is super nice. I'm going to go ahead and price check and find our most accurate price check. This one's Adamant, which is unfortunately so good and so much better than mine. But I think this one's kind of underlisted, and it's missing the... It's 2 times 1 as well, though. So I spent 35k on this breed. I'm going to go ahead and sell it for around 50k. I think that's super fair. I think that's super reasonable. Obviously, that one's 80k. That one's way better than mine. It's 2 times 31. It's correct nature. I'm not going to be able to get that price, but 50k is super reasonable. A quick little 15k profit, which isn't the craziest thing in the world, but I did encourage me to go catch that other Metagross. It's still decent. I caught the other Metagross, got it in the Pokedex, got the Beldum in the Pokedex, did all those things. So there's a lot of huge benefits out of that still. So I'm super happy about that. Now, I actually want to go test something specific, and that's why I'm in the Hoenn region. I'm actually going to be heading up over to Route 115, which is kind of a specific, kind of annoying location to get to. I believe the best way / only way to get to it, maybe I'm actually incorrect, so I don't see any grass. I have to figure out where Route 115 in Hoenn is actually. First of all, I guess this is Route 115, but I'm looking for grass. I'm looking for, that's not the Pokedex. I'm looking for Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff might surprisingly be a really good catching Pokemon for profit per hour for these reasons. It's common. It's a common encounter. It's single encounter, 115 route and grass in Hoenn. I have to find that grass. But Jigglypuff is in the Fairy Egg group, which is really good because people need a ton of male Fairy Egg group Pokemon for breeding things like, I believe Chansey is fairy. I could be incorrect, but there's a lot of Pokemon. Yeah, Chansey. Chansey's the main one. If you want to shiny hunt Chansey, you need 30,000 male fairy egg group Pokemon. Since Chansey is a female-only species, instead of using Dittos, you can just go ahead and buy male fairy egg group Pokemon off the GTL. I'll probably sell those as a box to someone and make some extra profit that way. Selling things as boxes to people who need that like large sum of Pokemon for breeding purposes, like shiny hunting for Chansey, it's really, really good to save that little bit of money. Now, I don't know where this location is at, though, which is a little funny. Obviously, this is Meteor Falls. I don't know where the grass patch is at. I literally don't see a single grass patch in where I even might be able to encounter Jigglypuff. So maybe I'll check out a different location. I know there's more in Unova, so we'll see where I end up farming. Alright, you guys can call me a noob in the comments, but I could not find the Jigglypuff location, and I was like, screw it, we're just gonna go to the Unova one, because I actually know this location. You can actually sweet scent here for Jigglypuff, which is really, really cool, for ×5 hordes of it, but you can encounter Jigglypuff in this dark grass or this normal grass. I'm not sure which one is gonna be better. I'm gonna test it a little bit before actually doing the loot from 1 hour, and then I'll do a separate videos you guys should be able to see, of loot from 1 hour of Jigglypuff and showing us how much profit. I'll tell you guys at the end of this video, though, of course. Okay, I think I did initially come to this location for Jigglypuff, but I might even be changing my strategies. First of all, I need a damp Pokemon in case I encounter a shiny Drifblim. I did not even think about that. That's terrifying. So let me go grab a damp Pokemon and then explain to you guys my thought process. I didn't think this was possible, but I don't have a single damp Pokemon in my entire PC. How did that happen? I have no idea. Time to go to the GTL, I guess. Alright, so I think my plan is to go ahead and buy this Parasect, this Alpha Parasect with the damp ability for 37k, and then essentially down the line, I'll be able to EV train it and actually turn it into a really good sort of damp catching Pokemon, having access to False Swipe and Spore, which is super nice. Not the crazy best nature, but it's really defensive, really bulky. The attack stats fine. You don't really need to worry about damage too much with Parasect since it has 95 base attack. At level 100, this thing's going to be totally fine. Honestly, the main thing to fix is really the speed. I would need to buy some more Max Repels actually while I'm here. I will say, man, this episode, I am ending up spending way more Pokeyen than I expected and than I kind of wanted to. I really wanted to bring in a lot of Pokeyen this episode and get myself up to 2 mil, but I'm obviously finding issue with that. And the thought process that I wanted to talk about, as I mentioned earlier, is that people have commented and people have left me incredible feedback on many of my videos. One of the best feedback being that instead of doing loot from 1 hour of one Pokemon, I should maybe try loot from 1 hour of one route. I think that gives people a much more realistic perspective of how much Pokeyen they're actually going to make, because if you're farming here, you're probably not just going to catch Jigglypuff. You probably can make more money if you actually just catch some of the other Pokemon involved. So I'm going to run around here, figure out a list of the Pokemon that I want to catch, and then I'll actually do my first ever loot from 1 hour of a route and show you guys how much money you could make just from catching pretty much any Pokemon in PokeMMO. Alright, I did decide to go ahead and just jump over onto the TM shop over here in Unova. It's like the left of Oplucid City. I want to just go ahead and quickly grab a False Swipe. It's super worth just to quickly put on the Parasect just in case, for whatever reason, something pops up. So there we go. Now I have False Swipe and Spore on that bad boy. It's sort of a backup catching mon. But now it is officially time to go start that loot from 1 hour, so I'll see you guys after. It's been a rough day in the world of Road to PokeMMO, fellas. Our Pokeyen stack has just been decreasing when I wanted to see it increase this episode, but we've been spending things on making money in the future, I guess, and we only made a measly 70k from testing that loot from 1 hour. Really disappointed by that. That is atrocious at this level on this account. That is not okay. However, we did get some stuff to sell on the GTL at least, so we can actually go ahead and claim that and make some money that way, but I need something to make pure Pokeyen right now, which probably means a boring but tasteful and efficient gym rerun. Alright, the starting Pokeyen is around, well, it was a little less than this. It was like 1,386,000. Now I lost it. That's okay. Around 1.4 mil. That was after buying the richest charms. We did have to spend around 48k. 75% richest charms. A little bit expensive right now, but still I think worth it. I might try to do like a little bit of the testing and look coin run. Especially on this account, like I don't mind going cheaper and just trying to make him a little more profit, but I'd probably still make way more profit with the 75% charm would be my guess. It's usually how those things work. Now, there's a huge jump between the 75% and the 100% charm, though. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and stick to this. I'm gonna do my gym run, and I'll just see you guys after it's done. Alright, something notable is that I obviously have been having an XP share on my Gyarados throughout my gym runs to gain a little bit of extra side profit, creating those mediocre comps, and this one did actually just reach level 50, so I am going to be able to go ahead and switch that out and put a different Pokemon. I'm not used to this bar. The Pokemon bar being on the right side now is so it's so different than what I'm used to, as opposed to like being like just like off the PC itself. In fact, that it's part of the PC now is a lot more complicated. I'm gonna be sure to put an XP share. We're gonna level in this Nidoqueen next. Nidoqueen is a pretty high desired Pokemon. It's a pretty interesting competitive Pokemon. It's one of the few competitive Pokemon. Fun fact: I think it's one of the only ones, if not the only one, that can set up Stealth Rocks, Spikes, and toxic spites, as well as absorbing toxic spites since it's a poison type that's rounded. So a lot of those are a huge factor. Alright, I finished my gym run as well as doing some extra rich trainers, trying to get as much instant Pokeyen as possible, and it's actually the next day. I promised you guys I wouldn't end this episode without 2 million Pokeyen, and when I set a goal like that, I can't stand to go back on it. So, I do have a lot of stuff that's sold on the GTL today. That Beldum that we created to flip, the Porygon, we're getting a lot of nice flip Pokeyen back, which is really awesome. I'm going to claim all of this. I have no idea how much it's going to be, 319,000. That leaves us way closer to that 2 million goal than I expected. That's actually better than I could have ever asked for. That's awesome. Now, I know that I promised you guys 2 million, and I'm only 3K away, but I think the amount of time that it took, you know what? I think I deserve to actually go a little bit above that, just a little bit, and it is currently the next day. So I'm going to go ahead and pick up 2 richest charms, one for today, one for tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and do another gym run, and I'm going to reach that well over 2 million Pokeyen, and I'll see you guys by the end of it. We'll start making some real progress towards this 10 million. Alright, this should be the gym. There it is. 2,011,000. I still have 36 minutes left. I'm, of course, going to go ahead and go finish this gym run. Alright, this is going to be the last rich trainer slash gym I can sort of weave into my run, and that is going to leave me for this episode of Road to PokeMMO at 2,176,000 Pokeyen, well over my goal thanks to the help of gym runs. I can't wait to abuse these more, but I also want to obviously show you guys off tons of other money making methods, and hopefully I've been doing that to a decent extent. I think I have. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed. If you have, make sure to leave a like on the video. Make sure to subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos. I upload at least one video every single day, as well as follow my Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. The Discord link is down below for updates and all that content, and if you want to go above and beyond and support my content, if you've enjoyed enough hours of it to warrant it to you, and if it's actually been helpful and you can afford it and everything, YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, PayPal, and Venmo all do help out a ton and allow me to stay full time. Thank you all so much. Have a great day. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Hey, thanks so much for watching the entire video. I really appreciate that, and if your name is on this list, I appreciate you even more. Thank you to everyone who goes above and beyond and supports my channel and allows me to make content full time. I couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name's Patrouski, and this is Road to PokeMMO. Specifically, I'm on the Cool Duder account, and this is a very sad episode. You see, recently, the last episode you guys should have seen for this series is episode 22. Now, I actually had episode 23 and 24 almost fully recorded, but episode 23 was done, and it was around 50 minutes long of incredible money making. I believe we made over 1.5 million Pokeyen just in that one episode, and then episode 24, we were on the road to make another 1 million or 1.5 million or so Pokeyen. There was a lot of progress done, but unfortunately, my hard drive died. It failed. So now today I am here to recreate everything that I can remember that happened in episode 24 and 23. Hey, yo, what's up, guys? My name's Patrouski. Welcome to a super normal episode of Road to PokeMMO. This is a series in which we make 10 million Pokeyen from scratch. Season 1 was 1 million. Season 2 was PvP orientated. This is Season 3, episode 23, and we're going to make tons of Pokeyen. Let's start things off by doing a gym run. Alright, welcome back, guys. I just finished my gym run. I was there for an hour, and I made around 200,000, 250k Pokeyen. A great start to this episode. Now, I'm gonna go chill out for a bit, take a little bit of a break, and let's go do some payday pickup at Dragon Spiral Tower. Alright, I spent around 20 to 40 minutes here. Nothing too crazy. Let's go sell off our items. Alright, I just sold off my items and a bunch of other random stuff I had in my bag for around 50 to 80k. And you know what? I have an idea that I've been brewing for quite a while, and I'm going to spend a ton of time and effort in numbers going over everything to show you guys how to do this exact money-making method, and nothing will go wrong. That's right, you guys guessed it. I'm going to buy 3 or 4 Cyndaquils, 31 special attack, 31 speed, and modest nature on the GTL. I'm going to EV train all of them and then level them to level 100 as Typhlosions. I should be able to buy these Cyndaquils with the correct nature and the correct stats for around 120k, and then once they're actually fully leveled to level 100 as Typhlosions, I believe they go for somewhere around 270, 280k. Let's go ahead and just double check. Yeah, 280k. So let's go ahead and go do this. I'm going to keep track of all the numbers, including XP charms and cost and breeding and everything that I have to do. And I'm going to see you guys after 6 to 8 hours or so of incredible work farming and crunching numbers for these Typhlosions. All right, I'm back. Wow, that was a ton of hours of hard work. So essentially the Typhlosions, I was able to do 3 or 4 of them. I was able to level them all up, EV train them. I remember the math being, remembering being what happened right now. It ended up being around 160 to 180k Pokeyen profit per hour. Now that was using XP 100% charms to help me XP train and level the Typhlosions here after I'd EV trained them. It only took around 15 minutes to EV train in each stat, which was super fast as well. I think in total I ended up spending around 400 to 600k into this money making method and invested into it, and then I ended up getting out around 1.2 to 1.4 mil if I remember correctly. And then with all of that money I just made, everything sold off really quickly. I actually still have one Typhlosion still on here on the GTL that hasn't sold, to be fair, but everything else sold off really easily. And I think this Typhlosion might have been a flip, because actually no, this one was one that I leveled. It doesn't have my OT, but that's okay. That one's still selling, but I sold everything else off super fast. And you might be able to see I bought a huge shiny flip. Now, shiny flipping is one of the coolest things you can do in PokeMMO. It's really good passive Pokeyen gain. This is the definition of buy something for, I believe I bought this for 2 million Pokeyen. Thankfully, we have the trade log so we can see that. I did buy this for 2 million Pokeyen. I'm going to try to flip it for 3 mil and make a 1 mil profit on it. That's a really nice margin. Now, it might take a while to sell, but that's honestly okay. It's better to have your Pokeyen out in the world doing something than sitting in your bag doing nothing. If my Pokeyen can be making me more money, even if it's a little bit, often it's worth it. Having a capital around is super nice, though. We can actually see these Typhlosions sold for 340k back in the day, so they actually sold for a much more than the current Typhlosion price. And we see some other stuff like Rotoms and Gyarados from when we did Rotom breeding and Gyarados for profit. That was a UT Gyarados or a semi-comp one, if I recall correctly, just for a simple 25k. Speaking of semi-comp Pokemon, we leveled a ton of them, such as this Mienshao and many other Pokemon that I've already sold during our gym reruns. We've been slowly leveling these, and these bring in a super solid stream of profit, and we put a lot of work into actually creating these competitive Pokemon. We would buy these for super cheap on the GTL, like 2k or so, go EV train them. We have all of these 4 still EV trained here, and then we go and level them up passively while we do our gym runs. Speaking of which, I'm going to go do a gym run really quick. Wow, I'm back. What a tough and long gym run that one was. All right. Honestly, that's all I can remember. I don't know if I touched on everything. I hope that is most things. I doubt I touched on everything. It was a ton of hours of footage, but obviously the Cyndaquil and the Typhlosion leveling stuff really did take up a brunt of it. But it was really good information. I really was really detailed about documenting and calculating all the hours and everything. I know I sound a bit frustrated in this video, and I feel like that's part of the fun of it. I'm a little frustrated, but honestly, this was really helpful to make and really fun. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and hopefully there was some humor to it, as well as even teaching some money making methods along the way, which is the whole point of this series. I'm excited you guys watched, and I really appreciate it. If you did, make sure to like the video if you enjoyed it, dislike if you didn't, subscribe to the channel for more PokeMMO content, and I'll see you guys with episode 25 of Road to PokeMMO. 23 and 24 are going to be considered lost, and if one day I can recover them, I'll upload them, but for now, this is going to be the sort of lost recreation episode. I really appreciate you guys watching once again. Have a great day, and I will complete Road to PokeMMO Season 3 no matter what tries to get in my way, as many things keep trying to. Yo, thank you so much for watching until the very end of the video. I really appreciate that, and hopefully it was worth your time. If your name is on this list, that means I appreciate you even more, and you go above and beyond and physically allow my channel to function. I appreciate you so much, and have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name is Patrouski. Welcome back to Road to PokeMMO. This is Season 3, Episode 25, with our goal of making 10 million Pokeyen. Now, this is Episode 25, the first episode after the 2 lost episodes that happened from my failing hard drive. So I think it's only fair we do a quick recap and sort of reassess everything. First things first, I have 1.4 million Pokeyen in pure cash, but I do have a lot of other Pokeyen in my bag, and more importantly, sold listings and everything on the GTL over here we'll go collect in a quick second, as well as a big ticket shiny that I'm in the middle of flipping. I'm also at 5,500 encounters to my last shiny, if it really matters. I'm also at 268 hours played and a couple extra stats here and there. I have tons of Pokemon that I've worked towards getting and developing for this account, like a full gym rerun team, a level 100 Crocodile, a payday Meowth, an Alpha Murkrow for my gym runs, etc, etc. This series isn't just about making Pokeyen as quickly as possible, it's about showing you guys how to develop a main account and all the steps to take from the first region until the completion of all of them. As well as having those side goals in each region, like making 1 million Pokeyen in the first season, making a PvP team in the second season, and making 10 million in the third season. First things first, let's go ahead and collect that Pokeyen stack off the GTL. I think that'll be super satisfying, and I think that's something we've earned. Let's go ahead, 441,000, putting us up to 1.8 mil cash. I also have this Mienshao that I've been leveling up alongside my gym runs. I like to train these UTs or semi-competitive Pokemon and then breed them up and sell them off level 50 for pretty cheap. These are essentially beginner competitive Pokemon if someone's trying to get into competitive play or they just want to test out the synergies of a mon on their team. The way that I would sell something like this is looking for these stats, only 25 plus in attack and speed. Those are the most important ones. Even though I have 25 plus in HP, if I put that, it's just going to give me less accurate results. I look for Jolly and I see things like this Mienshao with 31 speed, very similar, or 31 attack, very similar to mine. It has the EV training and everything. That's going for 98k. This one's 55k, but isn't EV trained. I'm probably going to go for a sort of middle ground. I'll go 75k on this one. Now let's go make more money while that sells, of course. Now, instead of starting this episode with a gym run, I think I'm going to end it with one. I really like limiting my gym reruns during this challenge. I actually got a comment recently that was like, hey, what are you doing? Just do your gym run every day and just do this and yada yada. You'll make 10 mil. I agree with that. Gym reruns are a great way to make money, but that's not the point of this series. The point is to show you guys tons of different money-making methods. If I just did my gym run every day, it wouldn't be a very exciting series now, would it? But if you guys have any money-making methods you'd like to see me test out or try out, make sure to let me know in the comments down below. Today, I'm going to be testing a money-making method that I've actually never even tried. Not once. I've made a video on it, but I've never done an hour testing it. So if you see where I'm headed in game and you see my party and my Pokemon, you might already know what I'm doing. I'm going to be surfing over here on Island 1 over to Kindle Road, just right over to this location. I'll be teleporting back to this PC when necessary. And I'm going to be sweet sending in this location here. Now here I'll see ×5 hordes of Ponyta and ×5 hordes of Meowth. Both are really cool if you want to shiny hunt either of these Pokemon. It's honestly a super solid spot. But the benefit here is that I can lead with a Frisk Bayonet. Now if I see an item on Ponyta, I don't think I'm going to be too stressed about it, but we can actually double check. Double checking what Pokemon hold what items in the Pokedex can be helpful. I'm pretty sure it's just a berry. Yeah, it's just a Chakra Berry. I'm just going to run from that. But if I see a Meowth pop up with a Frisk, then I know one of them has an amulet coin, and I want to go ahead and thief all those Pokemon. I was a huge fan of farming Flame Orb on Heatmore because you could shiny hunt for a really cool shiny and then also get Flame Orbs, which are worth around 8 to 10k at the time. Amulet coins are worth around 15k, so they are worth a little more. However, you only see hordes of Meowth half the time, so I'm not sure how good this is going to be. I haven't even seen a single Meowth horde yet. I know it's supposed to be 50-50, but I'm only seeing Ponyta so far. Okay, well, all 6 of the first hordes were Ponyta, so I'm a little stressed, a little sweating for whatever reason. There definitely should be Meowth here. Let's go heal up and come back. A lot of Chakra Berries as well. There we go. It took me a while for whatever reason, but there's our Meowth horde. That at least lets us know and confirms this method is still possible and viable. I like to double check that before actually starting a loop from 1 hour on anything. But without further ado, I'll see you guys after an hour and let you know how many amulet coins we pick up. We're going to be starting with 0 in our inventory. That's good to know. If you want to see the full loop from 1 hour video, it should be linked down in the description or should be somewhere else on my channel. I'm not going to go into the numbers in detail in this video or this series, but they will be in that video, of course. I'll just show you guys how many I got, how much money was made. All right, yo, what's up? We're here on the Cool Duder account, taking a quick break, pause the timer for the loop from 1 hour of the amulet climb because we have an alpha Ditto to catch. This is like one of the best, maybe probably the best alpha to catch, right, for profit. It's pretty insane. He's imposter. I'm glad I led with the carp. Carp strats are really, really good for this. This one has tackle, which is kind of bad actually, but that's okay. We're gonna let our carp go. He didn't die though? Wow, that's kind of crazy. I think does no damage. Okay. So we're gonna catch this thing. Honestly, I don't mind tackling here to stall for more turns for timer balls. So that's 2 turns, 3 turns. That's just good strategy. I'm gonna catch this Alpha Ditto and see you guys with some huge profits. Worst case scenario is I timer ball here. It instant breaks out. It wakes up turn 1 and then struggles and kills itself. That is worst case scenario. Let's see if it happens. JK, we just have streamer luck and always lucky, boys. Never unlucky. Could never possibly happen to a gamer like myself. Rash nature. I will take it, man. 2 times 31 in special attack and speed. Nice Ditto catch, boys. Let's price check it. Okay, this should be a pretty free. This one's for 175, and it's a lot better than mine. It has that HP stat and everything, but doesn't have the nature. Mine's rash. No, not really, but it's usable for special attack. I'm gonna go like 160, I guess, on this, or 170. But a lot of people are listing things really low right now, because I'll go 170. Even though it's like kind of high in comparison to this stuff, but people are listing them low right now because an alpha Ditto swarm just happened, so we'll go 170k on that, and that'll sell eventually. Well, insta sold, easy peasy money, boys. That's what we needed. That's the recovery we needed for the cool Duder account. Now let's go back and finish up that hour of Meowth. Over 2 mil cash. All right, yo, we're back after the hour of amulet coins. We have around 7 of them, I believe. Yes, 7 amulet coins to sell off for 15k a piece. Ends up being around 100k. Maybe after listing fees, ends up being around exactly that. So we'll sell all of them. We have our richest charms, right? We'll probably need to buy one for our actual gym run. So let's do this. Let's list them for 14,998. Just slightly under. There we go. 104k, 5k listing fee, like 100k profit. So bam, easy peasy. We do also have 13 quick claws to just go quickly sell to a Pokemart, which is 13k Pokeyen. And then bam, here's the quick claws sold off, easy 13k. And the amulet coins are already selling super fast. That is one of the benefits of the method, only making around 110k per hour. Really not great Pokeyen, honestly pretty piss poor, but could be a lot worse. And if you want a shiny Meowth or a Ponyta, that's a solid way to do it. Make some money along the way. But I'm gonna go ahead and prep up for my gym run. This isn't the end of the video yet, but I want to go ahead and weave it in. It's a good time for a break, turn the brain off, make some Pokeyen. Ooh, Rich's charms are going up in price, but I still think it is worth it for me since I do around 18 gems. I'm gonna go ahead and buy that one. It's getting really pricey, putting me down to that 2 mil cash stack, but I still think it's heavily worth it. So starting at 2 mil Pokeyen, I'll see you guys after the gym run. But for now, let's heal up and actually go head over to the GTL really quick and just collect all of our little Pokeyen stacks. I was kind of thinking, what if I say head to the GTL, which is the PC? What if PokeMMO actually had a GTL location, sort of like the Grand Exchange in RuneScape? Do I really want that in the game? Probably not, but it's cool in theory, it's sort of a hub of trading. All right, this NPC is going to be the end of our gym run, 75% charm running out. We ended up making around 300k profit. We were able to weave in Morimoto into the run, which is a little riskier, but was able to get us 27k in return. So I'm honestly really happy with that run for this account since we don't have access to Sinnoh. We do miss out on 2 gems, and it's really hard for this team. I think I skipped Blaine. It's really hard for this team to go against some of the fire gyms, like the one in Striation and then Blaine. I also struggled with, and I think I lost against Misty. I really need to get new Typhlosions on this account. The fact that both of them are neutral nature is pretty pathetic, and then them having 25 plus special attack and speed is really nice. 20 plus speed here, but like these Typhlosions should be replaced at some point. So maybe we'll work on that today, maybe we won't. I don't know, just popped into the head, was thinking about it for a quick sec, and I think I want to do some more breeding for profit today. I'm such a huge advocate of breeding for profit. You can make so much money if you do it correctly, and I think there's some good room in Cynicals right now. The Cynical market is in a pretty strange spot right now. It's kind of stagnant since a lot of people are just stopping farming them and waiting for Johto, so I might be off doing something better. There might be a better thing to breed for profit. I might sit on this one for a sec. Cynicals have always just been the old reliable when it comes to breeding for profit. They're just super good. But I'm also thinking about something like Shroomish. I don't really check Shroomish much, and Breloom are pretty sought after. You know what? I never go for Shroomish. Let's go ahead and breed some of these for profit. There's these super cheap female ones even. This one's 4K and this one is 4,700. They both have a 31. Probably going to go ahead and snipe those up, and I'm going to get a calculator up sort of tracking how much we spend on these. Calculator is on the bottom right hand corner of the screen. That is going to track how much we spend. So 4k plus 5k. We'll go ahead and start with 9k over on the calculator. That's our starting spending amount. And the only thing this Shroomish really needs is attack. So let's go ahead and look for a breeder with we can check Dittos, but since they are female, I'm probably going to try to look for an egg group breeder, which I believe they are plant, just plant, fairy plant. Okay, of course. The crazier thing about this is that Impish is sometimes a used nature. It's not fantastic, but some people do go it for bulky Shroomish, so it is usable, but under 1% in comparison, it's pretty tough to justify. I'll try to probably let the nature roll, but we might keep the nature. We'll probably let it roll. All right, I already found an uber cheap breeder for this. Look at this plusle, 4K for this, 31 there, 24 plus in every other stat. I'm just gonna go ahead and buy that. That is so unbelievably cheap. So I'm gonna buy the 2 braces for that, plus that plusle. That's plus 24K over on the cost so far. So this is what the first breed is going to look like. 24 plus or 20 plus in every single stat that Shroomish needs. 31 special defense and 31 attack. That's just fantastic. I shouldn't have to worry about gender. Let's double check though. The way I would check that is just go to the GTL and actually search those IVs and just see what comes up. Now, obviously, this is not going to be a super good price check. This one's jolly. I mean, it's pretty comparable to mine. If mine came out jolly, I probably could sell for that 120K range. I'm going to go ahead and lower the special defense just to 20 plus, and we'll check it via that. Well, now this is way too low, right? So it's tough to get an accurate thing. 20K for that, 25K here. Not seeing a whole lot of, I mean, I probably should go female. Is the pay for female only 5K? Yeah, I'm gonna go for that. It's definitely worth it. Someone wants to rebreed it to get nature on it. So 38K spent on this Shroomish breed. We'll find another breeder for this Shroomish as well while that one cooks. And we'll just do 2 at a time, get the total costs on both of them, and then see the total profits once we go to sell them both. Looking like this Hoppip is going to end up being my best breeder no matter what. 31 speed, 25 plus in defense and HP, and then I'm going to brace over that 31 special defense. So I'll buy that for only 5K, so we'll do plus 5K. We'll do plus 25K. We're about to buy the 2 braces for him anyway, so that's perfect timing. So 63K spent on both of these Shroomish breeds. And I'm going to let the gender randomly roll on this one. The reason why is that I didn't go an attack stat. So the fact that it's going to be 25 plus in the defenses and 31 in the speed, like this can be a breeder for any Pokemon. If anything, this is probably better to have rollout as a male unless people really want to go for it as a Breloom, but it's just going to be a really, really good breeder. So I'm going to let it randomly roll and just not pay the extra 5K. So 63K spent is the total cost for these 2 breeds. I'll see you guys with the profits. And part of me wants to go do something and be efficient here, go payday fishing or something of the sort, but doing that would only slow down the hatching of the egg, which at least if you're payday fishing, it's not really the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, I'd rather just sit here for a couple minutes and let them hatch. Alrighty, with the eggs hatched, let's go ahead and check the natures. Naughty, not terrible, gentle, not usable, but that's okay. 20 plus, we high rolled the special attack there. Stats look fantastic there. How are the rolls here? Yeah, everything looks really solid. Let's go ahead and head over to a GTL and just try to sell these off. All right, now once again, we paid 63K to breed both of these Shroomishes. Now this one's kind of a weird one. Honestly, going female I think was kind of a mistake, just to let you guys know so you don't make that same mistake. This one is really, really cheap. I kind of want to buy this to flip this. Honestly, I'm going to go ahead. I kind of bought 2 Shroomishes over here to flip. We'll do that in a quick second, add on those profits. But I think I'm going to list this one for 60K. I think that's super reasonable. Someone could easily rebreed this and make it into a perfect Shroomish really, really easily. So let's go ahead and list that one for 60K, and that'll make up for essentially all the cost into it almost. So let's start tracking our profits, or at least our expected money coming out, and then we'll subtract our cost after that. Let's price check the second Shroomish now. Now this one came out female, which is honestly kind of unfortunate. Maybe I should have paid for this one to come out male. That might have been more beneficial for my needs here. I absolutely definitely should have. Looking back, I would have made way more profit on this, unfortunately, but that's a mistake. You know, breeding mistakes happen no matter how good you get, for sure. Even so, don't stress, don't worry. I'm still making a ton of money here. We have this Lotad listed for 55K, which is super comparable, but male. Let's go ahead and check Shroomish on this as well. Right now, I'm checking by the egg group price, but it might be worth here to go ahead and check by Shroomish in general. So let's see what we're looking at. Like 85K is the cheapest, but that seems too pricey for sure. I might just go 60K on this one as well. Let's go 65K since it's female if someone's looking for a Shroomish. These might take longer to sell, which has kind of been, I had too much stuff listed. I probably should be trying to get more quick turnarounds, honestly. Something I should focus on a bit more, but I'm going to do 65K on that one as well. We'll go ahead and add that over onto our calculator. I think it's a fair sale, but it'll take a second, you know. Let's go ahead and subtract. Let's subtract 70K. Sure. Just play it really safe, an easy 55K profit in a matter of minutes. It was super fast. Now, we also have these Shroomishes to flip, which will be even more profit. Now, I bought this one for 20K, and once again, I seem to be making a lot of mistakes this episode. Kind of unfortunate, but a realistic portrayal of what money making looks like in PokeMMO. Sometimes you just make mistakes. I think this is just going to get resold for a really, really similar price. As you can see, this one's 25K, listed for 4 days. Man, kind of unfortunate. A mistake on my end. I'm probably going to go ahead and list it for 23K and just sort of break even on it. That's just a mistake. That's okay. It happens. This next one I did buy for 6K, and I feel pretty confident on making a good flip on this. Worst case scenario, what I might go ahead and actually just breed it. We'll see what Dittos exist for it. I might go ahead and buy this Skitty for just 12K and try to make a breed out of that. Now, Skitty is Fairy Field, if I'm not mistaken, which honestly might make it a pretty good breeder. I definitely want to pay for this to come out male, though, so I'm going to put a little more money into this one. So far, we're at 55K profit. This cost me 12K for the Skitty, 6K for the Shroomish, plus the brace we're about to put on. We'll calc it all together, but we'll do 6K plus 12K. Was that 18K spent so far on this breed? If I'm being totally honest, part of me wants to just not brace this, but I think it's still worth it just paying the extra 10K. It's just not that expensive. I can go ahead and put it on the Skitty, and that's going to allow me to carry over that 31 special defense. Otherwise, it would roll between 27 and 31. I don't have anything to brace on the Shroomish, unfortunately, but I am okay with that. Let's go ahead and make this breed. Even though it's going to come out cool Deuter Star and not have my OT, if it happens to come out shiny, I'm just not going to worry about that today. I'm sick of making mistakes. I want to go ahead and go through with it. And this needs to be made male, which is going to cost 9K more Pokeyen. So we're going to add plus 19K, making this breed cost more than I expected, 37K. Hopefully I'll make profit on this. I don't think I'm gonna. Guys, I don't know what's wrong with me today, but I'm messing up. Hey, but that's okay. Mistakes happen, especially with breeding. That's just how money making goes. So I'm going to make the best with it that I can, try to cut my losses to a decent extent, head over and do some payday pickup while I sort of let this egg hatch to honestly make up for the losses made today. Worst case scenario, I'm definitely breaking even. It's nothing super crazy. Maybe I'll lose 10K here and there. It just sucks to waste the time, but it's what happens. All right, the Skitty hatched. I haven't checked it yet. Let's see. Brave Nature doesn't really work, but it's not terrible. It'll make for a good breeder. 37K spent on this was definitely too much. I don't know how I expect to profit on this. Maybe I should have just randomly rolled the gender. I don't know. That hurts, but you know what? What are you going to do? Let's head back to the GTL and try to cut our losses and try to sell it off. Honestly, there is a similar hop-up listed for 40K, but that's been up for 4 days, and it's not really selling, so not looking great. Let's check Field and Fairy. 12K for this Persian. Oh, man. It's not looking good, fellas. I think what I'm going to do... Ouch. It's just a mistake. It's just a stupid mistake by me, and it just happened. So, you know what? Man. It just thinks Fairy... What happened there? 40K. I think what I'm going to do is list it for, I feel like it realistically, if I'm being honest, I think it only sells for like 20K. I think I'm taking a loss. I think I'm going to list it for a realistic price, 25K, and it's just a loss. That's okay. Got to cut your losses sometimes. It was a stupid breed by me. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. It happens. That's okay. Rest in peace. So now it's time to actually calc our profits for the episode. If you count the profit brought in from the initial GTL claiming, that was 440K right there, then plus 300K from our gym run. We still made a lot of money so far this episode. Then we also made 113K from the profit of the amulet coin farming for an hour, 850K so far. 50 to 55K profit. We'll do 50K should be brought in from the Shroomishes. And then the Skitty did lose us about, what, 15K or so? Honestly, I'll just go ahead and subtract 20K because I think I deserve it. I messed up this episode, but that's okay. Look at this. This is look at me over here whining, crying. Oh, I messed up. A bad episode of Road to PokeMMO. 883K profit says otherwise. And even if you don't want to include the expected profit or the profit gain from this episode of like previously listed stuff, it's still 430K, most of which being from the amulet coin farming and the gym run. But hey, not the craziest episode for profit, but a great episode for testing, learning information, and just seeing what works. And that's what's really important when it comes to money making method. Testing, seeing what's good at the time. It's constantly changing and adapting what's best. So it's just good to test things out. Let's go ahead and head over to an interesting location. Now I'm going to leave you guys with this. I think this will be a good place to call it and tease you guys for the next episode of Road to PokeMMO. Hopefully you enjoyed this. Hopefully it was a fun time. Hopefully you learned something. If you did, make sure to leave a like on the video. If you didn't, feel free to dislike. Subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos. Follow the Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. Discord link is down below if you're interested in that. And if you want to go above and beyond and support the channel, you can do so with the financial links down below. YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, PayPal, and Venmo all help out a ton. That's it for me. My name is Patrouski. Have a great day. I'll see you guys later, and we will be getting 10 mil eventually. Yo, thank you so much for watching until the very end of the video. I really appreciate that, and hopefully it was worth your time. If your name is on this list, that means I appreciate you even more, and you go above and beyond and physically allow my channel to function. I appreciate you so much, and have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name's Patrouski, and welcome to Road to PokeMMO. This is Season 3, and this series is all about building a main account within PokeMMO from scratch in the year 2022/2023 at this point. And this season specifically is about making 10 million Pokeyen. I'm going to start things off this episode by going ahead and doing my gym run, which is, if you don't know, one of the best money-making methods in PokeMMO. We're starting this gym run at around 2.2 mil cash. We're going to go ahead and pop our richest charm and get busy. All right, here I am at the very end of my run, almost at around 2.5 mil, so we easily made like 300k in that run, which is super sick to see. All right, there we go. This trainer defeated. I have to go list this Graveler off on the GTL as sort of a mediocre comp, since he's been one of the Pokemon we've been training up. We have another Pokemon to list that we've already trained up to 50 as a mediocre comp. We have some listings to collect on the GTL, and then we have some active money-making methods to explore. Let's go ahead and head over to Hoenn, since that's going to be the ideal location to do all of these things, alongside the money-making method that I hinted at last episode. All right, first things first, let's list off this Mienshao and this Graveler. Our other Mienshao actually already sold, which is a really good sign, kind of showing us that, yeah, cheap Mienshaos are actually in pretty decent demand. This one was really comparable to this one. Not like a crazy good competitive Pokemon, but a really good budget option for someone wanting to test out Mienshao on their team. I'm going to list that for the same price, just not really worry about it too much. And then this Graveler will get listed for something like 40k. These are Pokemon that I bought, if you don't remember correctly, I bought for like 5k on the GTL and then just spent the 15 minutes or so, usually less, to EV train them, and then XP training them up passively during the gym reruns. Just a really good way to make some profit. Passive profit. We'll go ahead and collect that, a little over 100k in Pokeyen, around 2.6. I didn't quite list off the Graveler. Oops. All right, with everything sold and everything collected, it's time to test, fellas. It's time to make some more Pokeyen. Let me just make sure my boxes are cleared enough. Yup, box 3 is totally empty and ready to go. So I'm excited. I'm going to be testing Shuckle catching and other Hoenn Safari Zone catching Pokemon for the first time in a really long time. I used to farm Shuckle a decent amount for tons of Pokeyen. But, oh, I need to go get, no way. You need a Pokeblock case. That's so funny that I've never gotten that, and I've never been able to go in the... What the heck? Okay, be right back, fellas. I've never had that happen before. That's hilarious. This is the contest hall, so I need to get the Pokeblock case from someone in here. Maybe I just talked to one of these fellas. Let's see. Yada yada, friends. I don't have those. Okay, yada yada, contest. Pokeblock case yet. Thank you. Now we can go back to the safari. All right, it's finally time to test. I'm going to do one run just for shits and giggles and kind of see what it looks like, and then I'll actually end up doing a loop for 1 hour after this first initial test run. But the important thing to consider here is that I haven't tested this location since the Rock Smash nerf, which I just realized I don't have a Rock Smash Pokemon. Oh, Patrouski, you're making so many mistakes today. But that's okay. Only a 500 Pokeyen loss. That's going to send us back to Season 1, boys. I guess I'm just spoiled and used to having Rock Smash, the Ocarina, on my main account. All right, back into the Safari Zone we go. Now, it's important to note you can't actually get over to this location until you defeat the Hoenn storyline, so that's really important for the money-making part of it. But essentially, I am just going to be running up here and smashing all of the rocks next to Shuckle here. The issue is they've now added a timer. So if you come up here, come over here, you'll find these rocks. There's a 50% chance of encountering Shuckle here, but they've added a timer. That's the issue. So after I smash these rocks, not only do I have to like run down and come back up to respawn them, or log out and log back in to respawn them, I have to wait 5 minutes. So I'm gonna have to set, when I do the loop for 1 hour, I'm gonna have to actually set 2 timers. One that's a 5-minute timer, one that's the 1 hour timer, obviously tracking the 1 hour. So that'll be pretty interesting. But let's go ahead and just do one run without a timer, without any stress. Let's just crack open these rocks, see if we can encounter any Shuckles, and then after we test the Shuckles, the huge difference here is that it won't just be loop for 1 hour of Shuckle, it'll be loop for 1 hour of just catching Pokemon in the Safari Zone. So I'm going to be catching this Shuckle, and then be running over to this grass, or this grass down south, I believe. You're going to run to a different location, just catch as many Pokemon as possible in the Safari in general, as opposed to just catching Shuckle. First shuckle caught, easy peasy. I have no idea how good of a moneymaker this will actually be, but I'm really curious to find out. Now, the cool thing is, not only is shuckle in a pretty good egg group and pretty good for catching, IVs for Pokeyen, you also see berry juice on him every single time, which is worth a little bit of Pokeyen, but you can also see root fossils and claw fossils, and those can be worth like 10 to 18k a piece. Those can be worth big money. Now, from my understanding, there is some glitch at the moment that doesn't show your Safari Balls in the battle. You guys actually might have already noticed that. And to be totally honest, I don't know how to fix this or what actually causes this. If you guys have seen anything like this or know a solution to it or even why it happens, please let me know. We thought it was a custom strings issue, and I tried to turn off my custom strings and load it back up, and that didn't seem to solve anything. So I actually don't know what causes this, but in the meantime, I can't see exactly how many Safari Balls I have left. So sometimes we count those on stream in chat, and that's a good meme. There's a free nugget as well, why not? So 2 shuckles caught out of those first couple rocks. Honestly, that's pretty solid, and then I'm gonna run down here and just see what I can catch in the meantime. All right, we've caught a few Pokemon so far. Thankfully, there's something with an IV, a Houndour with 31 defense. Nothing crazy, but it's a 1x31. Definitely happy to see it. All right, just caught a Teddiursa, and my timer did just go off for the Shuckle Rock respawn. So essentially, I'm going to walk up here. I'm going to log out, log back in. I'm going to try to catch this Cyndaquil first. It's unlikely I'm able to, but it's worth trying. All right, so I looped around, no rocks. I'm going to log out really quick. And then upon logging back in, there should be rocks. Yes, perfect. That's what we love to see. And we get a Shuckle encounter on the first rock. That's perfect. Hopefully we can get some good catches here. It might be worth, honestly, to rock and then Safari Ball after on these Shuckles. And yeah, if they flee, it kind of stings. But at the same time, I feel like that's the risk. It's a bit of a speed in term. It's prioritizing speed over essentially the higher chance at catching. But I think it might be worth it here. There's still a really good chance that Shuckle doesn't flee after a rock. I want to say it's around 33%, but I could be incorrect. And there we go, a really nice, easy catch. If you do rock the Shuckle and it doesn't run, it's pretty much a super easy guaranteed catch. Nice, another encounter. And another flea, unfortunately. If we found a shiny, we definitely would not rock it. We would just Pokeball for best catch rate. And another flea, unfortunately. Honestly, it's making me think it's not worth. I honestly don't know. I feel like if your main moneymaker here is the Shuckle, it probably is worth your extra time for the Pokeballs. But if you're making enough money with the non-Shuckle catches in the wild like this, it might be worth a rock. We'll kind of test on and off. I might test the hour with no rocking. Okay, another 1x31, which is at least something. Not seeing too many of them, but it's also nothing crazy unlikely. You have around a 1 out of 5.6, a 1 out of every 6 Pokemon or so to see a 1x31. All right, I have 68 Safari steps left, but also around 20 seconds left on my Shuckle timer. So I'm going to use these to skirt around here. I'm actually going to try to walk and just preserve every step that I possibly can. I don't even think I'm going to make it. I might be able to get 1 or 2 rocks out of this. Oh, that's so sad. Here's the rock spawn at least, but I really wanted to try to use these steps to come over here and check them. Maybe it was just worth to stay in the grass, but honestly, I'm a Shuckle boy. I can't help it. And no, both the rocks didn't even have them. Rest in peace. Ding dong. At least the thing to keep in mind, honestly, we learned something on that run. It's actually better for me just to use my steps within those grass or actually get kicked out of the Safari Zone first and then come back in, because we could get a clean respawn on those rocks. Because once we go back in the Safari Zone, those 3 rocks are still going to be there, but the 2 are already started on their 5-minute timer. So you really want them to line up properly. But that was enough of a simple test. I don't think this moneymaker is going to be really good. Probably, like, the goal with something like this, if the entry to barrier, the barrier to entry is only 500 Pokeyen, you do have to have the Hoenn storyline completed, so that's important. Hoenn storyline completion and then 500 Pokeyen, that's all you need for this, and a Rock Smash Pokemon, I guess. I would guess the money making is going to be like around 100k per hour, and that's kind of all you're shooting for here. I really don't think it's going to be that good, but you know what, if we can at least get that, I mean, that's a solid beginner money making strat for someone who started in Hoenn. Let's go ahead and start loop for 1 hour and start testing. Now, I'm obviously not going to include these Pokemon in the test. I'm going to move them over to box 5 just to make sure they're super out of the way and do not get confused with the Pokemon we're about to catch. But I'll see you guys in an hour and some change. All right, I just finished the loop for 1 hour of doing the Hoenn Safari Zone. We actually caught way more Pokemon than I expected. 51 is pretty insane. I don't know how that happened, but I did all of it actually live on my stream, and I recorded everything. So I don't know, pretty shocking. 51 Pokemon is pretty nuts in an hour. Really good efficiency, really good time. And I think we actually may have gotten lucky and gotten way more Pokeyen than I expected. Now, I don't know yet because I actually haven't sorted it. And if you want to see the Pokeyen breakdown for that, definitely check out my loop for 1 hour video in relation to this this Road to Pokemon episode, of course. All right, but I don't have time to actually sort through this yet because there's more money to be made. I'm going to be moving directly over to Wailmer right here. We're going to be fishing and farming this and doing a second loot from 1 hour back to back. Now, the last time I tested Wailmer, it was one of the best money-making methods in PokeMMO at around 300,000 Pokeyen per hour. Wailmer is in a pretty good age group and it's really desired for water spout Blastoises. I don't know if it'll still be that much Pokeyen, but I'm hoping to at least get like maybe 150 to 200k per hour. We'll see. I'm pretty excited to test this one though. So I'll see you guys once again after 1 hour. Pretty simple, just fish here and catch. And with that, we have all of the Wailmers caught, a surprising amount as well, pretty in comparison to the Safari Pokemon. I might need to test loop for 1 hour of just how many encounters you can get in the Safari Zone. I'm really surprised at how many catches I was able to make, but still a ton of Wailmer. We're looking at around 48 whales here, and we did even catch it 2 times 31. So I'm excited to do the price check, run through these, and figure out how much Pokemon I'm going to make from each of these loop from 1 hours. It's going to be pretty significant. I had some decent luck. All right, well, I didn't expect to be doing this after 2 loop for 1 hours and just tons of active money making so far in this episode. I feel like we've made quite a lot of profit so far just in this one bit, but I'm actually in the mood, which I'm not often in. I'm in the mood to go do a gym run. This is not something I feel often, and it's good to go take advantage of it. It's obviously been 24 hours or so. My gym run has reset. Don't worry about that. It's one of those things that it's almost like going to the gym IRL. If you have the urge for it, you want to take advantage of it. So I'm going to go ahead and go for that. I'm actually down to the very last mediocre competitive Pokemon I have to level that I made during that little mini series that I did, or made during that little section. Now, that'll be really fun to restock up on those. This one's really funny. I must have bought this for like 2k or something stupid cheap because its nature is terrible. Obviously, the stats are pretty decent enough for a comp Garbodor if someone wants one, but the nature is just so bad. I'll probably level this up to level 50, and I'll probably sell this off for something stupid cheap like 30k. A lot of times when I see something like this, I'm like, oof, geez, why did I buy it? But even if I sell that Garbodor for like 20 or 30k, essentially I brought it for 2k or whatever, I assume. I probably just needed something else to EV train, because whenever you're EV training, you never want to miss out on having a full party. You want to be taking advantage of that, and obviously EV training as many Pokemon as possible, getting those 252 attack and speed and 4 or 5 Pokemon. Well, kind of just kidding on Garbodor being the last Mon. I actually went back to my PC since I forgot my Tortle for my gym run, and I found this Pidgeot that I totally forgot about. So honestly, I'm going to go ahead and finish leveling that one up since it only needs 3 levels, and then I'll go ahead and take care of the Garbodor. All right, now finally it is actually time for me to go ahead and start my gym run, but I did want to quickly ask, what do you guys prefer? If you made it to this point, do you guys prefer shorter or longer term videos when it comes to Road to PokeMMO? I know in general, people's short term versus long term content may be different here and there, but I actually feel like Road to PokeMMO may be a series that is just generally inclined more towards long term content, since it is sort of a progress thing. It's tough because you want to get progress updates, but you don't want to just rant and ramble. You don't want to like waste people's times. That's something that's super important to me, but I also want to provide enough, daily, hourly entertaining content for people to sit here, play PokeMMO all day, and never run out of things to watch in the background. Just a quick question, what are your guys' thoughts on that? Go ahead and leave comments. Any feedback is always appreciated. Recently, I've seen a lot of people leaving things like, oh, like whenever I ask questions like this, they'll be like, oh, like just do whatever you want, man. Like just do whatever you feel, whatever makes you happiest. And as much as I appreciate those comments, it's a very nice sentiment. At the end of the day, the reality is I want your guys' feedback. I'm not asking because I'm gonna immediately 100% implement whatever people tell me to do. It's more so I need the feedback to create the best content possible and to continue to improve. Critiques and feedback are crucial. So I appreciate the sentiment, but please give me the genuine feedback. But that's enough for my little gym run rambles. I'm starting at 2.57 mil. I'll see you guys at the end. All right, I'm finishing up an extremely lazy gym run here, but that's okay. We still made a fair bit of Pokeyen. And as you can see, I'm ending off here at around 2.85 million Pokeyen. And somehow I failed to mention it, but in this episode, I actually have a quick little Beldum to go collect from the GTL. I haven't even thought about that yet, but it's a free 80k. So you know what? Let's go ahead and collect that reward. We bred some Beldums for profit a couple episodes back, and it's finally paying off. I will say something cool about being up back to around 2.9 million Pokeyen pure cash is that I can do another shiny flip. Now, I'm still sitting on that other shiny flip, so it gets me a little stressed, and it's a little risky to go ahead and jump into another one when I still have one actively selling, but this one still is really good. If I lowered this thing to like 2.6 or 2.8 mil, I feel like it would sell instantly, but I am taking the extra time to squeeze out that extra 200k. Once again, I believe I bought this for 2 mil flat, so I feel pretty comfortable selling this for a good price. But let's go ahead. You know what, I'm just gonna look. I may not find anything today that's going to be actually relevant as a shiny flip. I can actually click on this show affordable only. That'll help me dodge a lot of listings, which is super nice. But I'm just gonna check things out. I'm probably gonna sort by start date to start off, and it's very possible I don't find anything, but I'll see you guys if I do when I have anything to talk about with it. I will say, when I'm looking to flip a shiny for profit, I'm gonna look for male and affordable. I'm not gonna worry about female shiny flipping. That gets way too slow sometimes. I will say this shiny Frillish is actually a really good example of kind of a bait shiny flip. This is actually what I would consider not a very good shiny flip, because it would take so long to sell. Yeah, I think it's this Frillish right here, 1.9 mil. So you see this Frillish with 1x31 attack, 25 plus HP in defense, and then 20 plus speed, and the special defense is even creeping up there. You might be able to get a good roll. It's male. Wow, this is a pretty good IV, well-rounded Frillish. The issue being, a lot of you guys might already know, it's in the Chaos Aid group, and its 31 is an attack, and its stats are for attack. This is a physical Chaos Aid group Pokemon, which just isn't very common. There's so few Chaos Aid group Pokemon. When you think of the Chaos Aid group, you think of things like Litwick, you think of things like Ghastly. It's very rare that there are those physical attacking, Pokemon in the Chaos Aid group. Aside from, I believe you can use Cofagrigus. The big benefit with it is Cofagrigus is in both the mineral and the Chaos Aid group, I believe, and you can actually breed like physical Yonmasks and stuff, and then essentially use those, mineral and Chaos. You can use those to breed physical attack over to the mineral aid group onto things like Geodude, and that can actually be helpful. So good to keep that in mind, but I would stay away from physical Chaos aid group mons. Oh man, I am just looking at this other shiny tentacle, and I might pull the trigger on it, fellas. Like, there's these two other ones that are 2x31 in these same stats. It's also, this one's blowing my other one out of the water. It's kind of brutal. To be fair, they kind of have different advantages and different stats, and sitting on 2 tentacles is a little sketchy because I could sit on them for a very long time. But if I could buy this thing for 2.6, I don't even know what I would sell this thing for. Maybe 3.6? It's a little tough though. That's a tough thing to price. Maybe something like 3.5. If I really want to spend 2.6 mil to make 900k, obviously after it's sell, that's tough. It's a tough thing, but this just seems too good. I mean, 2.6 mil for this. It's even Rash Nature. If someone wants to buy this as a mediocre comp shiny, they just could. It seems so good. It seems so good. What if I get rid of the aid group? What if I just do male? Yeah, I mean, it's still like the cheapest by far tentacle down here. What if I get rid of gender? Let me just do those stats, so what I'm looking for here is, actually, let me do 20 plus in all these stats. That's what I want. Just, screw attack. What do we see? What do we see then? We see this tentacle, which honestly, this is a really interesting budget little guy. Been up for 6 days. That one's careful, so it doesn't work. That one is calm. This is a cool budget competitive tentacle, honestly, if someone wanted that. But the issue is someone would have to want a shiny competitive tentacle. Same with that one, honestly. There's just so many tentacles and tentacles on the market. Man, it just becomes so scary to try to flip something like this. Like, the question becomes, okay, if someone could buy, this female shiny tentacle and a male off the GTL, it's going to cost them, it's going to cost them minimum 3 mil or so is the real meme. So I could buy this for 2.6. I feel like I want to buy it. I feel like I want to buy it and let my money move, but I'm a little scared. It might be a little risky. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay with taking risks. So I'm going to buy it. It hurts. It hurts. It's a lot of Pokeyen. Obviously just, gone in the blink of an eye, down to 300k on the Cool Duder account. This is definitely a big purchase, hoping I don't regret it. It's going to cost someone minimum like 3 mil or so to breed something like that, though. Probably more once you consider the actual getting a male, because getting a male tentacle to actually match the breed is going to be way more expensive. So it's going to end up costing them at least 3.4 or something. I'm going to try to sell this one, I believe, for 3.6. I think that's going to be my goal. I bought it for 2.6. Maybe go 3.4, sell a little faster, get a little more liquidity, but it is Rash Nature, which is honestly, I'm gonna go 3.6. I'm going to go for that 3.6 and essentially just make a clean 1 mil profit on it. So if this ever sells or when this sells, it will be a clean 1 mil profit. Obviously, you know, minus 25K for the listing fee, but I know there's a really long clips talking about this, but it's just a huge risk for the account and it's a really big deal. So hoping for the best on that one. 300K, it goes up, and I will see you guys with a new clip soon. Alright, I'm back, boys, and I did just finish the loot from 1 hour of the Hoenn Safari Zone, so I sold off all of those Pokemon. At least that box is empty. I ended up actually buying this Paris for 1K during. 1K for this. 20 plus in every stat, Bug, Egg Group, Timid Nature. This could become the perfect Volcarona breeder, but we'll make some profit with that here in a quick sec. But 220K just from that hour of Safari Zone. I'm really happy with that, and we're going to make some good Pokeyen on that down the line. Once everything starts selling, of course. Whew, all right, done with the Wailmer hour as well. Sold everything off. It was a long time period, but there we go. Bam, boom. 164K profit made from that as well, which is pretty interesting. So we made a decent bit of profit this episode. Now, I do want to go ahead and collect all my listings on the GTL. A lot of the Wailmers actually sold pretty quickly, up to 48K. My cash stack, my pure cash stack is just dwindling, but it's still nice to see. Back up to 300K at least. And I do want to try to turn a profit on this Paris. Let's go ahead and deal with this breed. It's going to be pretty complicated since it's in this really weird position, but it just needs to be turned into a male, and then I might just sell it as a breeder from there. I don't want to have to turn it into a Volcarona on my own, because that can get really expensive to actually find a good female Volcarona, but let's just take it one step at a time. I want to put 31 speed on this thing if possible, but I don't know. We'll take it one step. Let's go ahead and go heal up and see where we're going. So I bought this Paris for 1K, and the issue is the good breeder for it is going to be around 14K, which honestly I'm okay with. That's actually pretty fair. I do want to double check. It isn't 2 egg groups. I feel like Plant is going to be way cheaper. Yeah, Plant is going to be way cheaper. I'm super happy with buying this for 14K. That's honestly super fine. Let's pick that up from the mail. For whatever reason, it went to the mail. So let's grab that. Let's get another Pokemon in our party. We need a Flame Body Pokemon. And our total cost for the breed is going to end up looking something like this. We got 1K for the Paris, literally 1100 Pokeyen. We'll do plus 15K for the Shroomish just to overcut it, plus 5K for the Everstone, and then plus 10K for the Brace. So we're looking at a price on the breed at 31K. I might not end up making profit on this, but I'm hoping I can. It's just the fact that it has nature. No, I think I will. I think I'll make a really nice profit on this, to be totally honest. I do want to pay for this to come out male, which is the other cost. So bam, there's 36K. Or there's 36K total, ends up being our total cost for this breed. Once again, more than I expect and more than I would like, but hopefully we still make a profit. The reason why this breed is so good is because we have nature. So here's the moment of truth. Male, timid, bug, 31 speed, 20 plus and everything. What is the price looking at? Yes. Okay. Whew. I mean, that's 3 times 31, but I should still be able to make a profit here. I feel like I easily should be able to sell this. 36K was the cost. I easily should be able to sell this for like 60, maybe 80K. This is something. This is something. While we're here doing the grunt work, I kind of want to price check some stuff or figure something out. So right now, 2 times 31 male Wailmers, which are used to breed Waterspout Blastoises, are 95K. That's absurd. Now, they don't actually sell for this price. They are the correct nature as well, so honestly, that makes a lot of sense. But if we got just a 2 times 31, we could easily sell it for some profit. I feel like we could definitely make some good money on this. So I want to test this money-making method out. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not going to be that good. Look at this. Cheapest 1 times 31 Wailmer. 31 speed. Are you kidding me? I mean, it's modest nature. It's so interesting. That's so interesting. Let's go ahead and check 31... Let's just do 31 special attack and see if we can buy something for cheap. 20K. Man, this one's modest, though. So what I could do with something like this... Oh, man. Wailmer prices, they're just so nuts. They're so strange. I feel like I've got to be able to profit on this. No, 20K for this. 1 times 31 plus nature. If I were to buy another Pokemon, it would have to be 2 times 31. I might not be able to profit on this still, which seems... crazy. You know, it seems crazy. It has Waterspout on it as well, which is beautiful. I feel like this is just a perfect... I might just want to flip this as opposed to breeding it, because this just might be a perfect breeder for someone with the Squirtle. I'm gonna buy this and we'll figure out something with it. What if I go ahead and take the 20K I used to buy this Wailmer, and I go ahead and actually look for a Remoraid or something to spread over. Essentially, you want to breed this with a female Remoraid, and that's going to give it The issue is I do want a Remoraid with 2 times 31, which is going to be and female. Yeah, it's literally out of sight. No one has them because they're just people. Oh man, people want these water spout Blastoises, and there's just not enough market for them. I would love to test money making, like catching Remoraid for profit. I feel like that could be something super interesting. We'd have to make our own Remoraid to actually make a profit on this, which might be worth it. Okay, we spent 20k on this so far. I can just go ahead and buy a Remoraid for 13k with 1 times 31 speed. That is worth to go ahead and do. And then I'm going to buy a Ditto with 1 times 31 special attack. So let's go ahead and look for that. Just special attack. That's all we need. We don't need anything fancy on it. We could try to keep the stats, but it's just not going to be worth it, I feel like. I'm not even going to worry about it, to be totally honest. So let's buy the cheapest one for 4k. So now we've spent... on this breed, on this whole process with the Whalmer, we're going to end up spending plus 13k and then plus 5k for the Ditto as well. Let's go ahead and get this breed going. But before that, before I get too confused, let's go ahead and sell off the Paris. I'm going to list this Paris for 60k and just make a pretty even, like around 30k profit on it. I think it's a little less, but I think that's super solid. I'm happy with it. We've got our other Whalmers selling as well, man. I might have underlisted those for the video, but at least it's a quick return. There's just so low, like, supply of Whalmers on the GTL and such high demand for everybody wanting to do gym runs with Water Spout Blastoise. It's pretty shocking. We've spent 38k so far on this Whalmer breed altogether. I do need to get braces, though. That's going to be a plus 20k. Let me go ahead and do that. And I'm aware that these costs are going to look super high. Don't you worry. But I think it's going to end up being worth it. So we're creating our own 2 times 31 Remoraid for around, we need it to be female. We created this ourselves for around, I think 40k, maybe 45k or so, which is generally the price something like that would cost to essentially make. And there's none on the GTL. It's pretty insane that there are literally no 2 times 31 Octilleries. That is, wow. You could essentially make your own price. You could breed a bunch of these and just do these back to back to back and sell them for like 60k or something like that. And if they happen to roll a good nature, you're in the bitch money. All right, our Remoraid hatched. We're still at 58k spent. Let's go ahead and actually try to finish up this breed and see if we can make any profit. So now I want to Everstone on the Whalmer. That's going to be a 5k cost, and I do need to buy another brace. So it's going to be 15k cost from here, but this should be the final breed. Well, it's going to be 15k plus 5k to make sure it comes out male. So it's going to be plus 20k, I believe, plus 20k. And that'll be the total absolute end game cost of this breed. I believe we need this to come out male. Let me actually double check. I'm pretty sure, but let me double check. Yes, we need this to come out male as a Remoraid. You can breed this with Water Spout. See how it has Water Spout? You can then breed this over onto a Squirtle, which I might end up doing. Maybe that'll be important. So 5k. Okay, easy peasy. So plus 20k over on the calculator, leaving us so far with a total cost of 78k, which is pretty expensive. I mean, for 2 times 31 nature, usually you're making profit at that point anyway. But let's see for a specific Pokemon like this. And once again, if we look for a 2 times 31 Remoraid with special attack and speed male, there's literally 0 on the GTL, so we can essentially just make our own price and just hope for someone to buy it. Like, not even considering nature, just 2 times 31, there's literally none on the GTL. Now, what if I look for something like a Squirtle? If I can find a female Squirtle to go alongside this, we may be in the big money. Let's go ahead and see if we can find something. The issue is the cheapest 2 times 31 Squirtle. We're going to have to create our own Squirtle as well, but this is becoming a very, very long process, but I still think it's going to end up being worth it. There's not even a good priced 1 times 31 Squirtle on the GTL. The cheapest female, 70k, that's astronomical. So what I'm going to do is I probably just go ahead and buy any Squirtle on the GTL. Yeah, just 2k. You know what? Screw it. We just buy the cheapest one. It really doesn't matter here. We are going to do plus 2k over on our calculator, of course. We're going to track total cost among everything, but let's go ahead and actually make this Squirtle. So now we need a Ditto with 1 times 31 speed. It doesn't really matter which one we go for first, I guess. Let's do speed since it's generally more expensive, or should I just go for what's going to cost for 2 times? 48k is going to be the cost here, which is going to be tough, but you know what? I think we can sell this Blastoise / Squirtle for like 300k or so down the line. So let's first things first. Let's go for the special attack. That's yeah, I think that's going to be the cheaper way to go with it. So 5k for here. So we're going to get a brace as well. So plus 15k. So it cost us what? 17k. It cost us 17k to make this 1 times 31 Squirtle that people are selling for astronomical prices. Maybe that's the money making method that I want to test. That is, I mean, something spicy right there. If I were to go ahead and just breed this into a female Squirtle, now it would cost me an extra 21k, so it's going to end up costing me around 40 something k to make a female 1x31 special attack Squirtle, but those sell for how much on the GTL? I mean, that's 2 times, but if it costs me 40k and I sell them for 60, at that point, I'm essentially shiny breeding for a Squirtle and making a fat profit. But I'm literally covering too many money-making methods in one episode of Road to PokeMMO, so I'm going to go ahead and just go for this. I'm not going to worry about, I feel like I'm not going to pay the extra 20k here. If I have to go for the Ditto, I feel like it's actually just ends up being cheaper than even paying for the female and then going for the egg group. This Road to PokeMMO episode has just ended up being so much more astronomically like long and full of content than I expected, so hopefully you guys are at least enjoying. Here is our Remoraid hatched and done. Let's wait for our Squirtle to come out next. And while we're waiting, let's just go ahead and collect some Pokeyen on the GTL. Why not? It's always nice. Since we're spending so much on stuff like this, we've got a refill. All right, Squirtle hatched. The gender is going to be important. It came out male, and the nature. Okay, we can definitely work with this. We have to make this a 2x31, and then we have to breed it over with the Remoraid and carry over the nature. But I'm wondering if I paid for this to be female, couldn't I have just... Maybe I could have just done this easier and sooner, but I was not thinking. Well, no, I think I'm right. I think I need... I'm getting confused. This whole breeding process, it can melt your brain. I think I still end up needing the 2x31 Squirtle, unfortunately, but then I think I essentially am like wasting a breed. I will say I'm also making the classic mistake of, I'm still gonna make profit on this, so don't worry. There's just so many mistakes and so many ways to min-max with breeding. The best way to make a Water Spout Blastoise is just to breed the Water Spout move over, like on a 0 IV. You wanna do no IVs, breed the Water Spout move over from Whalmer to Remoraid over to Squirtle, no stats, don't get IVs involved because it's way too complicated. Do that and then breed the IVs onto your Squirtle from there. That's definitely the best way to do it. I made the classic error of just trying to breed on IVs over on the way. But it's okay. I still should be able to profit. I'm not too worried about it. I think I am going to go ahead and... The weird thing is, I think I have to go ahead and buy a 2x31 Ditto and then just go ahead and breed that. It's not going to be cheap, and I just knew that going into this. That's super okay. It doesn't really matter which one I pick. 48k, sure. So I'm gonna add plus 49k over on the calculator. It does hurt. And then plus what do we need braces for? I think plus 20k for both braces, correct? Yeah, let's do it. 164k. Here we go with the breed. We're to pay for this to be female as well. Female 21k. Yup. This cost is getting extreme. I will say if I train the Blastoise, I know I can sell it for like 300k or so. But it's getting a little scary. I'm going to be totally honest. I think I made a lot of mistakes on this, but still, as long as you make mistakes and profit, who cares? But learn from my mistakes, guys. Now, thanks to our trusty Hasmove Water Spout search, if I go ahead and look up 31 special attack, 31 speed, Water Spout, male, modest, and search, its next breed is only going to cost me, I think, 5k for the Everstone and then 10k for the thing. I did lose money like making it. Like if I sold it as a Squirtle, I lose money. But I'm gonna go ahead and train it up as a Blastoise. But that's a mistake. It would have been way smarter for me to just buy one of these Squirtles and just do the brunt work, just do the training, which maybe that's worth for another episode. We did the training of Typhlosions for profit. Maybe Squirtles is next. The issue is we need more pure Pokeyen to even commit to that leveling method. Now, I kind of have two options here. I will say I could go ahead and sell this Squirtle for nice profit as if I'm paying for it to be a female. I could sell this Squirtle as 2x31 female, make a really nice profit, sell it for around, I could sell both of these for 100k, the Remoraid and the Squirtle. I mean, at that point, I'm barely making any profit if I sell them individually without doing the breeding. I feel like I might just need to go ahead and commit to the Blastoise thing, but then I have to EV train it and level it. But I don't know. It's getting rough, guys. I definitely made a mistake here. This might just be my sign to stay away from breeding for a while. I feel like I just keep making mistakes when it comes to that process. And I mean, it happens to the best of us. No matter how good you get at breeding, you can make hundreds of thousands of Pokeyen for profit, or you can end up wasting a ton of time and wasting like half an hour, 40 minutes, and only making 10k or losing 10k sometimes. That is definitely the reality of breeding for profit. There's a lot to factor in. There's a lot going on at once. When I'm recording everything as well and trying to plan, scenes and cuts for that, it's more on top. It's tough. But that's what Road to PokeMMO is all about. Making the mistakes and showing you guys how to actually fix them or profit from them and still build a main account. This is actually a great thing for the series. All right, moment of truth. The Squirtle hatched. It's quiet nature, which is not great, but still not bad. And now I have two options. I can either carry through with this breed and essentially Everstone the Remoraid. And do I even need a brace for the Squirtle? I guess I don't need a brace for the Squirtle, but at this point, I'm just being silly and just kind of making mistakes, and it might just be worth to sell them both separately. It's a tough decision. I just put myself in this super weird position to where if what you want here is you want the Squirtle with 2x31 and you only want the Remoraid with 1x31. And that's where I went wrong. That was the huge mistake that I made. What I'm going to do is just buy an Everstone. It cost me 6k this time. Put it on the Remoraid. I'm just going to follow through with the breed. As weird as this is, put it all into one Pokemon because I know that this will sell. The good thing is once I do this breed, I don't have to pay for gender here, which is super nice. Once I do this, I do know that it will sell, which is the big thing. So getting that liquidity back is going to be super important. So plus 6k onto the cost for the Everstone. Cost me 191k for this. And if I were to just sell it as is, I would lose like 30k, which is super unfortunate, but that's okay. What I want to check is I think I'm going to go ahead and just end up training this up. So let's go ahead and see what that would go for after I trained it. Now, once again, as is, I would lose 30k, sell it for around 160, 162k or whatever. What if I were to go for it as a Blastoise? So Blastoise, I would make a little bit of money, but what if I went to level 100? That's the big thing, is if I leveled it all the way to level 100, I could at least sell it for like that 300k mark and make around 100k. Now, the issue is that's putting in so much time at that point. I think I'm still going to do it, but I'm going to end up making 100k. I'll probably end up passively leveling this thing throughout my future gym reruns, and it takes 15 minutes to EV train. So, you know what? At the end of the day, we're going to end up making 100k profit, maybe 80k profit after the listing fee and stuff and after the time. 80k profit on something that took way too long and it was a mistake, but it was a mistake. The fact that I'm able to make 80k profit and fix that, like make 80k profit still on a totally botched breed, things could be a lot worse. So you know what? I'm pretty happy with it. We're gonna be able to passively level it throughout our gym runs. Could be a lot worse. Honestly, I'm coolin'. Now, this episode has ended up being tremendously long, but I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm literally just going to end it here before even showing you guys the Squirtle hatch. You guys know what it's going to look like. We'll see it in the next episode. Thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to leave a like on the video if you did enjoy this super long episode. Dislike if you didn't. Let me know if you prefer longer or short episodes in the comments. Subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos, whether it's guides, long-term content like this, information, news, Johto stuff, etc. Discord's linked down below for updates on all my content. I stream 4 days a week on Twitch and YouTube, sometimes Kick nowadays as well, Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. And if you want to go above and beyond and support the channel, allow me to do longer streams, longer videos, more videos, higher quality, more higher quantity, YouTube memberships, Twitch primes, Twitch subs, and PayPal do help out a ton, as well as you obviously get your name listed at the end of videos like this because you allow me to do what I do. Thank you guys so much for watching. What a video, what a day. Good luck in making PokeMMO Pokeyen today. Peace. Just kidding, here's the Squirtle. I know you guys wanted to see it, don't worry. Yo, thank you so much for watching until the very end of the video. I really appreciate that, and hopefully it was worth your time. If your name is on this list, that means I appreciate you even more, and you go above and beyond and physically allow my channel to function. I appreciate you so much, and have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name is Patrouski, and welcome back to Road to PokeMMO Season 3, Episode 27, I believe. Now, today, we are working our way towards 10 million Pokeyen, and you might say, Patrouski, what are you doing? What happened to your cash stack, my man? You're at 133k. That's embarrassing. And you know what? It kind of is. I understand that point, but you know what? Today, I have the privilege, I have the right to show you guys one of the most satisfying feelings within all of PokeMMO. When a shiny flip sells. That's right, I'm so excited. We took a huge risk on this second shiny flip. Putting a ton of our capital into another one was really scary. That video is not out yet. Sometimes as a YouTuber, I feel a little guilty. I feel a little stressed or worried that after I list a video, other people get more eyes on it. It's kind of an advantage that I have, which isn't really fair. But thankfully, that video is not even out yet. So this tentacle sold absolutely on its own merit, which I love to see. It's a great example for you guys. We're going to collect all 3.8 million, starting this episode with the most amount of cash we've had so far in season 3 of Road to PokeMMO. It really makes you feel like it's happening. It really makes you feel like we will reach 10 mil. Over 4 million Pokeyen. You just love to see it. I still have to train this Squirtle. We'll deal with that little failure from last episode today. But first things first, I'm sure you guys are sick of me saying it, but I'm going to start this episode off with a good old-fashioned gym run. But whoa. Before we start our gym run, let's sell off these 2 Pokemon, and I need to pick up another Pokemon to start leveling, because I need to make some passive Pokeyen during that gym run process. I need a leveling mon. I will say these sales are going to be super easy. This Garbodor comp, I'm literally only going to sell for like 35k and just hope it sells. This thing is not good. The Pidgeot comp, a decent comp, but how many people want to comp Pidgeot? Not many people. I'm gonna go ahead and try to sell it for like 40k. I think that's fair. We'll see if it goes. I'd love to get a cheap Shroomish or a Breloom off the GTL right now that's already EV trained. The issue is I can't seem to find anything like already EV trained for a cheap price. However, I am going to pick up this Breloom for 12k. Now, we're going to EV train that later, but that's a really good deal. 12k, I can't go XP train this right now. I'll have to go EV train it and fix it up later. I might need to make a box of Pokemon to be EV trained and trained up. I do have that on my main account, but not on this account yet. But that Breloom being level 61, already so high level, it's one of the slowest leveling Pokemon in the game. Being able to EV train that and sell it later down the line for hundreds of thousands of Pokemon is going to be a huge profit. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just do one of the tried and true easiest Pokemon to level for profit. I'm going to go ahead and buy these 2 Deanos. Maybe I'll check Zweilous really quick as well. So if you're ever looking for something super simple and easy and quick to XP train for profit, Deanos are really your best bet. Because as you can see, I bought those Deanos for around 1,400, 1,500 Pokeyen. Pretty much nothing, right? Hydreigon sells for around 27, 26, 28k. Now you do need to level to 64, which is kind of high, but at the same time, like, it's so fast to level these things up for the most part, and it's really passive and easy. They don't really care about EVs and stuff. People are just buying these Hydreigons, like kind of casual players, just buying them for fun and kind of collecting high level, you know, scary dragon Pokemon. You kind of just sell them to more casual players. But they do consistently sell. There are a lot of casual players alongside the extreme players in PokeMMO. So it's always important to understand what kind of money making method you want to do today. Do you want to adhere to those more veteran players, or do you want to try to make some money on some casual players? There's no really wrong answer. But that's enough preamble. Let's get to making some Pokeyen. Let's do a gym run. I definitely don't forget to buy a Riches Charm every single time I go to do this. All right, keep in mind the starting cash stack today is around 4 million. Let's crack the charm. All right, gym run done. So here we are. I actually did 2 gym runs back to back on this account and then on the main account. If you do that, you're a psychopath. I really do not recommend doing multiple gym runs in a day. Nothing will burn you out of this game and just kill your enjoyment of this incredible, beautiful Pokemon game than grinding gym reruns over and over again. Once a day, you know what? It's fine. Get it out of the way. Get that Pokeyen gain. You can kind of focus on doing whatever you want to do, have fun. But at that point, oh man, that's a personal hell. But what we do have to go do is actually go catch an alpha in the Hoenn region. It might be Ditto. I'm not sure what it actually is, but it is in a really good location. It's over in Meteor Falls, really tough location to get to, but that means it's a really good alpha. Could be Lucario, could be Ditto, could be Crobat. I don't even know yet. Yeah, I've got my party. I've got tons of Spore and catching Pokemon and a Magikarp just in case it's a Ditto. I have no idea what it will be, but we are on the journey. Thankfully, it's actually not deep in the cave, which is really nice and it makes the catch easy. However, it is an Altaria, which isn't the craziest Pokemon in the world for profit, honestly, in terms of an alpha. I don't think. I could honestly be wrong. It may be better than what I'm expecting. Let me go ahead and check, actually. How much are, like, alpha Altarias? I don't think they're going to be anything expensive. Yeah, I mean, 40k. We saw a bunch for there, which is honestly fine. I'll take a free 40k on this account. Dude, alphas are awesome on this account. I love to catch them. So let's go ahead and jump into it. I am going to just go ahead and lead with my Typhlosion and probably just go for an Eruption, maybe just a Flamethrower. There's a really good chance I don't kill this thing since it does resist. I might just go for an Eruption. I'm pretty sure it doesn't kill, actually. And then if it does happen to kill, I can just run back. Yeah, look at that. Only 40%. I'm not even close to killing this thing. Kind of a monster. But that's good. That's actually a very good thing. So now I can weaken this easily. Much more easily than if I was just false swiping it. So this is going to be a much better way to weaken it. We see it as Heal Bell. That'll be important. I am scared of it having like rest. I'm really hoping there's no rest here. 25% HP here. Thankfully there's no crit. If there was a crit here, I might have actually killed it. Yeah, I definitely would have if I crit there. Heal Bell spam. I want to switch over to something now and sport. I've only seen Dragon Pulse and Heal Pulse. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and just False Swipe here. The more turns you waste, the better usually with an alpha, since usually, it has Roost. That's what I was scared of. Usually most people are catching them with timer balls. So honestly, the more turns you burn, it's kind of the better. I don't really care about the time factor too much, as long as things don't get out of hand or if it doesn't set up or something. All right, low HP, asleep. We're many turns in. Probably the full 10 turns to get that full effect. There we go. Easy catch with the timer. Let's go ahead and check out the stats. How much Pokeyen is this added to the cool? Jolly Nature could be good. 31. That's kind of weird. Honestly, some really strange stats. Won't go for too much. It's male, though. The male is actually huge. So if you look at this, look how cheap these female Altarias are, and the cheapest male one here ends up being 86k. So this is what we're looking for. This is obviously 1,000 times better than mine, but what I want to look for is, I'm still looking for Ed group. We want to look for Dragon, probably Dragon Ed group. We'll check Flying as well, though. So we're going to check it as an Ed group, not as an Altaria itself. We'll do Dragon, male. This is going to be bought as a breeder, someone trying to breed up an alpha Pokemon. That's the use of something like this. It's really important to understand the use of the Pokemon you're selling. I think 75k is just going to end up being the price. There's nothing super accurate in comparison to mine. Like, everything's kind of like, mine's just really wonkily statted. I don't know how someone's, maybe if I search for like Jolly Nature specifically and look for like Jolly, I think, yeah, dude, I think 75k just always ends up being the price here, like pretty much no matter what. So we're going to do 74,500. Pretty easy sale, 70k profit, easy peasy. And you know what? I checked over to the GTL and we had a nice Rotom breed sell, 100k. It really feels like this episode was the accumulation of making all these breeds, getting all this stuff going, having all this stuff happen, and then, man, now out of nowhere, I'm actually sort of reaping the rewards of that long term, all the breeds and everything. And I might have to price check this Ralt since Gallade just got banned from OU. That is going to drastically change how something like that gets priced, unfortunately. Just lowering stuff generally. I try to save some time if stuff doesn't sell and just generally lower prices, like 5 to 15k across the board. This Ralt, however, is in a really weird spot. I'll have to reprice check this. And bam, boom, that Altaria already sold. Easy money. The cash tag now up to 4.4. I might want to do another shiny flip, which is so dumb, but man, are they powerful. This Ralt was mostly fairly priced. I probably should lower it. So there's one that's 175k Jolly with the same like exact sort of stats that mine has going on. Once again, the only issue being is mine's Hasty, which is not nearly as good as Jolly. It's not terrible since honestly, like, Gallade's defense is already so bad that it doesn't really matter. You can't see it. It has really good special defense, but its defense is already so shit that honestly Hasty lowering its defense doesn't really hurt it too much. It's mostly going to die from most physical attacks. I am probably going to essentially, this is going to be a budget Gallade comp for someone looking for it. The issue is no one's really looking for Gallade comps right now. I'm even going to go, yeah, let's just do 139. Let's do 140k. The issue is no one's looking for these. Like, Gallade just got banned from OU. I don't know who, like, someone's going to have to want to buy this for the chance that it gets unbanned in the future, or maybe buy it to flip it. I don't know, but we'll throw it up for 140. But while everybody's posting up their Altarias and everything and people are flipping all the alphas, I'm gonna go ahead and check what shinies have been listed recently. I'm gonna look for some shiny flips. I don't know if there will actually be any, but I want to check some stuff out. 2.9 for this. Like, this is incredibly good stats. The issue is I think that's probably going to be accurate. 2.9 is really high for a 1x31, so I'm definitely not going to touch that. A cool Palpitoad. Alright, I've already talked about how in this episode, I'm constantly getting rewarded for previous things that I've already implemented. Now, I'm ready to teach you guys about actually snowballing that and how important that is. In PokeMMO, once you start getting rewarded for those grinds, once Pokemon start selling, once the gym run team comes together, once the money comes in, you've got to snowball it. Don't just go spend it all on vanities. Don't go get yourself too many little treats and reward yourself. What you want to do is actually head over to the GTL and start buying more ways to invest and make more money. It's really simple. It's not always easy to do for everyone. So I'm going to start EV training. I'm going to reinvest by making some more EV trained Pokemon to then XP train later on during my Jimmy runs and everything. So I have my Squirtle, which is a really good base. My Squirtle needs 252 special attack and 252 speed. This is a really good place to start because then I can look for special attacking Pokemon and sort of get a couple Pokemon, like 3 to 5 Pokemon to EV train with special attack and speed, and then level them up later, make some mediocre competitive Pokemon, or just make some good PVM Pokemon for people. This Ghastly is super solid. Bashful Nature, 25 plus in these 3 stats, 20 plus in these stats. Obviously, it's missing defense, but this is just incredibly solid for 1,100 Pokeyen. Obviously, it's missing Nature. That's the big issue there. I'm actually going to go ahead and check for modest and timid Pokemon just to see if anything really cheap that actually is a special attacker comes up, but that Ghastly is just an uber cheap, decent option. Now, sometimes you don't even want to go for the uber cheap options. Sometimes you want to pay the extra. Like, sometimes I'll pay the extra like 5 to 10k. Like that Ghastly was only 1k, but it may sell for like 60k or whatever. Honestly, Gengar is a pretty desired Pokemon, especially among casual players, so it may be super worth it, but we'll end up seeing. But usually, like this is 28, modest, like something like this. I'm gonna go ahead and buy that. Go, sure, why not? Something like that can sell for much more down the line, especially if you get to level 100. Noobs and casuals like love their level 100 Gengars with good special attack and nature and everything. They're hot sellers. Speaking of, while we're searching for good Pokemon to EV train and everything, I actually found this Ditto for 8,800 Pokeyen, 31 special attack, 30 speed, timid nature. If you know about Dittos, you know this is underpriced. I'm actually gonna go ahead and just buy that for 9k and flip that really quick. This is obviously not accurate, but the next cheapest Ditto, if I search those stats, is 120k. Let's try to lower things to make it a little more accurate. We see 90k here. This is a 2 times 31 Ditto. What if we just get rid of the speed stat entirely? Let's do 25 plus speed. Let's get rid of the HP stat entirely, excuse me. Something like this is much more comparable, 14k, but then even mine is a little better. Let's go ahead. Let's just look for these. I saw some 8k ones here for special attack in timid, which is honestly, these are pretty cheap in my opinion. I feel like like having nature on these is even super cheap. I could maybe flip all 3 of these like long term for like 15k or so, but it's not really worth the little Pokeyen here and there. What I'm probably going to do is list mine for around, I mean, all of mine's just better than all of these is the nice thing. This is a tough one. The issue is someone has to be looking for it really specifically becomes the only concern. What if we do 25? Like, the only concern becomes that someone has to look for it super specifically. I feel like I can definitely sell this for like as high as 40k or something insane, but you know what? Because it only... man, someone's definitely going to buy this to breed special defense on it. It's just going to be so good. This is going to seem insane to you guys, but I'm actually going to list this for 40k, which just seems astronomical, but I think it's correct. We'll give that some time to sell. Let's go ahead and find one more special attack Pokemon to EV train. This Ditto also seems pretty underpriced for 5,500. We'll see if anybody buys it before me. Nope. Seems like I was able to yoink that up. Let's go to flip that Ditto. We bought that for 5,500. I don't know if I'll be able to sell it for that much more, but even if I sell it for like 10k, I mean, I'll take that quick little flip. I've made videos talking about Ditto flipping in the past. It's truly just like one of the best ways to make pretty quick Pokeyen. I'm not going to worry about special attack for the time being. I'm just going to go for these stats. Lowest price, Ditto. See what we're rocking with. Yeah, I can easily sell this for 10k. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and just list it for... should we do just 10k? Should we do 11... Let's do 12,500, similar to what that guy was going for. Is mine similar enough, good enough to actually compete with this? I believe so. Yes, absolutely. So I'm gonna go ahead and list mine for 12,500. Might take a little bit to sell, but it shouldn't be too bad. It'll be a nice little 6k, 5k, 7k flip. Now, I keep getting distracted, but back to special attackers to train up and then sell off. Now, this Roserade is really tempting. This is a really good Roserade. Only 8k for this. It's so nice. I mean, it's missing that special attack nature, which is unfortunate, but I think that's so cheap. I've got to go ahead and yoink it. It's only been up for 8 minutes, but somebody's been listed for a very short amount of time. That's how you know you're usually getting a good deal on it. And thankfully, I was really worried about this. I didn't remember if I had bought enough XP shares on this account, but I do. And that is a huge point of progression. That is a huge milestone of, hey, you know what? 4 or 5 XP shares to be able to EV train and everything and build more future wealth down the line. That is super nice to see. Let's go EV train a bunch of good Pokemon. First things first, I'm just been doing 252 special attack EVs. Right here at Fortree City, you can just run right over here. There's Gloom right in this little grass spot. It's right next to a PC. I do have to kind of fly back and forth. I don't really have a teleport ocarina. That may be something to look forward to maybe in the next season of Road to PokeMMO. I don't want to spend money on luxurious stuff like ocarinas right now. Ocarinas are a really... it's paying for convenience is what I always call it. The gift shop has a lot of really interesting items, but you don't need any of them. You truly don't need any of the items in the gift shop. Very, very few of them actually offer an objective advantage. It's usually just some sort of convenience. All right, I am on stream at the moment, just EV training these mons like I talked about. We just finished 252 special attack. I'm going to go ahead and do 252 speed. We'll put them in the PC and XP train them and level them up passively later during our gym runs. I'll see you guys after this at 6,700 encounters at the moment. All right, this will be the last horde. Bam, boom, 252 special attack and speed on these Pokemon. I didn't notice until after that Roserade's EVs are kind of fucked. They must have been like that when they were on the GTL, and I just didn't realize. It's not going to be worth for me to spend the money on the berries to actually fix them. I'm just going to sell it as is and hope the buyer is willing to fix it, essentially. But I'm going to put these in the PC, and we'll move on to something else soon. All right, yo, the last clip we made was a couple days ago for me, but I want a quick refresher. So the last thing we did was actually make some Pokemon to level up in the future for profit. We made all these, this Roserade, this Wartortle, this Breloom. We actually have quite a few Pokemon to XP train, which is pretty nice. We make a little layer of them down here. I think these guys are from something else, but there's Wartortle, XP trained, Haunter. All of these need to be XP trained to level 50, and then I can go ahead and sell them off for profit. Except for this guy needs to be leveled to like 64 or whatever it is, whenever you get High Dragon, essentially, but that'll be pretty easy. This Breloom still needs to be EV trained. That's good to keep in mind. And the point of this video, or point of this clip, I guess, is I want to continue that. I want to keep going. I talked about keeping the snowball rolling. You don't want to essentially just stop progressing. You don't want to stop, once you've developed that capital, just slow down. You want to ramp up, ramp up, ramp up. So now I'm actually going to look for Pokemon to match with this Breloom and go for 252 attack and speed on a new set of Pokemon. I want it to take me a while before I run out of Pokemon to XP train. I want to have all of that prepared and taken care of, so I don't have to come back and do it for quite a sec. With these 3 Pokemon in my party, these are the 2 that I need to EV train. I have the Breloom. I only need 3 more Pokemon. So let's go ahead and check the GTL for physical attackers that are going to be super cheap. Something that really would be good for something like this would be a Meowth, but the issue is it needs to have a plus attack nature, so it kind of depends on the prices. Like this one's 50k, this one lonely. It's crazy how expensive Meowths are right now. 20k for this, 25 attack, 20 speed. That's all the stats, lonely nature. I mean, but they kind of sell and it kind of makes sense. It's just kind of shocking. I don't know if I want something that bad. There's Adamant here. I saw something 33k for 30 attack, 26 speed. I might buy this one hilariously. At level 100, this would make a ton of money. That's the big thing. But getting a Meowth, the issue is these aren't, XP training to level 50. These are XP training to level 100. And the scary thing with these is that if you let them evolve, you kind of lose all your money. So it's a kind of a high risk, high reward situation. I'm going to buy 2 of them. I think having 2 Meowths to level, it's going to last a lot longer. That's the huge benefit to them. And honestly, these guys are high level, which is nice, 45 and 55. So that's going to save me a ton of time during that leveling process. So yeah, you know what? I'll spend the 60k or whatever to invest into those. We need 1 more Pokemon still. And I feel like this Apom is going to be perfect. Naughty nature, 25 plus attack, HP, special defense, speed. It's obviously lacking that defense, but that's totally okay. This is a super hyper cheap Apom that I can definitely sell for more money down the line once I make it into a pretty mediocre comp or a good comp for someone. So there we go. We've got our Pokemon. It's time to just go EV train. Now, something interesting is that I normally would just go EV train at Bouffalant up here for a physical attack, but I already got a shiny Bouffalant on this account. So I actually need to change up, switch up, and do a new attack EV training spot. I don't want to do Nidorino either in Kanto because I have a shiny on my main account for that Pokemon. So I've got to think for a sec. All right, I think I'm just going to do speed first since that attack EV is going to be a little bit of a pain. Not having access to Sinnoh in a lot of the locations that I usually would train at already being kind of taken care of. It makes for a weird situation. Now, I did something really funny there. I have my XP shares on all my Pokemon, and I accidentally got into a battle. So what I'm probably going to do here is I'm probably going to log out so I don't misplace any EVs, but it depends. So Patrat, for example, I think he might give attack or speed EVs. Yeah, so he's actually fine to kill. If you ever find yourself in a situation like this, you might actually want to check, hey, should I just log and, not place all these bad IVs across all these Pokemon, or should I just check everything? There's a lot of attack and speed low-level mons early game, so I'm going to try to check stuff, and, this is also probably attack or speed. Lillipup, let's go ahead and double check. Let's see, +1 attack. Yep, we're fine to kill that. And then another Patrat. So we're actually fine to kill this entire youngster Joey, which is kind of funny, but it was still a mistake by me. I'm looking for a Liepard Swarm over here for speed. It should be in the dark grass. It might be down here. But just in case, I'm going to take the XP shares off my Pokemon, at least for the time being. Free 1x defend. I bet that I'm going to have to go down through this whole area to actually get around and knock that rock up north to be able to unlock this spot, but I guess I would have had to do it at some point or another. It unlocks a really cool EV training spot long term, so you know what, I'll do it. Didn't expect myself to be doing storyline content today, yet here we are. We get jump scared by a gnome. What's up, Gorm? Okay, that's the most gnome name. Gorm? Come on, man. I think this is one of those post-game gnomes that you find around the whole world to essentially collect all 8 or something, and then you get a prize. Hey, you gave me a free TM Swords Dance, though. Thank you, Mr. Gnome. Yeah, and then the copper shows up to take them away. And here we are, the infamous rock that I can finally push forward and actually fully unlock this area without having to go through that whole underground area again, where I get caught by every single turning trainer. Now I can just rush over here, Sweet Scent, and this should be the Liepard Swarm. I'm going to go ahead and put all my XP shares on my Pokemon just preemptively, assuming that that's what this is, but I'm pretty sure this should be a Liepard Swarm. Let me see. Perfect. See you guys after 252 speed EVs. Quick little A-Palm evolution, easy peasy. Gotta keep an eye out for those Meowths though and not let them evolve. Once again, you lose most of your value on a Meowth if it evolves into Persian. I didn't really explain that, but the reason is because Meowth has the pickup ability and Persian does not. So if you evolve it, Persian can only get the Limber and Technician ability, where Meowth has the pickup and Technician ability, and you actually really want pickup on it, even though this one has Technician. I'd have to ability pill it later on. I'll have to ability pill both of them, it seems like. Okay, only one, thankfully. It'll cost me 35k, which is kind of expensive, but level 100 Meowth go for a ton of money. I feel like I didn't show you guys that at all either, but let's go ahead and just check out, like, what's the cheapest level 100 Meowth? Like without any stats at all, 129 Pokeyen, 130k Pokeyen, which is an insane profit. Now let's try to go for 25 and maybe look for like a plus attack nature. Like we see 200k without worrying about nature. Let's look for the first plus adamant nature, 310,000 Pokeyen. That's some big shmoney, fellas. Meowth are underrated, huge Pokeyen makers, but they carry a bit of risk with them because Persians become worth like 65k Pokeyen at level 100. So the price difference is pretty astronomical. All right, this should be my last horde for 252 speed. I'm going to go ahead and take a break here and find some sort of attack EV training spot. I'll probably do that one on stream. I think I have one in mind, so I'm going to go ahead and head over to that location. We've canceled tons of Meowth evolutions successfully so far. Hopefully that keeps up as well. But I'm going to head over to Kanto. I think there might be a secondary shiny hunting / EV training spot that I can actually do here. It's not a shiny that I'm super interested in, but something I talk about all the time and something I find is that, you know what, the more time you spend with a Pokemon, the more time you spend with that Pokemon's shiny especially, you kind of find ways to enjoy it. It's almost hard to like hate a Pokemon for a long period of time. So, you know what? Scrap everything I just said. What I was gonna go do was go to the Seafoam Islands and go over to a Kingler horde, but you know what? Screw that. There's actually a better location that I want to do instead with some shiny Pokemon that I actually like, and that's gonna be Arbok / Primeape over here up on this route. Now, this route, the downsides are it's gonna take a while to get to, and you need Leppa berries. I do have some Leppa berries, thankfully. But the Kingler spot was going to need Leppa berries anyway, and that's a Pokemon that I don't even care about, nor do I enjoy, so I might as well go to a spot that I like the Pokemon. So it's going to take a while to get here. We're going to need Leppa berries for it. It's not a perfect spot. It's not fantastic, but you know what? It will do. Once I head up to this location, I'm probably going to pop a repel because you do have to tread quite a while or go quite a while to actually get to the location. Once I encounter a wild encounter spot, I'll go ahead and pop a small repel. You have to go decently into this route. You have to go through all this water. It may not be as far as I think. Maybe with repels, I think it might be right here. Technically, if you wanted to just do repels, that honestly might be cheaper than doing Leppas at this location. But it's going to be up to you. It kind of takes a lot more time. I'm just going to use Leppa berries. The price, the 2k price difference, each 6 hordes or whatever isn't going to be too crazy for me. But this is a cool physical attack EV training spot. Let's go ahead and double check, make sure I'm getting the right stats. Yup, perfect, incredible. Shiny Arbok is awesome. Shiny Primeape is fine, but he is an angry monkey, and I do like that. All right, and with that, the stream is done, my throat is sore, and the EV training is complete. Look at that, 252 EVs across the board. I think all these Pokemon have pretty clean EVs. I don't think any of them had messed up IVs when buying. I didn't double check though, but yeah, everything looks super nice. Let's take these XP shares, let's throw them in the PC, and let's go ahead and call that a day, fellas. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like a ton of progress was made in this episode. Hopefully you guys feel the same way, and hopefully you enjoyed your time spent here. If you did, make sure to remember to leave a like on the video. It helps out tremendously. Dislike if you didn't. That is always encouraged and totally okay as well. Subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos. Follow the Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. Discord's links down below if you care about that and if you're interested, and if you want to go above and beyond and support the channel financially. YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, and PayPal/Venmo do help out a ton. Here's everything lined up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10. Yeah, I could have just done 10 minus 1. 9 Pokemon ready to be XP trained. Lots of progress made. Lots of fruit to bear in the future. I'll see you guys on episode 28 of Road to PokeMMO. We should be able to call this a challenge complete semi-soon, hopefully. I'm going to try to shoot for maybe within 35 episodes. I think easily within 35 we could make 10 mil. Let's try to make it happen. Yo, thank you so much for watching until the very end of the video. I really appreciate that, and hopefully it was worth your time. If your name is on this list, that means I appreciate you even more, and you go above and beyond and physically allow my channel to function. I appreciate you so much, and have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name is Patrouski. I've got a CM next to me, and it's time to make some money. This is all about making 10 million Pokeyen in Road to PokeMMO Season 3. Let's go ahead and jump into it. First things first, I'm going to start off this episode by doing my good old gym run. We're going to pop our richest charms right now. Go ahead and start our gym run and XP train this war turtle along the way. This is the water spout Blastoise that we've been working on. Once this is done, we should be making some really good profit. We might need to level this thing all the way up to 100 though before we actually sell it, but let's have a gym run and see the progress at the end. I'll see you guys later. All right, gym run done. I feel like that was one of the worst gym runs I had in a while. I didn't actually remember my starting cash, so I couldn't really keep track, but it did not feel super efficient. I think I was super distracted and just out of it, and just had a pretty lazy gym run. But hey, a lazy gym run is better than no gym run. We're going to collect our Pokeyen here on the GTL quite a bit there. I want to say around like 100k. Yeah, 110k, I think. Okay, I can do math. Pog. 4.666 million Pokeyen. Nice. We took our water spout war turtle and ended up evolving him into a Blastoise and getting up to level 54. But once again, this is one of those Pokemon that is going to take to level 100 before we're actually able to sell it off. Part of me just wants to go XP train today. I'm kind of looking for something brain dead to grind, but the point of these was to be able to have something to like passively grind while doing gym runs and everything. So I'm not going to do that yet, but maybe in the future, if we're trying to finish off maybe our 10 mil, clean off the 10 mil cash stack, maybe that'll be our method of attack. But for now, I might look for a shiny flip or maybe some flips of any kind. All right, what I'm currently considering is this Venipede. I did a bit of browsing on the GTL, and I think this is my best bet if I want to do a flip. The issue is it's already 3 mil, which is kind of high, but I'd probably be able to sell it for 4.5 or maybe 4 or something. It's like, which could be pretty insane. It's just a really nice male bug age group breeder. This Rapidash is listed for 4.8, which seems kind of high. This Persian is 2 times 31 at the same price. Yeah, I feel like this Rapidash is too high, so I don't want to go based on that. But this is a really nice Venipede. I think I would probably go... I'd probably do something like 4 mil to 4.5 is what I go, but 4.5 would be pretty high. But it's in a more interesting egg group as opposed to this being like field egg group and this being like mineral and stuff. So I mean, it absolutely could sell. Just really good stats. 25 plus in HP attack, 31 defense, obviously 25 plus, but defense 20 plus speed. This is great for someone trying to transfer over nature to something. They could want the haste nature, honestly, and brace the 31 special attack on the other mon and just go mixed if it's a mixed bug. It depends what the Pokemon is, obviously. This just seems really good. I do want to double check non-shinies just in the bug egg group in general and just sort of see, you know, how good are physical bugs? Are there that many physical bugs? And I feel like there are enough. Things like Heracross, things like Venipede, things like Dwebble. I mean, Dwebble's not great, but things like Gliscor, like people do want to breed up their shiny Gliscors. I think I'm going to go for it. This is it's only listed for 6 hours. The reason why I'm also interested in it is because it's been listed for 6 hours and it's currently 8 a.m. ET, which means it was listed at 2 a.m. ET, so a lot of people haven't had their eyes on it yet. A lot of people haven't seen it. That's a huge way you get those snipes. So once again, a lot of money put into a shiny flip. We just keep risking it, fellows. We just keep risking it. I'm gonna go ahead and list this thing for, man, the question is how much? Something like somewhere between 4 to 4.5. It's tough. I might go 4.25. I feel like, yeah, honestly, I like that number. We gotta make sure we don't accidentally mislist it. 4.25. If we sell this, it would be an easy, 1.2 mil profit. So 1, 2, 3, wish me luck. Bam, boom. Let's see how it sells. You want to know something hilarious? A huge reason I did Hoenn for the Road to 10 Mil series in this season is that I wanted to farm Dittos for profit. It is episode 28 and I haven't done that once yet. That's embarrassing. However, this is the perfect time for me to test out and get a new Ditto catching Pokemon. That's right. I'm not talking about Smeargle, I'm not talking about Parasect, not Breloom, not even Sneasel Weavile assist strats. There is a new assist Pokemon on the market. With one of the still semi-recent updates to PokeMMO, Meowth actually got access to the False Swipe TM, which is a really big deal. It previously didn't have that. But hey, how do you spore or put to sleep a Ditto with a Meowth? Hypnosis would be terrible. You're correct. Hypnosis would be terrible. We can use assist strats. If you don't know, assist strats essentially consist of using a Pokemon with False Swipe and Assist. We can even do Pickup and Payday on this Meowth, which is one of the biggest reasons why to use it. And then you have a Pokemon in the back, in the side of your party with like just Spore. You only have like Spore and Sweet Scent or certain moves. Assist is a really strange move that can only grab certain moves. So for example, if you have the Meowth and then a Spore Pokemon in your party, a Parasect with just Spore, you delete all the other moves, and then you have 3 Dittos with Transform or 4 Dittos with Transform. Assist actually can't grab Transform. There's weird moves like that. You have to look up a list to actually double check everything, but I'm sure this strat should work. But one of the complicated parts about this strat is that the Assist is an egg move for Meowth, so you do have to breed one from scratch, or we could try to find one on the GTL with Assist, but I'm gonna guess it's probably pretty expensive. If I wasn't clear enough with it, the biggest benefit to using Meowth with this new strategy is the fact that it has pickup. So you can essentially just make a little bit of extra Pokeyen per hour just by farming the Dittos like you normally would. We definitely want something with a plus attack nature. That's going to be super important on these Meowths. Meowth really struggles with damage sometimes since its base attack stat is only 45. A lot of times people ask me, hey, should I get a Meowth or should I get a Munchlax? Or I've heard Munchlax is better. Munchlax can be better in some really niche situations like high level Basculins. I believe it can one-shot them when I believe Meowth might not be able to one-shot some of the new Basculins after the lore update and addition. But usually they're the same because what ends up happening is Meowth has low attack and high speed, so you end up having to use a choice band and going a plus attack nature on Meowth. Munchlax, however, on the other hand, I don't have my Pokedex, so I can't really use it for this example, but Munchlax has high attack and low speed, and I mean low speed, 5 base stat speed, but he has like 100 or something base attack, maybe 85 base attack. So he's a really strong hit, but for him, you're going Jolly Nature, you're going Choice Scarf. So on both Pokemon, on Meowth, you have the natural high speed, you make up for the physical attack. On Munchlax, you have the high physical attack, you're making up for the speed. They generally just have the opposite weaknesses and strengths, although some Pokemon can only get one shot by Munchlax. But Munchlax also is a lot more expensive and a lot more difficult to get. But hey, how did this become a payday pickup guide? I don't know. Let's go find our Meowth to buy. Whenever I'm looking for egg move information, I heavily recommend Bulbapedia. It always helps me out. So I'm looking at the assist move on Bulbapedia, and it lets me know I can look at Skitty, Glameow, Purugly, Purloin, and Liepard. These all learn the move assist by level up, and then by breeding, we see our boy Meowth here. So this essentially tells me that only these 5 Pokemon are what I need to get to breed with a Meowth. So I'm probably going to need, I would guess, a male of whatever of these Pokemon, and then a female Meowth. Now, sometimes it's best to just breed an egg move without worrying about the IVs at all and then going from there, or sometimes it's better to actually just breed up the IVs along the way. Really just depends on the market. If I have to buy a female Meowth anyway, honestly, I might as well go ahead and buy this one for 5k. It's nothing great, but it has lonely nature, which is something you can take over. You're looking for a plus attack nature that doesn't subtract speed, so anything but brave. You're looking for something like lonely, naughty, adamant. These will all work. And the big benefit to this one is actually not the 20 plus attack. I'm just going to brace that at 31 attack. Now, the big benefit here is the 25 plus speed. Defenses don't really matter. We'll see if we can roll some up, but probably not. So now we need a male of some of the Pokemon listed. A Skitty, Glameow, Purugly, Purloin, or Liepard with 31 attack male. And it has to have the move Assist. Let's actually not forget that. It's super cool that we can now search that on the GTL. It is looking like nothing is going to come up for that. The cheapest one is going to be this Sneasel that someone bred clearly for. Honestly, it's a pretty fair priced Sneasel for what they're going for. But let's go ahead and let's get rid of that. What we'll do is we'll just Mushroom or Heart Scale to relearn the move, and we'll deal with that later. That's easy peasy. Well, never in a million years would I have expected this, but there's literally no 31 attack IV cats on the GTL. We're probably going to have to breed our own. Look at this, 48k for the Skitty. Glameow, I can't type. Glameow, 34k. Like, people are buying these. People are trying to get those assist Meowths. That is, I mean, it makes sense, but that's crazy to me. It's pretty interesting how niche markets or like really good money making methods like this can like drive the GTL crazy, and being on top of that to make really good money can be a big deal. Being at the right place at the right time, not even that, but just like thinking at the right place at the right time. Whenever an update happens, whenever a Pokemon gets moved between tiers, which is something I might touch on later to make some money, you want to think, you know what? Hey, Venusaur just got moved back down to NU. It's a really strong Pokemon there. How can I make money on this? Should I go breed Bulbasaurs? Should I do something that breeds like Soak Smeargle so that people can farm and catch Bulbasaurs? Because people might want to do that now. Should I do something with Giga Drain TMs? What is the best way to approach making the most money on this? Every single small update in PokeMMO is a huge chance to make Pokeyen, and I don't think a lot of people take advantage of that or think about it as much. That's a huge reason why you should be paying close attention to PvP tier changes. Not only if you're a PvP player, but if you're someone who cares about making Pokeyen in the game, which is most players, everyone should probably be watching those tier changes. It's a great way to capitalize on the changing market. Okay, I was pretty confident I'd be able to find a pretty cheap Liepard on this, and I was able to, only around 2,500 Pokeyen, so that's like the start of our breed there. We bought this Meowth as well. Was that 5k? You know what? Let's keep track of the cost for this. It's kind of a weird thing to keep track of the cost for since it's such a strange Pokemon. It's gonna be like a really long-term tool as well. So how do you gauge the like profit out? But you know what? Let's do it for fun. Don't worry, I know they're both female. I'm not gonna be breeding these two together. I have to turn this Liepard into a male first and give it assist. Once again, I decided to do this because it was going to be so astronomically expensive to actually just straight out buy a Purloin or Liepard or anything of the sort, and I'm going to be able to make mine for around, it looks like 30k or so, when it would have costed me like 60k. That one Glameow was 30k, but this one's going to be a lot better. As you can see, these stats are legitimately good. 14k for this Amaldra. I'm going to go ahead and just buy it up and use it as a breeder. This should work out perfectly. We are going to have to attack brace the Amaldra. That's going to be the one thing we have to consider. Let's go ahead and throw that on. Put this in the breeder so it looks like, and then bam, here we go. 31 attack, 20 to 25 plus and all these stats. I'm not going to be able to high roll these all into my Meowth, but we'll see how it goes. We do have to pay the extra 5k to make this male as well, so we do have to pay for that. So it's getting a little pricier than I expected. I will say, I think we're at 35k or something total. Remember, Patrouski, the point of the calculator was to actually keep track of this. So we've got plus 5k for the cost of the gender, plus 10k for the brace, and then plus 14k for the Amaldra. 38k was the total cost, but it's going to come out really good, so I am okay with that. Honestly, I could just sell it for profit if I wanted to. And we are going to need an Everstone to go ahead and embrace the nature on this Meowth. Let's pick that up for like 6k, I think they cost right now. All right, the Purloin hatched. Let's see what it looks like. Careful nature. I mean, that's good for me. Wow, it rolled really well. Now, the reason why I'm at Island 2 in Kanto is because I'm here to actually use mushrooms to relearn the move. It's usually slightly cheaper to use mushrooms, but heart skills are so cheap nowadays that it often doesn't matter. But if you have access to Kanto, you might want to come back here for this assist. There we go, 4 tiny mushrooms. That's like 5k or something, maybe 6k. It's really cheap. but I still want to include it in my price check, so I'm going to add the 6k over on the price check. A 50k total cost for this so far. I'd be happy spending like 100k or more on this. It's going to make so much profit at Dittos once you get there. The issue is we're going to have to do a lot of EV training and XP training. XP training is going to be a huge... We might just have to go do an hour of XP charms this episode or something at Tentacruels. But for now, let's buy an attack brace and get this breed started and actually see what it looks like. That's obviously going to put our total cost up to 60k, but that should be the last cost of the breed, I believe. Here is what the breed looks like. Speed is good. Special defense, hoping for a high roll. Doesn't really matter though. HP, hoping for a medium to high roll. Special attack is getting left by the wayside, and that's okay. This Meowth is coming out with assist, and that's all we were worried about. We will have to buy a false swipe TM, so we can go ahead and do that while it's hatching. Don't care about gender for this breed. I feel like if you're watching season 3 of Road to PokeMMO, you probably know this, but if you're ever looking for TMs, it's to the left of Oplucid City in Unova. It's going to be your best bet. It has the shopping mall with pretty much every single TM in the entire game in it. I believe it literally is every TM, so let's go ahead and show you guys really quick. If you don't know, but pretty sure all you gamers know, right here, this shopping mart. All the TMs. I will say they did an update semi-recently where they actually sorted them all by typing, and I don't like this. Before it was sorted by alphabetized, and even that was like kind of annoying to scroll through. But now it's like even worse because you have to look for what type of move you want and then go by alphabetization. I don't know why they did this, but whoops. There we go. False swipe, only 10k. I thought it was actually gonna be a 20k TM, so easy peasy. I probably should have checked the GTL. It's possible that it's cheaper on the GTL. Sometimes certain moves, okay, this one is not. Certain moves will be cheaper, or certain TMs will be cheaper on the GTL. Some will be more expensive. It all depends. But that extra 10k for the TM does leave us with a total cost of 70k for this, or total cost of 70k, excuse me, not 130k. Total cost of 70k for the making of this Meowth, and we're going to make easily 200k plus Pokeyen per hour at Dittos with it. We do need to stock up on Dust Balls for that strategy while we're here, so let's go ahead and do that, even though it's a little preemptive. Do they not have Dust Balls here? Well, that's embarrassing. One floor up. I was like, I'm pretty sure they have Dust Balls here. One floor up, they have Dust Balls. This is the best ball at Dittos right now, from my understanding. I'm going to buy one stack of 99 and just roll with that for now. Maybe 2 stacks. We'll do 1 stack for now. That should easily get us a Ditto box. We'll make some big money on it, hopefully. So we'll roll with that for now, and let's go ahead and wait till this hatches, and then we'll have a lot of training to do, unfortunately. More training. Kind of getting sick of it. All right, but there it is. Our Meowth hatched. Lonely nature, 31 attack IV, 20 plus HP, 25 plus defense. The special defense didn't roll. That's obviously totally okay. Speed is 25 plus. This is a really solid Meowth. We're going to put false swipe on it. We can also go ahead and put payday on it once it learns it. The problem now is, or the trouble now comes in, I'm gonna have to do so much grinding before I can actually go farm Dittos, but I'm hoping I can go farm Dittos in the next episode. Maybe I'll be able to farm like 1 Ditto in this episode. We'll see. And you know what though, this gives me a good excuse to do some good stream content, some EV training, some XP training, some grinding on stream. We'll knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, we're set up, but we need 3 more Pokemon. Once again, you always want to EV train efficiently. So I'm going to look for some physical attacking Pokemon that I can get for cheap to make some mediocre comps to flip on later. I'm actually going to look for some decent Pokemon today. 25 plus attack and speed, 20 plus in defenses. Should we go for nature as well? I'm going to look for some decent stuff and see what we can rock with. We saw a Ditto there for really cheap. Is this flippable? Probably not, but it's close. I'm not going to worry about it for the time being. Let's do lowest price. We see Litwick, obviously not good. We see a Pikachu, 20k. The issue is Pikachu needs egg moves, so someone would have to kind of mistakenly buy it. Or I guess, does it need egg moves still? You can put it on with special and stuff. Well, it needs Vault Tackle, and that's an egg move, so you could do this, but it's not going to be peak Pikachu. Well, now I'm focused on this Ditto, so let's go ahead and price check this. Let's see if I could actually flip this. Let's hit for 3 minutes, 35k. Let's go ahead and do 30, 20 plus in every stat. Yeah, we'll look at like this. I probably am just going to flip this really quick. Yeah, 35k, we'll buy that. I don't know what we price it back at, though, is the issue. That's a really difficult thing to price. This one's 125k. I mean, if we can just flip it really quick, let's do 120k for this Ditto. That would be the fastest, I mean, what, like 80k profit in the whole world after listing fee and stuff? Let's go for it, fellas. Something like 70k, 80k profit. Easiest thing in the world. Let's see how it goes for. Let's go ahead and collect this Pokeyen while we're here as well. A nice 140k for that Ralts, even though Gallade got banned. That's an awesome sale to see. But let's go back to looking for those competitive Pokemon or mediocre comps to sell. We see an Azumarill for really cheap, another Pokemon that needs tons of edge moves, so it puts it in this really weird situation. But someone could just buy it for Choice Band Azumarill. The issue is you don't get Aqua Jet. But you know what? I mean, for 4K, it's just hard to pass up on. I'm going to go ahead and buy that, honestly. I'm looking for stuff quick right now so I can go ahead and just get streaming and get back to actually grinding. You want to get back to grinding as quick as possible. Sometimes it's not always going to be worth looking for the most perfect, incredible Pokemon to EV train. You just want to get back to grinding. Let's check start dates as well to see if we can see some cheap stuff. That's the one I listed. This Gyarados. It was a Gyarados or a Magikarp. Looks like it just got listed for only 6K. Oh, that's a nice budget mon. This Girder is really solid. It's missing the 20 plus in special defense, which is its biggest issue, but for only 70K, and with how popular and powerful Conkeldurr is, like the OU tier, it's in like the top 6 most used, top 8 most, whatever Pokemon. Really good Pokemon, has pretty much all the stats that it needs. Adamant nature, it's super solid. XP share on everything. There's one in the PC, so I will have to go grab that really quick. If you ever do leave or lose an item in the PC, you can go ahead and just search for it like this, and usually it'll come up. XP share over on this Blastoise. I did go ahead and make a box in my PC as well to sort things. So all of these Pokemon are Pokemon that need EV trained or XP trained. They're all just sort of thrown in here. So that'll be really nice in the future since I'm really developing the account. I do want to start box sorting. Usually you don't have to worry about box sorting for quite a long time since, or at least like to the most part, like I only have like 1 or 2 boxes that are properly sorted. The rest is kind of just filler. Right? You don't really need to do too much, but at some point it just becomes, you have so many Pokemon. The longer you play, the later you get into the game, you just end up with so many Pokemon that box space actually becomes an issue, and you have to start releasing stuff or selling stuff to be able to catch more or gain new Pokemon. If you collect enough competitive Pokemon, you run out of space. I know that can end up sounding really silly for new players, but I don't know, it happens surprisingly fast, I would say. Let's go ahead and go back to our little attack spot with Primeape and Arbok. We do need Lepus for it, but it's a really cool spot. Alright, this will be the last hordes. This group of Primeapes is going to be 252 attack EVs, easy peasy. Off to speed EV training. I might head over to Linoon for this one in Hoenn, kind of a cool shiny and a cool location. Crunch on the Gyarados is a nice learn. We're getting some good moves on it. We are avoiding the evolution on our Meowth so far. All right, I believe this is the correct location. This should be Linoon, and this should give 10 speed EVs per horde. Nice, pretty easy peasy location. I'll see you guys when I'm done with the training. All right, here's the last horde for speed. Talk about a pretty quick EV training session. 252 attack, 252 speed done on 4 Pokemon. Now I just have a ton of XP training to do. I'll do all of these guys passively, the Azumarill, the Gyarados, and the Girder. The Meowth I am going to do actively most likely. I'll take the XP shares off these Pokemon, throw them back into the PC, into this beautiful new box we set up. We'll take that back out. Now, I think it's just time to go ahead and actually focus on XP training this Meowth. All right, here we are at the Tentacruel spot in Hoenn, the best XP in the game that is free to farm and close to a PC. Thankfully, I do have an XP charm 100%, which is awesome, and we have tons of Pokemon to level, so even if I finish this Meowth, which I don't think I'll be able to do in 1 hour, we still should be good though. So let's see how much I can get done. We're starting at level 28. I'm really hoping I don't miss any of the evolution cancels. That would be really bad, but it's not worth paying for an XP reamplifier like 3 mil or whatever just to get, you know, ignore that. So we'll see how it goes. I'm gonna go ahead and pop the charm. We're gonna start farming. I have my discharge Jolteon. It'd be better, I will say, if my Jolteon wasn't level 100 and I was farming something, you know, with something lower level, but don't really have the time / want to take the time to worry about that. I'm going to go ahead and just get started. So we have our teleport Pokemon. We're catching Pokemon just in case we see a shiny. Let's pop it. Got a lot of grinding to do. Let's get started. See you guys later. All right, we're around halfway into the charm, obviously 30 minutes in. We went from level 28 all the way to 75, but we still need like 600k XP, so we're almost halfway there. Not really, and not, we're probably not going to reach level 100 within the hour, which is kind of unfortunate, but it's still a pretty fast leveling considering all things, which is really nice. I'll probably end up around, if I were to guess, level 96 to 98. I'm going to guess level 97. That's my guess. Level 97 by the end of the hour. Okay, I'm about to do something really panicked, but kind of hilarious and hopefully beneficial. So I'm actually gonna go buy a Hyper Voice TM really quick on my Meowth and then put it onto it, obviously. And what I'm gonna do is go to a different location. If I can actually use my now high level Meowth to kill the hordes themselves, I would get way more XP than rely on Jolteon to do it. Even if I'm not killing Tentacruel hordes, which I'm probably not gonna be able to do since those are pretty difficult to kill, have really high special defense and everything. I think you can't kill Tentacruel hordes with a Meowth, even with like 31 special attack, EV trained, and like mild nature. I still don't know if you can kill them, just because they are so tanky. So, and you don't have a super effective attack. So I'm gonna go grab this TM really quick. 18 minutes left on Charm. I know I'm wasting a bit of it here. I'm gonna try to be as quick as possible. We'll probably head over to like Marowak, would be my guess, over in Kanto. That's probably a decent spot to do. It's going to cost me 25k. What would it cost me on the GTL? I do want to double check really quick, but it's probably Hyper V. Yeah, let's pick that up then. 25k, I'm okay with that. Let's teach it really quick. All right, Hyper Voice, let's teach it over... This is actually kind of tough. We'd probably go over Taunt, but that's actually a tough choice. Yeah, I'm going to go over Taunt. We're then going to head over to Kanto, get a choice spec off of our Typhlosion, go to the Marowak Sand Slash spot. That's probably a pretty decent spot to do this, at least I would think. Also, it gives us a really good chance for a shiny, and we should get a lot more XP. That only took me around a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes to do this, so I think it's definitely going to be worth it for the extra XP I get. Hopefully I'm not mistaken. I should have just done this a little sooner. I was definitely way too late to actually getting to this, but choice specs, let's put it on. Let's see. I think I'm going to be able to kill these hordes. If not, I can go do like Rapidash, or there's some horde I can kill at this level for sure. So let's go ahead and damage test, fellas. All right, here we go. Sand Slash horde. We've got our Meowth. I do need to move Hyper Voice up to the top slot. That's going to be important. These guys are really defensively bulky, but not special defensively bulky at all. Let's see if Hyper Voice kills. If they are resistant to it, though, is the issue. Yeah, this does not kill. But I do not have enough damage to kill. Meowth has a really, really low special attack stat, and it's not EV trained in it at all. So that's not great. I do have to find a different horde now. But let's see how much I would have gained XP-wise. Okay, I would have gained like 10k XP or something from that horde, though. So that would have been incredible. But I wasn't able to kill it. I'm going to go test Pidgeotto really quick because it's so close to a PC and just so close to where I'm at. So I'm going to heal up and go check this spot really quick. Okay, here's Pidgeotto damage numbers. Almost. This is tough. I'm so close to being able to do one. Maybe I should have a little more XP. I'm gonna stay here for a little. I'm so close to being able to kill. Unless there's a different like super specially defensive weak Pokemon I can do. How much XP did I gain here as well? That's important. I didn't gain that much XP, did I? Was that 6k? I guess like 7k? That was kind of shit XP. Okay, I'm really just scrambling around at the moment to try to find a good Pokemon to do this with. We're going to test Tangela really quick. This is a really forgotten spot. Really good XP, really good shiny, really low special defense, really high defense. Let's see how this works. Yes, there we go. Whew, okay, I knew it. This is a really forgotten spot, but we are able to one-shot them. Only 4,200 XP, though? That's not good. That's literally less XP than Tangela, or Tentacruel, excuse me. Man, this sucks. Did I waste all this time for nothing? That's kind of the question that I'm losing a lot of XP here. The best thing I can probably do right now is just head back to Sand Slash and stay there until I can actually kill that horde. Okay, we're not even close to killing. I thought we were a little closer. Doing 70% there is so atrocious. I am going to have to head somewhere else. We're gonna try Pelipper next. Okay, back to Tentacruel I go as a defeated gamer. It was a good idea to try it, but my Meowth is just really, really bad in terms of special attack IV. It's not special attack EV trained at all. It wasn't gonna work. I tried. That's okay. We tried Pelipper. No damage. I kind of wasted some time, but it's not the end of the world. All right, that is the end of our XP charm. We ended up getting our Meowth to level 90, which is pretty solid, and we're just under 8,000 encounters. I definitely wasted a fair bit of time by going around and trying to do the hyper voice strats, but you know what? I think it was worth it. It was a mistake. It was my mistake. It was my fault. Oopsie whoopsie. Happens. Definitely a very real part of this series is just showing the mistakes that most players will make at some point throughout their Pokemon career. Maybe how you can avoid them, or maybe learning from my mistakes and then how I try to correct them as soon as possible. Okay, at this point, now that Meowth is level 90, what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just go do another gym run, hilariously, since enough time has passed to where it's refreshed. So I can do some more passive leveling from that, and then after that gym run is over, I'll go ahead and level up the rest of it with some clear XP training. I've really set a goal to where I really want to get this Meowth level 100 and done by the end of this video. I want to be able to do Dittos soon. But I'm going to get my team set up, buy a Rich's Charms, and I'll see you guys in a couple hours. All right, it's post my gym run, post all that, post streams, etc., etc. We're back out on our own. We don't have an XP charm, but I still want to level this Meowth to level 100 ASAP. It's super important to me. I set that goal. I want to achieve it. And the biggest thing is I want to do it now while I'm kind of focused so I don't miss an evolution cancel at this point. Missing an evolution cancel is just the nightmare situation. And at this point, it would only be even that much worse. So I'm gonna try to really focus up. I still can't one-shot these hordes of Marowak. Unfortunately, I'm really close. I guess we're gonna stay here for a little bit and see what we can do, but I might just have to head back to Tentacruels. This is not looking great. Yeah, Endeavor, I'm getting obliterated here. Okay, I think I'm going to stay at this location just because I do really like this location. I'm going to go ahead and chill here with the power of XP share. I'll use my Dragonite to just surf these down and level up my Meowth. And that is 8,000 encounters, by the way, up in the top right-hand corner of the screen. 8,003 encounters since the last shiny on the Cool Duder account. I am only getting 2,300 XP per horde, which is pretty pitiful after seeing that 6k per horde with the XP charm for Tentacruels. But even without the XP charm, I'd probably only be getting around 3k XP per horde when it's split like that at Tentacruels now. So getting slightly less at a location that I enjoy more is sometimes worth it. I always talk about how playing PokeMMO, especially long term, is all about efficiency plus fun and sort of finding the best combination for you. I really like this location. It's extremely nostalgic for me. I used to grind here just running back and forth on original Pokemon Fire Red for XP, and then I would also grind here in early days of PokeMMO because this is one of the best spots in the game, and I would love to one day get a shiny Sandslash. So a lot of reasons why I love this location, so I'm going to stick it out here. Alrighty, I just got level 99 and I did manage to actually cancel the evolution. I know it may sound stupid to you guys, but I am actually really proud that I was able to not let this thing accidentally evolve. And for the last level, I'm going to go ahead and use a rare candy. I don't usually do that, but they are untradeable, so it's nice to use them at some points. Like, I like to save these for like when I'm leveling Brelooms and stuff as well, since those take way more XP to level. But you know what? We finally got our level 100 Meowth ready to go. Another payday Pokemon, as well as being a Ditto catching Pokemon. Now, there are two more things we need really quick to technically have the setup totally complete. So let me go grab those really quick. First things first is one ability pill to go ahead and switch that over to pickup ability. We'll go ahead and use that and show you guys what that looks like. Use on Meowth. Pickup, please. Accept. Thank you very much. Yes, that is what I want. Technician's also great, but you really want the pickup. That's kind of why you go for Meowth. All right, now next to complete this setup, I need a Spore Pokemon. I need to delete every single other move that's on that Pokemon. So I'm going to go to the move deleter in Fuchsia City right here to the left of the PC. It's just the house immediately to the left of the PC. I think it costs 5k per move, which isn't too expensive. I just grabbed this random Parasect, out of my PC. It doesn't really matter like what Pokemon you grab. You just need something with Spore. Now I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do all this. We're going to do this. We're going to forget all of his moves. And then we also do have to teach him a special move that I'll show you guys in a sec. And we also do have to get a couple different PP maxes for my Meowth. We're probably going to PP max assist and then probably also payday. We might not need to though. We'll see. I often PP max a lot of payday Pokemon, but this Meowth specifically, since it's mostly going to be at Dittos, may not need that treatment. But here we go, the last move getting deleted. And this is a ton of setup. It is a lot to get this sort of special assist strat setup going. But in my opinion, it's super, super, super worth it. I was pretty baffled at how good this strat is comparatively to Breloom, the sub Breloom strat. Now you just saw me teach Dig to Parasect, and that was on purpose. Don't you worry. We're gonna go ahead and actually keybind that over here so we can get out of the cave. But with that, I think I'm finally ready. Let's go over to Hoenn and test it. I'm gonna go ahead and buy a couple PP maxes off the GTL. Honestly, they're super cheap right now. I'm just gonna buy one for now, I guess, but 18k, dude. PP max are such an incredible item in the game, and for them to only be 18k is pretty crazy. There's been many times in the past where they've been 50, 60. I think the greatest I ever saw them at was like 100k. They're a really powerful item. So there we go. We did PP max assist, which is gonna help us stay in the cave for longer, which is super nice. When you do use assist to grab Spore, people ask, does it use the Spore or the assist PP, which I understand is kind of confusing. It does only use the assist PP. It doesn't actually use the Spore one. So I'm gonna catch one Ditto to show you guys. Do I have to do a little mini quest? I actually don't remember. No, I'm okay. Okay, we can go through. Whew. I haven't been here on this account yet. It's such a huge farming spot, as you can see. Just look how many players are here. Oh man, Ditto Cave is something I miss. It's a crazy sight to see. Let's go ahead and catch one. Man, it is hilarious that it's taken me 28 episodes to get here, and I've put a lot of progress. I should have false swiped first. I kind of misclicked here, but that's okay. You guys get the gist. What you're gonna do, the reason why it'll always grab Spore, because it can't grab Dig. The reason being is that it's like a 2-turn move, and it assist just doesn't grab those moves. I don't know why, but that's really it. You just want to false swipe Spore. If it transforms into your Meowth, that's okay. The biggest benefit between this method and the Breloom strat is that if the Ditto transforms into your Breloom, you can no longer Spore it and put it to sleep, and this is really nice. So the other strat used to be assist Smeargle or assist Weavile or Sneasel, excuse me, but Meowth is nice once again because you also get pickup, so to be able to catch Dittos and also make a little bit of pickup profit here and there, or maybe you want to payday some of the Whismers and stuff you encounter. It may take a little bit of a longer encounter. There we go, first catch Dust Ball. Man, Meowth is just a sick Pokemon to be able to use for this. It's so cool that it got access to false swipe, and that's, yeah, there we go, our first Ditto caught. Man, are you guys excited for a ton of Ditto grinding the next episode? I know that I am. Like I've said, I've been putting a lot of time, many days of recording and progress into these episodes recently, so I hope you're enjoying the road to PokeMMO. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate your time. Hopefully it was well spent, well worth it. Hopefully you got a lot of progress done in PokeMMO today, or maybe at your job, or whatever you're doing in the background while you're watching this. I really appreciate it. Like the video if you enjoyed it, dislike if you didn't, subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO content, follow the Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. Discord's down below if you're interested in that, and if you want to go above and beyond and support the channel, YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, choking on my own spit from talking too much, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, PayPal, Venmo, you guys know the drill. I appreciate it. Have a great day, and just have fun playing PokeMMO. Yo, thank you so much for watching until the very end of the video. I really appreciate that, and hopefully it was worth your time. If your name is on this list, that means I appreciate you even more, and you go above and beyond and physically allow my channel to function. I appreciate you so much, and have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name's Patrouski. Welcome back to Road to PokeMMO, the series where we are making 10 million Pokeyen essentially from scratch on a new account. We're following the whole main account journey process and showing you guys how to make money in PokeMMO in the year 2023, how to progress your account, what things you need, etc, etc. Whether you're new to the game, in the middle stages of the game, at endgame, there should be something within the series that should give you a tip or advice or trick to help your journey. Now today we get to do something super special and do something that I've been wanting to do for an extremely long time on this account, in this season, in this specific region, in Hoenn. We're going to be farming Dittos, and we can finally do that since we worked up the courage to get together our assist Meowth and our perfect Parasect to go with him with Spore and Dig. Now if you've never seen this strategy before, let me go ahead and show you what it looks like. So we're in Falibur Town. We get to go to the left over here into this little building. If we come back through here through the little tunnel mine that someone apparently dug into their own home for seemingly no reason, we follow it all the way back. You'll see all of the people, the many people here farming Dittos. And what you do is you go ahead and get into an encounter, you throw up a false swipe. I'm going to go ahead and make sure to switch these two moves in different positions actually after. If they transform into your Meowth, that's totally okay. You then go for an assist. If the wild Ditto goes for an assist like you just saw, they actually can't grab any move. And now that it's false swipe and assisted with a Spore, I can go ahead and catch it with Dust Balls. You do need a lot of Dust Balls for this strategy, and they can be kind of expensive, but you should end up profiting quite a bit. I started with one full stack of Dust Balls. This is going to put me down to 97. There we go, another Dust Ball first catch. I think it ends up being around 1.5 Dust Balls, maybe 2 Dust Balls per catch on a Ditto. We got a nice Quick Powder there as well. That doesn't really sell for much, but it is a 1x31 attack Ditto. Now, normally, I would go ahead and label this, but nowadays with the new PC UI, you actually no longer have to label your good IV Pokemon, at least like this. It is still good to label noted Pokemon, so I will be doing that. But other than that, I'm just going to sit here and grind for quite a while, probably through my whole stack of Dust Balls, and then see you guys after the progress. That will take a lot of time, probably a couple hours. You can even see my encounter counter in the top right-hand corner of the screen. You'll see that go up over time. So we're starting at 8,145. I'll also probably be paydaying any of the Whismers or other Pokemon here. I think it's like a 40 or 60% chance here for Ditto, and then the other bit, the 40 or 60%, the other side of it is like Whismer and Loudred. So we'll sometimes run into those, but it's usually Ditto, and you can just payday them for a little bit of extra more profit. If you want to see me stream grinds like this live, you can always check out my streams. I stream here on YouTube and on Twitch, both of which are linked down in the description below. but I will be seeing you guys in a couple hours my time, or a quick second your guys' time. Alright, yo, what's up? It's been a while, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to make this clip since I currently don't have access to a proper microphone. This is a temporary microphone, so I really wasn't sure if I wanted to upload videos with this, like, a temporary mic setup on my account. I feel like that's kind of weird with YouTube, but anyways, I needed to talk about this, and I wanted to continue making progress on the Cool Duder account, so excuse the temporary, less good microphone. Here are the dittos that I've caught so far on this account. Almost 60. This was using the one stack of dust balls that I did have. I am now entirely out of dust balls. Now, I'm not even close to being done catching dittos. Don't you worry. I just wanted to record to show you guys that progress. This was one full stack of dust balls caught. Now, I want to go buy great balls, and I really want to test this. A lot of people swear by and say that great balls are actually better for catching dittos than dust balls, but I really don't know. And comparing one stack of dittos caught via dust balls versus one, dittos caught via one stack of great balls isn't really a great comparison. It's not really enough to actually like warrant data, right? When we're talking about collecting data, you have to do a lot of things. You have to farm for like a very, very, very long amount of time, probably 10 hours or so to like actually get proper data on something. So this is more so just for fun. I'm not really going to show you guys, oh, like great balls are for sure better than dust balls or vice versa. It's more so just for fun. I'm more so just testing for the feel of it myself and to make some more Pokeyen. And I want to keep farming dittos, and I can't do so without recording this clip. So we have tons of great balls now. We're going to keep farming, keep making profit. I'll see you guys soon. All right, something hilarious just happened. A normal chatter of mine, Rummel, asked me, hey, if you were to encounter a shiny Loudred here in a horde, how would you catch it? And you know what I did? I looked at my Pokemon, and I said, oh, my Parasect's level 30. I have no way to clear the other Loudred in the horde to catch the shiny. I wouldn't survive. Oh, I'd be fucked, wouldn't I? So I realized that if I don't go level my Parasect to level 100 right now, if I were to encounter, it's like, like a slim chance, but if I were to encounter a shiny Loudred in a horde, I would simply lose the shiny. I can't tell you the amount of times that I should have lost a shiny, and my chat has saved my ass. So once again, shout out to Rummel. That's a huge piece of advice. If you are doing this strategy, this method, please, please, please prepare for the off chance of encountering a shiny. I am going to immediately go start XP training and leveling up this Parasect. All right, and what's a better way to level a Pokemon than doing a gym run? Let's go ahead and do another one, fellas. I know I feel like I've done a lot of gym runs this episode. I try to avoid them because the point of this series is to show off like interesting, different money-making methods and everything, but gym runs are good and they are important. And you know what? For this example, and this far into the series, I feel comfortable with it. All right, gym run completed, some leveling done, level 55 on the Parasect. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to finish this thing off because I really don't want to go back to farming dittos without this thing really being ready. So I'm just going to chill for now, and we'll figure it out along the way. Ladies and gentlemen and people of royalty, this has been an extremely strange episode of Road to PokeMMO, and I appreciate you guys bearing with it, and hopefully you've enjoyed it. As you can tell, I do have my new microphone in, so we're testing that out now, and I just want to go ahead and honestly just talk about what's happened so far this episode. I don't even know how much footage I have. It feels like it's been a ton, but I actually don't think it's been that much. And it's also strange because I think I'm about to do another gym run, which is once again not what this series is supposed to be about, but this episode has become such a multi-day long fiasco sort of situation. I really want to go back to farming dittos, I want to go back to dittos, but I need to level this Parasect up to a level to where I'm comfortable to actually go do that, since I don't want to get caught with a shiny Loudred situation like I explained earlier. We do have a decent amount of dittos caught in the GTL, as you can see here, but at the same time, I am now in a weird situation where I have a ton of great balls. I bought a bunch of great balls recently because I've heard those are really good at dittos. I've only caught around like 4 dittos with them, and I'm gonna be totally honest, I'm really not enjoying them. I will absolutely go back to Dusk Ball Gang as soon as possible. People swear by great balls, and people have run some studies with great balls, but the issues from what I've seen with those studies, they're usually really short term, and a lot of times those studies will remove the 1x31s and 2x31 variables from that element of the quote-unquote data, right? And that doesn't really work because one of the huge benefits of using dust balls at dittos is that you're able to catch more dittos per hour. More dittos per hour equals more of those 1 out of every 6 dittos 1 times 31s, or those 1 out of every 78 on average 2 times 31s. One of the huge benefits of using dust balls is getting more IV dittos. So if you remove those from the equation, yeah, of course great balls are going to come out statistically more profitable, but it also doesn't make them any less of a pain. So there's a mental thing to consider going on there with dust balls just being really quick, 1 to 2 dust balls on average. Someone quoted me recently that it takes like 2.5 great balls on average to catch a ditto. From my minimal experience, it's been like 4 to 8. It's been so many great balls per catch, but once again, I've literally caught 4 ditto, so that is not really a good use of data. Now, is it? Not even, just a stack of 99 great balls used wouldn't be enough, let alone like 20 great balls or whatever I've used catching those 4 dittos. Well, there we go. Just a little ramble to catch us all up to date and get us talking and figuring out what's happening in this episode. So I am going to go do another gym run, strangely enough, and then I'm going to go ahead and after the gym run, I might just go do some XP leveling. We have so much stuff to XP train, like I've talked about. I don't know how many more gym reruns we're actually going to do throughout the series. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to leveling all of these Pokemon. Look at this. I have so many Pokemon to XP train. It might just be worth, like I said, popping some XP charms and just going at it. These are Pokemon that need to be EV trained. These are Pokemon that all need XP trained, I believe. So yeah, that might be worth the charm, fellas. I've also been really enjoying doing a lot of this series on stream recently. I always kind of worry that if you watch the series on stream or watch me record content on stream, I might be, double dipping in the same viewer base, and I don't want you guys to be wasting your time repeating the same content. So I am really curious, do you guys mind me recording clips on stream? If you're a stream viewer, do you not like that? Do you get kind of bored? If you're someone who doesn't watch the streams and just watches the videos, do you not like seeing the chat in the bottom right hand corner of the screen and stuff? Does that kind of cloud things up for you, get in the way? Just some sort of conversations to have. Obviously comments and feedback are always helpful. But that's enough clips and clamoring without actually making any sort of content or progress. Let's go ahead and just do this gym run. I believe, did I get a Richest Charms? I did not, so I'm gonna go pick that up and then we'll start. It's kind of brutal right now because Richest Charms are going up in price every single day. I might actually want to run a calculation really quick on whether it's worth to use amulet coins. I really doubt it. Usually 75% are worth for most people as long as you're doing any decent amount of gyms. But you know what? For the sake of the video and education, I think it's cool to show you guys off the calculator. All right, so here we are. This incredible tool you see on screen now is on PokeMMOHub.com. It should be pretty easy to get to, but if you need a link, yell at me to add it in the description. This website is fantastic. They've really added to it over time and just upped the quality in the game of this website to such an extent that it's really got my eye, and I'm really impressed by it. So here we can see we see the cost of the Richest Charm. This is a lot on screen. I know it's really complicated, but here's essentially all the gyms that I do or try to do within my gym rerun on this account. On my main account, I would add in stuff like 2 of the Sinnoh gyms, for example. I don't even know which towns they are. I think it's like Heartholm and Oreburg or something, or Eterna and Oreburg, but we do 18 gyms, or we try to in this gym. A lot of times we'll lose time at Cinnabar, or we just won't be able to beat Cinnabar without double Blastoise or the Fire Gym and Striation. Sometimes I'll skip those. Sometimes we won't be able to weave those in, but that's okay. We always do the Undella, 2 Rich Trainers. So with this route, with this run, and the charm costing me 52k for a Richest Charms, I end up with 246k profit. That's the important number here. 246k profit is what you would get from doing the Richest Charm 75% run. Now with Amulet Coin, let's go ahead and get rid of this and see if 238k. So it's actually really close right now, which is kind of hilarious. If I were to have a bad run, let's calculate. If I were to have a bad run and not be able to do the Fire Gym and Striation or the Cinnabar Gym, what would it end up being? It would end up being 212k profit, I think. Total earnings profit, yeah, 212k. What about Richest Charm 75%, 215k? So even with a bad run, it's still worth barely to use Richest Charm 75%, so that definitely is important to do. This run is pretty much always guaranteed, like 16 gyms plus these 2 trainers. This is like pretty guaranteed. It's always nice to do a little more, but yeah, so it's definitely still worth for me to use Richest Charms, but it's pretty close, and you might want to check this depending on your gym run, your route. Most people, 75% is going to be worth it. 100% becomes a lot more. You have to do a lot of gyms for that to become worthwhile, but most people should probably probably be using the richest charm 75%. Alright, yo, what's up? Here I am after the gym run at around 1.87 million Pokeyen cash. My Parasect is up to level 68, which just still isn't enough. I definitely want to go XP train him some more somehow. I might do another gym run because this whole recording process for this episode specifically has now become like a week-long thing, and that's really due to a lot of factors, and I'll go ahead and talk about that quick here in a sec. But first things first, we gotta relist some stuff and collect some stuff on the GTL. I guess I can go ahead and ramble while I do that. So we'll go ahead and collect this nice big stacks of Pokeyen, putting us up over 2 million Pokeyen, which is super nice. And I'm going to put these Pokemon away and start relisting stuff just for slightly cheaper. Alright, but what I want to talk about is a couple of things. First of all, I'm really just burnt out at the moment on money making. Like, I'm doing it on both of my accounts right now because there's so many things coming up in the PokeMMO lifespan. We're right before essentially the biggest event season of all time within PokeMMO. They've been delaying Johto. They've been delaying the 10-year anniversary event, or I guess the 11-year anniversary event, and it will become this year. They've been delaying all these things, and now they're all going to be closer and closer together, and you're going to have less money to make money in between them, which makes a problem. It's also going to be important to actually give my main account a bunch of time and a bunch of money. I've been gym rerunning twice every single day, so on 2 accounts, which is super brutal. I always recommend to avoid that. For me personally, especially, gym rerunning on 2 accounts every single day just really burns me out. It's really not fun to me. I kind of just think of gym reruns as my one little chore to do for the day in game, and then I can actually go focus on and do whatever I enjoy. When you're doing that, twice a day, it becomes a lot less like a chore and a lot more of pain, I guess. That's a lot more. It's a lot less fun, honestly. 1 gym rerun a day is a good amount of, okay, I'm doing this for efficiency, I'm doing this for fun, yada yada. But once you're doing 2, it becomes a lot more of even more of a chore, I guess, or less fun, I would argue. But I'm just getting sick of gym reruns, I'm getting sick of money making, and I'm kind of bored of the whole process at the moment. I want to shiny hunt. I'm also trying to avoid methods that are shiny hunting because Shiny Wars is coming up, and there's just a really bad feeling. Even though it doesn't really change my odds, it's still 1 out of 30k. It's a really bad feeling to accidentally get a shiny right before Shiny Wars. It's something I'm really trying to avoid, and there's just a lot of factors, I guess, with Johto, anniversary event, Shiny Wars coming up, all the content, my microphone bricking, my PC bricking throughout this series, throughout the last couple weeks. There's been a lot going on, and I think I'm just kind of finally relaxing and trying to, I guess, figure out what it is I want to do in PokeMMO right now. And the real answer to that is what I want to do is I want Shiny Wars to start. I want to start shunting, but that's not for 3 days, and I still have to do a lot of preparation for that, and preparing for that is a full-time thing. I have to make a ton of Cranidos eggs, as many as I can fit in my PC, and then be able to start hatching them during the actual wars itself, excuse me. So I've been streaming pretty much 5 hours every single day, making Pokeyen, playing on this account, catching Dittos, gathering, buying skull fossils, spending all my Pokeyen on my main account, sorting through Cranidos, doing all this stuff, and it's just, I think it's really starting to take its toll to do money making on both accounts is just really killing it for me. So it's been kind of unfortunate, I guess, in that regard. But I'm kind of just looping at this point, and there is something I actually do want to do a little bit of before the end of this episode. It's kind of why I'm here. I want to do a little breeding for profit. I'm actually in the mood to breed for profit. It sounds kind of fun, which is a perfect middle ground. And I want to do this and I explain all this to show you guys, hey, maybe there's still something you can do to have fun while you're playing PokeMMO. If you're kind of bored, if you're kind of not having fun or not enjoying one aspect of the game, maybe try something else. I'm a huge proponent of, if you're sick and tired or bored of PokeMMO, maybe just shake things up entirely and do something super different. This isn't super different for me, but I know that this is something that I actually do want to do, and I have the urge to do it. This is also a great way for me to limit my encounters, so I'm not really actively shiny hunting, which is good. There's also a huge benefit to doing it right now. Pokemon like Gligar, Venusaur, and Venomoth can make really good money right now. This might not be the case by the time this video is out, since Venomoth is currently being evaluated to be actually taken out of the NU tier alongside Venusaur. Both of these Pokemon are so powerful. They're sitting at 56% win rate, 55% win rate. Gligar's up here at 55% as well. This thing's probably gonna get brought back up to UU. Gligar is one of those Pokemon that's in a really weird spot where it's too good for NU but kind of too weak for UU, so it just kind of puts in this middle ground weird spot where it always gets banned back and forth between the two. But I'm going to try to take advantage of them while I can. I'm going to go ahead and look for Bulbasaurs first, since Venusaur is a pretty cool Pokemon, and I have some experience with it in the NU tier in the past. And here's your number one little tip. Something really important to do when searching for Pokemon like this is I searched for Bulbasaur, Venusaur, and Ivysaur. And Ivysaur has the cheapest 31 special attack stat by a pretty decent margin. 14k for this one. I think Bulbasaur was like 17 or 18k, and then Venusaur was like 60k or something. So Ivysaur wins out here pretty hard. I might go ahead and buy this Ivysaur, but I also want to go ahead. Actually, you know what? I might just go ahead and do that. But we'll get back to that in a sec. First things first, I want to check 25 plus in multiple stats and see if we can find a cheap price for this. This is a good way to snipe some good IV Pokemon that'll give you a solid base to a breed. All right, I think I am just going to go ahead and roll with this Ivysaur. I'm going to get the female one, and I'm going to try to check for egg group breeders, since this one's super cheap and female. That's incredible. But I might have to go end up looking for Dittos. We'll see. And it's crazy. You can see this other Ivysaur. This is the next cheapest 31 special attack Bulbasaur, Ivysaur within that species line, right? This has been up for 8 days. That tells me that people aren't checking through Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur, because if they were, they'd be finding these good deals. All right, Bulbasaur is monster plants. I'm going to check both egg groups. It's probably going to be cheaper to go for plant, because monster can be a pretty decently expensive egg group. Also, this Ivysaur has 20 plus HP in defense. That is super noticeable and actually a nice thing to catch. I honestly didn't even notice that at first. So we see a Cubone for 7k in this egg group. I'm going to go ahead and look for 25 plus. It shouldn't be too more expensive, but we'll see. We'll go plant as well. I do want male gender only. Looking for a breeder. Here we go. A nice Hoppip for 5k. I gotta snipe that up. It's only been up for an hour on the GTL. I mean, that's just going to be perfect for this breed. Now, my special defense is going to be super lacking on this breed, unfortunately, but that's okay. We'll either figure it out or just kind of let it be 0 and just roll with it and sell it as a slightly mediocre but still solid Venusaur. It also super depends on how the nature comes out. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and price check this and make sure I understand how much we've spent on this as well. So bringing up the Windows calculator as per usual, I ended up spending 14k on the Ivysaur, plus 5k for the Hoppip, plus we're about to spend 20k on the braces. So I'll just go ahead and count that in. 39k spent on this so far. And here is what it's going to come out as. 2 times 31, 25 plus, well, 20 plus in HP and defense. We'll go ahead and breed. Yes. Do I want to pay extra for the gender? That's actually such a difficult question. I'm not going to at this point. This is really tough, though. You're going to have to get a Ditto from this point on to breed with it after, if you obviously don't pay for the gender. Man, that's actually a really tough call. I'm not going to. You could go, if you truly wanted to make sure you keep breeding. I might sell it after. I'm not choosing gender because I might just sell this after it hatches, depending on it. But if I wanted to for sure keep breeding it up, making it female probably would have saved a fair bit of money. Okay, well, that egg is hatching and cooking. I want to look for a Gligar breed as well, and I'm probably looking at this one right here. This Gligar, 14k, 25 plus HP, 30 defense, 20 special defense. That's the low part, but 31 speed on top of it. That's phenomenal. I'm definitely going to go ahead and yoink that up. I don't know how important. I was going to say hidden ability is on Gligar. I probably should have checked that first. I would say hidden ability is definitely probably the best ability on Gligar. Let's go ahead and check PvP statistics. I would bet most people are going immunity in NU, but I could be wrong. Yeah, 90% go immunity. Hypercutter's definitely the next best. Yeah, going for hidden ability access is definitely super good on Gligar. Something to keep in mind. I probably should have looked out for it more, but this was still a really good deal, and I can turn this into something. Now I'm going to go ahead and pick up this Ditto for 12k. Only been listed for 2 minutes. That's how you know it's a good deal. Dude, part of me wants to Everstone this Ditto, which is pretty crazy. I'm probably not going to do that, but man, is it tempting, because if that 31 rolled out, it could just be so good. But yeah, I'm not gonna risk it. I think we're gonna spend 20k on braces. We'll add all this to the calculator as well. So 20k on braces for both of those. It was plus 14k for the Gligar, and then plus 12k for the Dittos. This is how much we've spent on both breeds so far. 85k spent. Let's go hatch this next egg, or get this egg going. Here we go, coming out looking nice. The only issue is, as you can see, it's coming out Cool Duder Star, which I am not a fan of. The reason being, if that happens, it means you are risking a shiny Pokemon coming out and not being your OT. Thankfully, Gligar isn't super difficult to catch. I am going to go get one really quick just to not even have that risk happen. But there's our Bulbasaur hatch, and it randomly rolled Modest. You are kidding me. Obviously, that is, I think, the best nature right now. Literally the best nature for Venusaur. Wow. That is how you make a ton of money on a lucky roll. That's fantastic. Some of those best moments in breeding are when you're making some small profit on a breed, you know, like 10 to 15K, 10 to 20K, and then bam, it comes out with the correct nature, and now that profit goes up to like 100K or something insane. It's always nice to make consistent money while breeding, but then when you get a good nature roll, it changes everything. That's phenomenal. For example, if I am to just check 3131 and then go for Modest nature and not even worry about the 25 plus or 20 plus and the other stats, yeah, the cheapest one is going to be 110K. And remember how much we spent on this? We spent what? I think it was 40K? We spent 40K on this breed, and now we're going to make way more. Like, this guy's 240K for Modest. Now this one's obviously much better than mine. I am probably going to go, I might go for like 150 and see if someone bites on it. I think that's super fair. If that one's going for 110, yeah, I'm going to do 150. So, oh my goodness, like, think about that. Or I'll do 145 because after the listing fee, this is essentially 100K profit. A 40K spent on this breed to make, you know, 2.5 times your input money. Oh, that's just phenomenal. That's such a juicy feeling. All right, so Gligar should be up here over on Route 11, so it should just be to the east. There's always those players who will randomly challenge everybody that goes by them to a duel, which is always funny to me. I know it's in dark grass. Let's go ahead and double check if it's also in light grass. Should I just stay here? Route 11, uncommon grass. You can tell whether it says obviously dark grass or grass. I'm just gonna stay here then and try to hunt it. It should be somewhere in here if I just go ahead and run back and forth and hopefully get an encounter one day. There we go. Gold duck, not quite. All right, that's quite a couple of amount of encounters. Nothing too shabby though. We'll go ahead and catch this one fine. Level 48 shouldn't be super easy, but as long as he doesn't hit me like an acrobatics or something, I'll probably be fine. There we go, pretty easy catch. All of that just in the rare odds that I randomly happen to roll out a shiny. I know it's super unlikely, but you know what? It's also a way to just encourage me to do the Pokedex and everything, so I always consider it kind of a win-win, just an efficient thing. I kind of recommend everybody do that with their breeding process. You don't have to. Once again, the odds of it are super slim. If you want to, you know, be like, you know, logical about it and be like, oh, you know, fair, more power to you. But for me, it's honestly one of the best ways that I get encouraged to complete my Pokedex. I probably wouldn't even ever do it. At least it would be a very long time without that. So you know what? I will take it. This is going to be honestly way better than I expected. This is going to be a really, really good Gligar. Like ready to go. It is going to depend on the nature roll. This could also come out like competitively ready, similar to the Bulbasaur, so we will see. That is really good. All right, so far we've made a Venusaur, a Gligar. We're just missing Venomoth to go ahead and do the magical trio at the moment. So, you know what? Why not? Let's try to find a good deal on a Venonat. We just might be able to. It's a pretty cheap Pokemon usually, but since it's like super high in demand right now, it might be pretty easy to find one. Still pretty cheap, and people aren't adjusting to it yet. Let's see if we can find something good. We see this one. Oh yeah, this even has the special attack stat. I was like, wait a minute, am I missing something here? The other question is, does this thing need hidden ability? Does this thing have access to hidden ability? I don't even think it does. Yeah, it does not. I was like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't even have access to it. So you know what? This Venonat's gonna be perfect. I'm probably gonna go ahead and buy this. It's not 31 special attack, obviously, but still 9K for 20 plus in every single stat that I need. I need that it also has 20 plus special attack. It's worth it. 31 defense. We'll take it. That is absolutely a good base. And once again, we'll calculate everything into our calculator. It's gonna be plus 9K for the cost of that Venonat. Let's find a good breeder now. Now, if I do 25 plus in HP, special attack, and special defense, well, 24 plus here, I guess. This Ditto comes out to be 14K. It's got the 31 speed. I could get rid of the 25 pluses and go for 20 plus. I think it's a bit cheaper, but it's literally like 1K Pokeyen cheaper. I think I'd rather just go for the better IV, essentially. I could go for this one, but it's honestly not even as good as this 14K one. So I'm going to go ahead and buy that 14K one. Been up for one day. We'll go ahead and buy double braces. So 14K plus 20K, it's going to be plus 34K over on the calculator. Now, I hope I have an OT Venonat in my Pokedex. Okay, phew, I actually do. I thought I didn't. But it's coming out pretty freaking solid. 2x31, everything going on. That whole breed cost me 43k, I believe. 43k, I think, yeah. So that should come out solid. That if this has a, once again, if either of this, if this Gligar or the Venonat have a good nature roll, we are, I don't think we're gonna get that. We already had the perfect nature roll on Bulbasaur, so I'm not trying to sit here and complain. Like, I've spent 128k, think about this. I've spent 128k to breed these 3 Pokemon, and I'm gonna sell that first Pokemon, just the Bulbasaur, for 145k. You know, I've been super in the positives since just the Bulbasaur, so this is gonna come out super nice. Wait, just as I'm waiting for these eggs to hatch, someone posted a Venonat for super cheap, and it's really good. We can definitely use this. Like, that was literally just posted. I just happened to be looking at the GTL and I happened to see it. I happened to already have just bred a Venonat. This is phenomenal. 31 special attack. This was 3k. Are you kidding me? Oh man, people gotta keep, like, it is so important. I always say this over and over again. It is so important, no matter what type of player you are, PVM, PvP, moneymaker, you've got to keep eyes on what is changing and shifting in the PvP tiers, because if you're a moneymaker, that's going to matter to you. You don't, like, I know that Venonat and Venomoth is in super high demand right now, so now I can actually just get a really cheap one and sell it and make some really big profits. I'm going to look for 20 plus HP, 31 defense, then 25 plus in these 2 stats, and then I will go for, obviously, the brace on the special attack, 14k for this Ditto, and man, I mean, those IVs are phenomenal. I probably just go for that. This one is 18k, much better, I think. Not much better, but it has the better HP stat. That's really the only difference. Is it worth paying for the extra... That's tough. Is it worth paying? Also, slightly better speed stat, which is kind of relevant. It's 3k more, 4k more? It's 4k more. I'm gonna go for it. It's 4k. Who cares? So I spent 18k on that, plus I'm about to spend 20k on the braces. So that is gonna be what, plus 38k? That is kind of expensive to have that breed come together. But once again, I only paid 3k for the Venonat, so I am more than happy with it. I think you really notice a trend. I think all of my breeds pretty much end up costing around 40k, and that's what it would normally cost just for a 2x31, so it makes a lot of sense. But I think I kind of look for more than that. I think I look to make Pokemon that have like 3x25, 20 to 25 plus in defense, special defense, and HP. I look for to fill out all those defense stats on top of the 2x31. The 2x31 might not always be exactly what you're looking for, but I think doing this, you end up making some more profit, getting better breeds, etc., etc. So let's go ahead and actually follow through. That's gonna, I mean, come out phenomenally. I'm super excited for that. We'll wait for that to hatch. We'll wait for everything to hatch. If I find more deals on the GTL, it's gonna be hard for me to not snag them. I probably just will, but we're going to wait for that to hatch and sell everything all at once. Today, we've spent 170k or so on breeding for profit. We already have an expected 145k coming in from the Bulbasaur, and we'll see what else pops up from these 3 Pokemon. Okay, I ended up buying something really quick on the GTL just to flip. It was literally just a Girafarig male, 31 attack, jolly nature. So it's a correct IV, correct nature, and it was a 2k Pokeyen. So that's it. I know it's in the Field Egg. If this is in the Chaos Aid group, that wouldn't actually be good at all, but this is a super easy flip. I don't know if it'll go for that much Pokeyen more. Like, I may make like 10k on this flip. Nothing crazy. Let's go for male. But I spent 2k on it, so I knew it was worth risking. Like, yeah, I'm going to be able to sell this for 8k after listing fee. I'm making like 6k, 7k. I'm making 7k, or no, 5k, 5k. I'm making 5k on it, but it was just the easiest flip in the world, and I know that will sell fast. I had to go for it. I wanted to call it after these 3 eggs, but I keep finding good deals. This Swinub is literally 1,300 Pokeyen. It's 25 plus in all of these stats. The good thing about Swinub is that not only is Mamoswine really good in the OU tier, it has a really high percentage usage right now, but Piloswine is also really good in the NU tier. So we have let's do it. My mouse wheel is still broken. We have Mamoswine. Come on, mouse wheel, you can do it. It keeps flicking back upwards essentially, but I scroll down, Mamoswine, 7% usage. That's really solid. Piloswine, 12% usage in the NU tier. Like, both of its evolutions do really, really well. It's a pretty easy Pokemon to sell then. We have all of our Pokemon hatched. Let me collect that Swinub really quick. We spent 1K on it. We'll even add that to the calculator, 1,500. Sure, we'll make it a nice even number, 171K. But before, you know what? I actually do. I'm going to throw these Pokemon to sell in the box really quick. I actually haven't checked the natures yet on them. Let's breed this Swinub first. Now, I am going to need probably a pretty expensive breeder for this guy, but we'll go ahead and see. It's in the field egg group. A lot of egg group stuff is pretty cheap right now. Dittos might end up being cheaper. We shall see. I could follow the careful nature on it as well. I'm going to go ahead and look for 25 plus like this, but it might be expensive. Let's do male, field, 31 attack. Yeah, that's obviously gonna get pretty expensive. 50K we see, 2 times 31. What if I were to go ahead and maybe lower the HP or something, or I could lower the special defense. So let's lower this to 20 plus. I might just go ahead and keep the careful nature. That's not really great. We still see an Umbreon. What if I just go ahead and lower that? What if I lower the defense to 20 plus and see anything? Nothing there. But if I lower HP as well, if I lower HP, defense, and special defense, we're still seeing 40K. So this is what I was a little worried about, is like actually finding a solid breeder for it just inherently ends up being expensive. Let's check Dittos. So the cheapest we saw in the egg group was like 30K. Let's see if we can find a cheaper Ditto. 25K honestly is cheaper, but still is obviously expensive. I feel like at this point, I'm probably going to find much cheaper breeds if I just go ahead and like end up bracing something on the Swinub. So you know what? Let's do 25 plus in all those stats, and then we'll do 0 HP and see what we get. So we see 18K for this, and this is phenomenal. And it's going to end up costing me, essentially, this is equivalent to me paying 28K, but the Pokemon ends up coming out way better than if I were to buy something like that. So this is 18K. I'll come back to this in a quick sec, but I do want to check male field egg group Pokemon, because they might be cheaper. 25K. No, man, I think the Dittos, that is mind-blowing to me, that good IV Dittos are so cheap, they almost always knock out the egg group breeders. 18K for that. We're about to spend 20K on the braces as well. So once again, the magic number, plus 38K here. I spent essentially 2K on the Swinub. Every breed ends up costing around 40K pretty much every time. It's kind of the magic number. If you're going for a 2 times 31 and then hoping to get some other stats involved, it makes sense. That does mean that I obviously can't brace over the careful nature, which I would have liked to be able to do if possible, but we could it's not like a great nature though. Like, you don't really want to have to Everstone that over. That essentially means we can actually just try to roll for a better nature. Maybe Jolly, maybe Adamant. If we get careful again, that'd be fine. It's at least usable. This Pokemon looks phenomenal. This is going to be great for someone, whether it's an NU or OU. It might even be better in NU since the speed is a little slower. Piloswine you actually want to use in Trick Room, but still have enough speed to be able to use it outside of Trick Room. Whereas Mamoswine, you do kind of want that 31 speed, but it can depend. With Mamoswine, you really want 31 speed and Jolly if you're going for that fast speed. So if you don't have Jolly nature anyway, if you have Adamant, it's probably fine to go lower speed and then just go Choice Band or something, or really lean into that damage. Or just Focus Sash, use it to set up Stealth Rocks and maybe get some damage off before it goes down for sure as well. Mamoswine's a really versatile Pokemon. Ton of different situations, builds, movesets. It's really cool. All right, our Swinub hatched, and I can go ahead and get the Pokemon out of our PC. I haven't checked the natures. I think I might have saw a glimpse of Gligar, but let's go ahead and check through. So for Swinub, there's a lot of things that work. Things like Relaxed could work, Sassy, Brave. Brave would honestly be really, really good. Jolly, Adamant. A lot of natures could work on Piloswine. For Venonat, we're really just looking for pretty much Timid or Modest. Those are pretty much the only two that you really, really want. And Gligar could also be a ton of things. I think Impish could work, Adamant, Jolly, probably Careful, anything minus special attack plus a defense could work. Hasty, yeah, I thought I saw this one, but man, it came out beautiful. So you know what? Hasty is not great. Someone might be willing to use it. At least it's Hyper Cutter. Honestly, that's good. It should still be a really decent sale. Swinub came out Rash. Not good, but that's, you know, once again, just with the IVs, it's still definitely worth its weight. And Pokeyen, Quirky for the Venonat. That's okay. Really, really good IVs. And then the last Venonat is Mild. I mean, it could be a lot worse. Honestly, like those natures, they're not great, but I got that, you know, I'm still riding the high from that Modest Bulbasaur, so I am not sweating a thing. Those are fantastic fantastic. Let's go ahead and see how much can I sell them for. I spent 209k so far on all these Pokemon. Now it's time to figure out how much I can actually make. I'll keep that number in mind. 210k total cost. We can go ahead and add on the Bulbasaur at 145k. Now let's go ahead and calculate everything else and add it on. Let's price check and sell. It might take me a while to sell this Swinub, but this one is going for 75k and it's been listed here. I am probably going to go ahead and sell mine for like 60k. I think that's honestly super fair. I probably could even go 65k. The only difference is going to be that one green number between mine and the next pile of swine. Honestly, nah, I think I'm going to stick with 60. I think it's way more likely someone buys that for 60. I don't know why, it's just how I feel. So we'll go 60k on it. We'll add that on over 3. So I'm going to add 57k. I'm going to add 57k and I'm going to subtract 7k because that's going to factor in the Bulbasaur listing fee and the listing fee for this. So now we're at 195k expected profit coming in. We still have 3 Pokemon to sell. We'll do one of the Venonats and then the Gligar and the other Venonat. How does that sound? Let's go ahead and jump into it. The way I'm going to price check this Venonat is just by doing 20 plus in HP, 25 plus in these stats, and then actually we'll even do, we'll just do 25 plus a 30. Let's go ahead and check. The tough thing is you do actually want to price these as Venos. Let's go ahead and do 20 plus in all these stats to see if we can see something a little more accurate. I might need to sort of eyeball it in this situation. This one is quirky. This one is sassy. Which is less usable than quirky, weirdly enough. This is EV trained and everything. This one's ready to go though. I am probably gonna go maybe 70k on this, something like that. I could just go 60 or something again, something pretty similar. You want to rebreed it, it's gonna be kind of expensive. I'm probably making like 20k or so a breed here. I think I will go, this one's a 111, 3 times 31. You know what? I am going to go for that 65k. I'll do 65. I think that like arguably even underlisted. Maybe I could just go 70. Let's just go 70. It's a pretty hot item right now, pretty high ticket Pokemon. We'll go 70k minus the 3500s. We'll do minus 4k. Sure, why not? So we'll do plus 66k over on the calculator. 261k expected. Now we're finally over our cost. Let's do the Gligar next. And for Gligar, I'm just doing 20 plus in HP defense and special defense, and then 31 speed and 31 attack. What? The cheapest one ends up being 180. That is absurd. That is crazy. I mean, I know Glistor is really good in OU as well. Pretty similar to Swinub in the fact that it's really, really good in OU and UU, or sorry, and U, excuse me. Wow. That's crazy though, even without hidden ability access. I'm probably gonna go 140k maybe to undercut, because I have to go less than this one, obviously. I'm gonna go 130 or 140 is what I'm gonna go 130. I really want it to sell before it gets kicked out of NU. So I'm gonna we'll do 124k as profit, 123k. So we'll do plus 123k over here on the calculator. Now we're talking. Now we're in the big money. One more Pokemon to list with this Venonat. I'm going to calc this one is just do 20 plus in all stats, except for speed. We're going to do 31 speed. That is super relevant. And once again, we see that same Venonat, 111k. It's the only other comparable one. It's female. It's really good, but it's missing nature. But it's totally ready to go. This one's modest for like 400k. That's crazy. I wonder if it's worth to go for like some big breeds on that stuff. I probably should be going for more like big profits. I feel like I probably don't do enough big breeds. I kind of stick to the like slow and steady and safe 2 times 31s. I probably should try to experiment more with the 3 times 31s and 4 times 31 breeds. Like something like this could make so much profit if you get the right breed on it. It's pretty phenomenal. Okay, but let's focus on this for the time being. This one is way better than my other one. That's the important thing. Like this thing is, mine is actually worth using, or it's actually usable. This one is still better. I'm probably gonna go 80k on this one. The other one was 65. Yeah, 80. Because of that mild nature, maybe even 90. But that just seems so high in comparison to this one. I am gonna go 80k. I think 80k is super fair. I think it's usable, especially in comparison. Like I think this one is more usable than this one, even though this one's 3 times 31. That sassy nature just really kills it. The fact that mine's still 31 speed, the fact that it's mild, I think this is more usable than this one, even though the IVs are better. Nature is a really big deal. So yeah, I'm gonna go the I could go 85k. I'll do 80k on it. We're gonna count that as plus 75k profit. leaving us with 460,000 expected Pokeyen coming in, minus 209,000 total cost. 250,000 Pokeyen coming in after, I don't know how long I spent on that, maybe half an hour, maybe 45 minutes, I'm not sure, a bit of breeding, but that was fun. That was awesome. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Once again, really weird, janky, yet interesting episode of Road to PokeMMO, as they all are. Hopefully you guys had fun. Hopefully you learned something. Like the video if you did enjoy your time here, dislike if you didn't, subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos, follow the Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET, Discord is linked down below for a huge community of players that love this game. And if you want to go above and beyond and support my content, YouTube memberships, Twitch Prime, Switch subs, and PayPal/Venmo help out a ton. Other than that, good luck in your PokeMMO journey, have fun, and I'll see you guys later. Peace. Yo, thank you so much for watching until the very end of the video. I really appreciate that, and hopefully it was worth your time. If your name is on this list, that means I appreciate you even more, and you go above and beyond and physically allow my channel to function. I appreciate you so much, and have a great day. Good morning, yo, what's up? My name's Patrouski. I'm about to do something that I am unironically so excited for. And this may sound dumb, but I'm about to log in to the Cool Duder account. Now, why am I so excited? I'm so excited because I haven't logged into this account in like 2 weeks, maybe a week and a half. Shiny Wars just ended 2 days ago or something. It's been like one full day since the end, and I've just been processing everything. I haven't been able to make a Road to PokeMMO episode in quite a bit. And I'm super excited because I am hoping, and I'm excited to see what shinies may have flipped. I had like 2 or 3, I believe, shiny flips actively on the GTL since the last time I logged in. So I'm excited. I'm hoping for at least one flip, one shiny sold, please. If there's one shiny sold, I'd be really happy. It'd be really cool. It'd be really impressive. If there's none, this is going to be a very embarrassing PokeMMO clip. But let's go ahead and check the GTL. The moment of truth, your listings. Yes. Okay. One sold. The Venipede sold, plus so much more. But that, oh yes, 4.25 mil. Did I have any other flips going on? I have this tentacle still. Okay, so I had 2. Oh my goodness, the big one sold. That's even better. That's so much better than I could have asked for. I don't remember how much this Venipede I bought for. Dude, I have to guess. At least, I would guess like 3 to 3.5 mil. But I don't remember. So we're minimum making, 700, 800, probably a mil on this. You guys probably remember better than me, but man, oh, that's a good feeling. Shiny flips are so satisfying. We're starting this episode at 1.7 mil. Psych. Just kidding. Now we're starting it at 6.3. Oh wow, that is just phenomenal. If a flip like that and a Pokeyen stack change like that doesn't make you want to like the video and subscribe, I don't know what will. But I'm excited to be back and doing Road to PokeMMO content. Let's just go ahead and actually flip and reclaim this tentacle and relist this. I'm just going for the same price, I think. Yeah, for now, I'm okay with going for the same price. Maybe you could go 100k less or something. Not that price. That would have been a huge mistake. 2.9. Okay, we'll do 3 mil. We'll list that again for that price. I'm totally okay with that. These were the mediocre comps, Garbodor and Pidgeot. I'm okay with these going for 30k. Like, as long as these go for something, these are mostly just done for fun and to like give people, they're not great. We have a storyline mon, whatever. Those can just go super cheap. That's totally okay. Alpha prices constantly aggressively change. I do feel comfortable listing this Nidoqueen for a little more because it's kind of an interesting Pokemon. I'll go 50k on that totally safely. It's Crawdont though. Alpha prices change all the time. Let's double check this one. I had this thing listed for 300k, and I can tell you confidently, I don't know what I was smoking when I listed that, because we see 40k here, we see Water AA group, we see 20, 30. I don't know what I was on when I listed that thing. Maybe I listed it as a Crawdont because people were actually looking for like adaptability Crawdonts at the time, which is kind of fair. For example, like this Crawdont, was a bit more. This Corp with a 3x31. You know what though? I must have messed something up on this. Did I buy this to flip maybe? Yeah, I don't know. I must have messed something up, but we're gonna go ahead and just we're gonna do that. We're gonna do 39. We're gonna let it sell. We're gonna let it fly, let it sell, let it move on. That's totally okay. There you go. GG's. Straw Fossil for 8,500. Okay. We got to get that money moving, the capital flowing. I'd rather let it go for less and just kind of move on. How many Pokemon do I have left in the GTL? We've got about a page, like 11 Pokemon or something. The hilarious thing is I haven't even listed all my dittos yet. I still have all these dittos here that need listing and a bunch that need sorting. And do I want to go back to dittos? I think the last time, I have to recall what I was doing. I think the last time I was on this account, I was trying to level this Parasect so that I actually could safely go do the ditto farming method, because I need to remove these 2 moves again. I needed to level this thing up so that just in the off chance that I encounter a shiny Loudred, I can actually take care of it with this, because otherwise I would have lost a shiny Loudred if that were to happen at ×5 forward. It's a pretty niche situation, but you do want to control the RNG. I always talk about controlling the RNG that you can within PokeMMO, especially within shiny hunting. So the question is, yes, what are we doing next? We're probably doing the boring thing. We're probably doing a gym run. We're going to do a gym run. We're going to gain some more XP on our Parasect, and that's the end of it. I'll see you guys after. The sad thing is, Rich's Charms keep going up in price because the anniversary event keeps getting delayed. So I might do I think I probably still make more money. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I probably still make more money buying the Rich's Charms at 55k. But I don't really want to worry about it. I don't want to take the risk. I don't want to. I mess up gyms a lot on this account because my gym rerun team is not perfect. So it's possible I could lose more money. This is kind of an illogical decision, but it's a little more comfy one for me. It gives me less stress, less worrisome on what's going to happen with what run, etc. If I mess up a gym, I'm going to worry less about it and just kind of enjoy myself a little more, even though I may make a little less profit, but I'm not even sure. It kind of depends, and it's okay to make decisions like that in PokeMMO. Stuff that you always make decisions based on efficiency and your own personal enjoyment. I think having a mix in between the two is super important, and that's up to your own values. Do you value efficiency to X extent, or do you value comfort to X extent? I think it's going to be totally, that answer is going to be totally different per person. Alrighty, I finished up my gym run. I ended up with my Parasect being level 78, and I'm at 6.5 mil Pokeyen. That feels so nice to say on this account. I'm at 6.5 mil Pokeyen, but now, you know what? I'm in kind of an AFK grinding chill mood. When I say AFK, I just mean sort of brain dead. Someone actually asked me that question recently. Hey, what do you mean by AFK? I use that terminology in a wildly different way than most gamers. A lot of people, when they hear the term AFK, they think away from keyboard, which is, what it stands for. But RuneScape players, if you've ever played the game, RuneScape players use the term AFK in a very, very different way, almost to sort of mean like, oh, mentally AFK. It's kind of hard to explain, but essentially, for a RuneScape player, if you only have to click on screen like one time every 6 seconds or so, that is quote unquote AFK to us unhinged RuneScape players. So that's something I thought go ahead and clear up. And if I ever mention that throughout my videos, I'm not going AFK. Someone was curious if I was running a bot, and I was like, no, of course I'm not going actually away from keyboard and running a bot. AFK is just something I consider to be like a background task. And what kind of AFK activity do I want to do? I want to do some XP trading. I have a ton of Pokemon to still level over here in my boxes, and I think it is worth for me to go ahead and just buy an XP charm and do that leveling. However, I do kind of have to do something first. I have to get myself some discharge Pokemon to level along the way. A lot of people may know this at this point if you're watching the series, but essentially, if you level a Pokemon with a level 100 Pokemon in the front of the party and then use XP shares or whatever to get the XP on the other ones, you're missing out on half of the XP per battle, which is pretty extreme. So the better thing you can actually do is you can actually go over here. I'm going to do special attack, speed. We're going to do nature. We're looking for something with plus special attack, but isn't expensive. You probably want like mild, modest, or rash. Modest might get kind of expensive. You want to go here, and I'm going to look for discharge users since I'm going to be XP grinding and farming a lot at Tentacruel. Discharge is pretty good here. You can also go for Earthquake as well. So I'm going for 20 plus, mild discharge. We've got a couple clinks. I actually saw multiple clinks. So honestly, I'm okay with grabbing those and then selling them off as level 100 Clinklangs down the line. This Mareep is also pretty cool. Let's just go ahead and grab one. I need at least I want to do as many as possible. So probably 3 or 4 or 5. Let's grab both the clinks. That definitely works. Minen, I think that could also just work. I'm trying to think if there's a reason to go something else. I could just not look up discharge as well and look for something that can maybe doesn't have discharge yet, but it can learn discharge down the line, like this Minen, for example, we see right there. Getting something with a higher level is nice. This is for 1200 Pokeyen. It's so cheap. What if I check to make sure? When does this thing learn discharge? Level 31. Yup, that'll work perfectly. Only 1200 Pokeyen. You can get discharge pokes for really cheap. Now, obviously, I do have to go and actually EV train all of these first. All right, so for special attack EV training, I'm going to be right here. I do need to grab, I should have an extra XP share. I'm actually missing one. I need one more. I bet it's somewhere in my PC, but I'm going to be doing Gloom here to the left of Fortree City. I love this location. Shiny Oddish is a shiny I really want, and Shiny Blossom one day. So if either of those were a cool dude or OT, I'd be okay with that. Yeah, I have one XP share on my Parasect I forgot to take off. I think that's the... is there another one over here? No. I think that's the only one. So I only have 4 XP shares on this account. It's good to have 4 or 5, honestly, on your accounts if possible. Something even better technically here would be if I had, like, a Smeargle. Ursaring's okay here with Sweet Scent. If I had a Smeargle that had, like, Surf, Fly / teleport, probably teleport would be better, surf, teleport, and sweet scent, that would be super ideal here. That would actually allow me to EV train 5 Pokemon as opposed to I'm only able to train 4 here, but I don't even have the 5 XP shares yet, so it kind of works, kind of doesn't. But I'm gonna be here at Gloom, really good spot, a classic EV training spot in PokeMMO, just super solid. And then once I finish EV training these discharge users, then I can finally go ahead and actually go XP train them and start getting one of them high enough level to kill Tentacruels, and then we can start XP training the other Pokemon. A very much sort of chain of events. This is what it takes to be efficient in PokeMMO. These chain of events, one thing spanning to another, and just sort of making you do one thing and then another. Yep, you guys can get the drill. Honestly, in my opinion, that's one of the things that makes PokeMMO so fun. It can be kind of exhausting, but it's also wicked rewarding because of that. And here it is, the last horde for 252 special attack. I'm just going to head over to Rapidash, probably in Unova due to the speed. I could go to Linoon, actually. You know what? I think I'm more of a Linoon guy. I forget if Linoon is like somewhere over here, or if it's actually just... I'll find it really quick. I thought it was pretty close by. Yeah, it's over at Route 121. So if you fly to Lily Cove City, and then I believe just go west. I think it's right here. Yeah, in this first grass patch. I believe this is Linoon Horde. Should be right here. Yup, perfect. I'll see you guys at 252 speed as well. Alright, I went ahead and got the 252 speed EVs without really noticing the last battle, but that's totally okay. Now I need to go level up one of these to at least be strong enough to take on those Tentacruels that we talked about. I'll probably just head over to the Unova Undella Bay location. I love going to that location to train discharge Pokemon, since Mantine and Pelipper are 4 times weak to electric, so it makes it a lot easier. I can probably go there and one-shot those Pokemon with level 40 Ampharos, even though they'll be level 54, maybe even up to 60. You want to go for Pelipper if you're using Discharge, since Pelipper is a defense wall and has less special defense, whereas Mantine is like a huge special defense tank. So you're going to have a really hard time taking down a Mantine with a Discharge, even 4 times weak. So if you surf right here and go for a horde, you'll actually find Mantine, but if you head to the east enough to where your little thing in the top left, your little locator in the top left, when that changes to Undella Bay from Undella Town and you surf here in Sweet Scent, then you should get ×5 hordes of Pelipper. I put a choice specs to make sure I could do enough damage, and it did actually work. I was able to one-shot the entire horde. However, 2 of the Pelippers outsped me, which tells me I might need to switch something up or use a different Pokemon. Or maybe I just kind of deal with it until my Ampharos is leveled up enough to be able to outspeed them. That's an option. Alright, I was able to put the other discharge Pokemon away. For the time being, I'll actually just end up XP training those ones at Tentacruel hilariously, so that then they can later on be used to level other Pokemon at Tentacruel, and the chain events continues. But I'm going to go ahead and keep using Ampharos here. Maybe it's possible I'm just fast enough. Well, that Tailwind is going to obliterate me. Not gonna lie, I might just go ahead and die here. I also need to make sure I raise my discharge up to the first slot as opposed to being here. Thankfully, every single Pelipper just chose a move that didn't damage me. That was really lucky. I grabbed a teleport Pokemon since I don't have to have my inventory and team full of other Pokemon now. So I have a teleport mon, 6k HP. Beautiful. I'll outspeed these things in no time. I have a catching Pokemon just in case I run into a shiny. Highly unlikely, hoping I don't get a second Pelipper, but we'll see. Other than this, I'll just essentially see you guys once I have enough levels on my Ampharos to comfortably take on Tentacruel. Well, in this one, I actually outsped the Pelippers, which is a really good sign. I'm really just casually doing this right now. If I'm actually able to start focusing soon, I probably should pop an XP Charm even while I'm doing this, just because it would save me so much time. XP Charms are that good. They save you, like, if you do 100% XP Charm, you're literally saving 100% of your time within an hour, aka you're saving an hour of time. That's a big deal for the 50k or so they cost. Alright, should be much more focused on leveling at the current time, which is awesome. That means I can actually go ahead and pick up an XP charm. I'm really curious what their current price is at, because I have made videos talking about how good they are, and I mean, it only makes sense. They probably should be a little bit more expensive, but let's go ahead and see. Is it actually XP without the E? I know some items in this game, some items, okay, well, I just can't get them to pop up. There we go. There's just no period after the XP. Ah, yes, of course. 50% are around 9k a piece. What are 100% going to be? Let's see if we can. XP charm 25%. I didn't even know that existed. That's hilarious. 100%, the cheapest one is like 50k or something. That is so worth it. Do XP charm plus 100. It's weird to find them. Oh yeah, 50k a piece, dude. I'm happy. I'm so happy to pay that. Like 50k to save so many hours. I'm gonna buy 3 of them. It's 150k Pokeyen. It's super expensive. I get it, but man, it saves time. It saves time on your life. It's super worth it. It's super. If you can make 50k Pokeyen within 1 hour, which is super easy to do, that should be worth it to you, which is pretty much every single PokeMMO player, or should be. Now, the main thing that I need to work on for this Ampharos is getting its speed up. Tentacruel is a weird Pokemon because its base stat speed is actually like 100, so it's actually pretty difficult to outspeed. I believe the Tentacruels at that location are something around levels 40 to 50 or something. 40 to 55 perhaps. I'm not exactly sure. We'll double check. I think it's 30 to 45, something like that. Probably around 45, level 45. So what you can do is actually go to the GTL. We can look up a Tentacruel. We can go to advanced search, go to minimum level 44. I think that's what you'll see there. Go ahead and sort by lowest. We want to actually look for a nature that's timid to give us like the worst possible, essentially, thing that we could encounter. A timid Tentacruel. No, why would you do that? Timid Tentacruel, 24 speed. This is pretty solid. What's the speed set here? 123. So if I can get to probably 125, 130 speed on this Ampharos, I should be safe and ready to go to Tentacruels. Well, all right, I guess it's just about that time. Let's go ahead and pop an XP charm. Let's see how much we can get done. We're starting this hour. Bam, bam, bam. There you go. 55 levels on the Ampharos. Let's see what we end up at. Let's see how many Pokemon. We definitely should be able to get this thing to 125 speed pretty quickly, and then I can switch to Tentacruels within the hour, and then hopefully I can level some decent Pokemon later on. Yes, I'm lagging as soon as I pop the charm. Nice one. That's okay. Should be pretty easy. Didn't lose me too much time. 10,000 XP per horde is just juicy, 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 juicy to see. I will see you guys at Tentacruels in no time. All right, after this horde, I'm going to go ahead and head over to Tentacruel. This horde should give me one more level. I'm already at 133 speed, so I should be pretty comfortable. That only took 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 6 minutes to essentially make my Ampharos ready to go at Tentacruels. Let's go ahead and head over. Level 66. Did I gain like 11 levels or something stupid in like 7 or 6 minutes? That is just so good. So the benefit here, of course, that we can actually head over to Hoenn, head over to the Battle Frontier. And I do want to go grab one more Pokemon from my PC to actually put them in my party and start gaining XP. So we'll grab, honestly, you know what? I am going to go ahead and do the right thing. Part of me doesn't want to do this, but I think it's the right thing to do. I want to go ahead and prep my future discharge users. So even though this is kind of the slower thing to do, it's kind of, I wish I could just jump right into getting XP on the Pokemon that's actually going to make me profit. And these discharge users will be, I'll sell them at level 100 and they will make me profit, but I do need to prioritize essentially like the future of, you know, my account. It's really silly, but at least the temporary future, at least not so distant future. Getting multiple of these set up is going to be super good, and then I can use those to train more and more Pokemon. There's a reason I went ahead and bought, you know, 3 XP charm 100%. So like there's discharge for Minun, that gets level 32, like that's super good. Let's go ahead and learn that move. Getting 3 or 4 discharge users set up as opposed to just Ampharos is going to help me way down the line once this thing reaches level 100 and it's time to sell it off so I don't end up in this weird situation. You want to constantly be replenishing your discharge Pokemon. I got Minun's level 58. I'm going to go ahead and say that's enough and move on to the next discharge Pokemon. It kind of hurts me how much time I'm about to waste on leveling all of these discharge Pokemon instead of the Pokemon I intended to. I'm also lagging a lot right now. Like I have 40 minutes left and I haven't touched the Pokemon I want to, and I still have to XP train 2 more discharge Pokemon, so it feels a little funny, but I promise you it makes sense. Copium. Right, I think this horde is going to be the last one for this specific Kling Clang. I'm hoping the speed should be enough at 144 speed. I'm hoping 147. Hoping 139 should be enough special attack to actually be able to kill the tentacles, but I'm not sure, and I don't really care to test exactly right now. I'm going to move Discharge up, put him in the PC, and then grab the other Clink I still have to level. Here's the Minun in the other Kling Clang, and then the other Clink in my inventory. Let's put the XP share on him and get to that XP process. Also, 9,000 encounters, Pog. Alright, I think the second Kling Clang is done as well, as that was my last horde. So I think I finally have all my discharge Pokemon done. This thing is pretty strong, actually. So, the question is, how much can I get done in the remaining 19 minutes? Probably not too much, but you know what? We'll just have to see. I just have so many Pokemon to level. It's kind of absurd. I guess we'll start with this Girder for whatever reason. Most of these Pokemon I do only have to get to level 50. So, you know what? Actually, I might be able to get a decent amount of Pokemon to 50 if I go for that. The Meowths and stuff that need level 100, or the Parasect that needs level 100, that's going to take a bit longer for sure. Alright, that is surprisingly it for Gerd. He's already level 51, so we're going to take the XP share off of him. He's done with. I'll have to trade Evo him at some point, but I'll drag him down to here to essentially mean that he's kind of complete. We'll move these up here temporarily. Let's grab this Gyarados. Get some quick XP on him. Get him to 50 if I was going to say if possible. I should be able to get him to level 50. Even though he's 28, I think I could definitely get him level 50 in 12 minutes. I think it's possible. Level 48 on the Gyarados at the moment with 3 minutes left. I'm pretty happy with that. Should definitely be able to reach that 50 mark I was a little worried about, but I thought it was pretty probable. Also getting some weird little lag. I wasn't sure if it was because I was on like a bad server like Speedwagon or something. Usually if I'm experiencing that little bit of in-game lag, I try to just disconnect and reconnect, but it's also totally possible that it's not actually the game servers. I am uploading a pretty big video at the moment. It's actually Shiny Wars full recap. So it's like a 2-hour long, I think. It's all of the recaps, all 7.5 days or 8 videos of Shiny Wars recaps, you know, jammed together into a mega cut, similar to what I do with the Road to PokeMMO stuff at the end of those. So check that out. If you want something in the background, some entertaining content to listen to while you yourself are grinding, there is level 50 on the Gary. All right, put the Gary away. I grabbed an Osmoril that was pretty close to being done, it seemed. It's at level 46, actually, so I'm going to go ahead and put an XP share onto that and try to get it to 50 really quickly. 2 minutes left. Should be doable. And with around 50 seconds left, this horde should be the one that gets this Osmoril's level 50. I must have trained this thing forever ago. It's super solid, 25 plus in attack and speed, 20 plus in other stats, Shallow Nature. It's just missing Aqua Jet and Belly Drum, which it does kind of need to be competitively viable. Kind of. You can go Choice Band Osmoril. I think Choice Band Osmoril might actually be more viable than I expect. Now I'm actually curious and kind of want to check the PvP statistics after this XP charm is up. Alright, but Osmoril put away. I'm not going to really waste an encounter here. It's not going to be able to grab that. So we did finish these 3 Pokemon to 50. All my discharge users are ready to go. My Ampharos is almost level 100, so it's almost time to sell off my first discharger, which is why I created all of these other ones. You gain XP so fast on this thing. So this Blastoise needs to be trained to level 100. These Meowths need to go to level 100 as well, which is going to be kind of scary, but we'll make a ton of profit at least. And then we have 2 Haunters here, which can go to level 50, I believe, just for budget Gengars. We have a Roserade, which... what happened to this thing? I don't know. I forget if I bought the IVs like this or if I messed them up. I would guess I bought them like this. If I messed up these IVs, that would be pretty embarrassing. I think they might have came like that. And it's still worth for me to just level to 50 and then sell it off as such and just see if someone's willing to fix it. It's kind of my best bet. Because me spending the berries, the Pokeyen, to actually fix it just isn't worth it. We have this Zweilice, which is just, I think, just getting trained into like a Hydreigon, just for a little bit extra Pokeyen, side Pokeyen. I don't need to get everything done. That's an important thing here. It's like I don't need to get every single one of these Pokemon, you know, trained off. This also needs to be level 100. It's actually better if I like keep some stuff around to actually, you know, obviously make side Pokeyen while doing my gym rerun. So what I'm probably going to do now, I'm probably just going to move on to the Parasect. I'm not going to be making much. I'm going to pop one more XP charm. I'm not going to be making much Pokeyen on the Parasect or this next charm again. This is much more of a long-term progression account building episode than a money making episode. good, which I'm okay with since I got so much Pokeyen from that initial flip, which makes me think, should I do another shiny flip now in the background while I'm doing this account progression? I think yes. But first, I'm getting way too distracted. First things first, let me go ahead and check PvP statistics. I'm actually curious. Did the season just reset? No way. Is that why I can't view? I haven't seen this in a very, very long time. Yeah, it's the 31st. You know what? It's the 31st of July as I'm recording this. I think the PvP season is currently resetting. So it's the one time within PokeMMO I can't view PvP statistics to see if Choice Band Osmoril is actually being used right now. Unfortunate. Okay, but back to the initial claim. It's shiny flipping time. Checking for recently listed shinies is not a bad way to go about it at all. I am just going to stick to males. I pretty much always tell people sticking to males is a really good way to stay safe with shiny flips. It's going to allow you to turn around and flip those Pokemon, sell them a ton faster because people need them as breeders. If people are buying females, it's usually because they're trying to breed that specific species, which can take a long time, or they're doing something else, or like breeding an unknown OT to like breed for profit. It's, you know, it takes a lot longer on average to sell a female shiny than a male, just usually. I'm gonna keep looking through. We've got a Marowak at 2.2 mil. Any recently listed stuff is good to double check on, but it seems like a lot of this seems cleaned out. I can actually start looking at these like 6 mil shinies now. It's a little risky for me to go for something like that, but it might be worth checking. That is special attack in the field A group. I don't care for that. Shiny Quagsire we see. Alakazam. Is Alakazam really this cheap of a shiny? That's kind of surprising to me. I think Kadabra might have a horde, so maybe it does make sense, but that's honestly, yeah, wow. That's a little shocking to me that you can just buy an Alakazam for that. It feels like a rarer shiny to me. Okay, but I'm going to go ahead and go with the special trick of 25 plus in HP and defenses. You need these stats for every single Pokemon. Like, look at this Tentacruel. 1.8 mil. This might be a fair flip. This one as well. Wow. 2 mil. Look at these stats. Maybe that's, I mean, to be fair, it's 2 mil for a 1x31. That probably is actually just the going rate. This one is not 25 plus in all the stats, but it is like 20 plus in everything. Doesn't have nature. If nature is an underrated thing, I feel like if you find someone with like better nature, that's like so good. Probably need to prioritize that or look into that a little more. I'm not seeing anything super good here. I kind of look through for 2x31s. Nothing standing out to me immediately. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this Tentacruel is like, it's so good. But I don't think there's any flip room on it. And I think the Water Sea A group is just not great for this. The reason why this Tentacruel is such a good breeder is because it's 31 speed and then 20 to 25 plus in every other stat. Now, the reason why it's extra good or really good is because it has adamant nature. So what you want to do on something like this is you want to breed it. It's a male. You want to breed it with a female Pokemon with 31 attack and speed and 20 plus. You can breed the nature on over to it for pretty cheap. So this is a fantastic example of a nature breeding shiny. The issue is I just don't think there's any margin with 2.5 mil on the price tag. Man, I'm really shocked to see how hurting the Bug A group is for like 31 special attack Pokemon. I might try to make a flip on one of these Durants. For example, like this Durant is 25 plus in HP, 25 plus in defense, 31 special attack, and then it's missing special defense and speed if you want it to be a physical attacker, which you do have to breed onto it, but 1.65 mil. It's by far like the best Durant out of all of these ones I've seen. This one is like interesting as well. I wonder if it's worth to try to flip both of them. I'm just shocked. These ones have been listed for like 15 days. These have both been listed for 15 hours or less. This one's jolly 1.8 mil. I'm just having a really hard time finding Bug A group breeders. I don't know how people are gonna have a good time or have a fair time like getting breeds onto like female bug shinies. If you want something like an Exceldor like we see here, want something like I think there's a ton of bugs that are special attack. Maybe I'm incorrect. Larvesta, if you want something a little more rare. I think a lot of bug Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken, need that special attack stat. I feel like it really convinces me when I look up something like this, like 31 special attack, 20 plus in HP and defense, and we essentially see, we go to male, because we need breeders for it, of course. We see the 2 Literally the only two Durants that I was talking about. This one's a little different. This one's not as nearly as good, obviously. 22 and 20 plus. Like I feel like someone's willing to pay more to have the 28 plus in each stat. It's a pretty noticeable difference. The issue is I'd probably only sell this Durant for like 2 mil. And is that worth? I'm doing a lot of clips talking about shiny flipping. I wonder if this is all worth it. I'm not really seeing anything today. This might be one of those rare times where I might not bite on a shiny flip. I'm just not really seeing anything that's too good. Maybe I need to just keep looking. Sometimes you just need to keep looking, to be totally honest. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything like worth biting on. Like those two Durants, I could pay 1.6 mil for and probably maybe flip them for 2 mil, but it's not worth risking. I don't want to sit on Durants. I don't want to sit on, you know, 2 point whatever, over 3 mil, 3.2 mil on a shiny. I don't want to worry about that. What about the Dragon Egg group? Let's check that really quick. Yeah, I found like a Gyarados that's kind of interesting, but I'm just not seeing much. I'm not going to bite on something I'm not like pretty sure I can double my money on. So today is one of those rare days where I'm not going to touch the shiny flipping economy. Sometimes that's just what happens. I'm going to go finish leveling up this Parasite. I'm probably going to pop another XP Charm and work on that. Sorry for a bunch of long clips without doing anything. It feels kind of weird, but I think it's also really realistic and important to show those. I think I'm really like open and like, what's the word? Just kind of show you guys everything. Genuine, I guess. Kind of cringy to use that word, but genuine on this channel where I kind of just show you guys, hey, this is what happens. This money-making method did work. This money-making method didn't work, and I want to waste my time so you guys don't have to waste in a way, at least where I'm learning and educating others. But another XP Charm has been popped. It's time to put in the hours, put in the work. I'll see you guys with a level 100 Parasect definitely before this hour ends, and we'll see how much other progress we can make on top of it. All right, it's been a long time coming, but here's level 100 on the Ampharos. It's kind of crazy. I say long time, but it's kind of crazy how fast that felt. That's the first discharge Pokemon that I prepared up to level 100, which means it's time to go grab one of the other ones, one of the many other ones that I prepared. I almost kind of wish / wonder if I should have prepared more. So we'll end up selling that Ampharos here in a bit. Let's get this Minun going. I'm really hoping this Minun has enough damage to kill these Tentacruels. It might not. But we'll figure it out if not. Our Parasect is level 85 at the moment with 49 minutes left on XP Charm as well. And we're on stream, because why not? All right, this is the second horde I'm killing with Minun. Thankfully, the first horde was a breeze. Yup, okay, we have plenty of damage then. Whew, crisis averted. All right, I didn't notice, but I did actually finally reach level 100 on the Parasect, so we'll go ahead and go switch that out with a different Pokemon. I took a fair bit. I have 14 minutes left in the Richest Charm. Honestly, yeah, quite a bit of time, but with that done, we can finally go back to Dittos, so that is a huge relief. I'm gonna go ahead and get this Ambipom to level 50. That shouldn't take too long at all. I'm gonna go ahead and actually grab like another Pokemon on top of that. We'll grab some quick levels. I can put XP share on both Ambipom and Rose right here and just get these done super quick. All right, there we go. Level 50 on Ambipom and 51 actually on Roserade, so that's perfect. Let's go switch these out really quick if possible. We have 10 minutes left on Charm and 2 Haunters, both at level 34, I believe. We'll see how much we can get done on them. All right, 8 seconds left on the XP Charm. Both the Haunters are level 46, 47. Minun got to level 93. I'm not going to be able to get this horde on the XP Charm, but that's okay. I'm probably going to go ahead and finish up these Haunters because it's better I do that now, even off of Charm, versus having to like have them in my party for a gym rerun and gain a little bit of passive XP on them when they're this close to 50. Is just, it wastes too much time in the gym run to have to switch them out. So I'm just going to finish this up really quick. All right, here we go. This should be the horde for level 50 on both the Haunters, which is pretty nice. Ended up with Minun at level 95. Haunters both get to level 50. I do have to trade evolve both the Haunters and the Girder at some point to make them sell a lot faster. That'd be a lot easier, so it's definitely worth to do that at some point. But I'm going to throw these in the PC. And we got a lot of progress done. We popped, I think, 2 XP Charms in total throughout this whole leveling process over a 2 or 3 day period, which is only 2 hours of work. You know, it gets exhausting. I think it was 2 days. There's a lot to do. I guess I had to EV train all the Pokemon as well. There was a ton to do. There was a ton to do. We got a ton done. We have these 3 discharge Pokemon down here. We've got these 2 level 100s. Parasect is now done. I can switch that back over to the Utility Mon. I can go back to Dittos whenever I want to, which is a fantastic feeling. And yeah, I have how many Pokemon to just sell off? I have to trade evolve these 3. But these 4 are ready to sell right now, and then these 3 need to be trade evolved and then sold. So we have a lot of money coming in. Something I was also thinking about during the XP grinding process, I am way closer to 10 mil than I realized. I think I might have already talked about this, but maybe not to enough of an extent. If this tentacle were to sell, I would essentially be at 10 mil. I'd be like 500k away. That would be the end of the series in a heartbeat if that sold, which is just an insane thing to think about. All right, stream is now over, so now we're just chilling. I want to go ahead and sell off these Pokemon if possible. I do want to wait on these ones to trade evolve them, so I'm just going to sell these 4 for now, I guess. We'll start with that, and then we'll let them sit on the GTL while we make other progress. All right, this Roserade is going to be a weird one. Part of me wonders what I probably should have done. I probably should have just sold this as a breeder. I'm going to be totally honest, just flipped it. I probably could have sold it for like 20k pretty easily, or 20 or 30. I'm going to try to sell it for like 40k, I guess. It's in a really, it's really weird. It's a really weird Pokemon. Do I really go 50k? I'm going to go 35k. It's such a strange Pokemon. I hope that it just sells like this. Kind of weird that I EV trained it, but it's fine, I guess. Ambipom should be a lot better. Defense, actually. We'll see. A lot of these mediocre comps are just like something to do. They're nothing super crazy. They're not going to be like incredible profit, but it's just not terrible. And honestly, I just really enjoy it. I really like making mediocre comps. It's not the best moneymaker in the world. You probably make around I would guess 120k Pokeyen per hour with all your effort put in. It's just really fun to me. I really enjoy it. I think 50k for Ambipom is going to be super fair. This one is 70k and is like naive. This one's 20k and adamant and 25 plus. Similar to this one, but missing more stats. I'm going to go 50k on this. I think that's super fair. Maybe even 55k. Nah, I think 50k is honestly plenty for this monkey. Now, this is probably going to be the most expensive one. This is probably the best one. This, let's do the right thing. Osmeril, this thing is 25 plus. Look at this. 25 plus in attack and speed, jolly nature. It actually has correct nature. The only issue is it doesn't have egg moves, so it can't go belly drum aqua jet strats, but it can go choice band. It will have to be choice band without aqua jet, which is a little unfortunate, but this one has the option belly drum aqua jet. Mine's definitely not worth anything close to this, but I do feel pretty comfortable going like 120k on this. Maybe even, it's really solid. Maybe even 140. Yeah, I'll go 140 on this. I think this could sell. This is a huge difference, right? 140k, I think that is totally reasonable. And then this Gyarados is also going to go for a really solid amount of money, like really solid. I think a lot of people just want it right now for the storylines, which makes a lot of sense. Like this is easily going to be like 120k probably for this Gyarados. Actually, this one's way better at 111. I'm going to go 99 and just undercut with the stats. I think that's super reasonable. So that's awesome. I must have bought this carp for like less than 5k. So super happy with that. A lot of profit being made. We'll see those sell off hopefully soon. And hopefully see a bunch more of my listings just sell off over time. The economy just is generally a little slower right now as people are mostly saving money for Johto in the anniversary event. Most people aren't spending unless they're spending it to make more, like breeding and such. But yeah, for the most part right now, people are pretty much chilling, sitting on their cash stacks and just accumulating in preparation for all the big things to come within the game. But that is going to be it for this episode. Not the progress I expected. Not a whole lot of super exciting, super big money-making progress. I mean, besides the huge claim at the beginning of the episode. But really, this episode was all about stability, progression, and using your account in productive ways, gain that XP and everything. So hopefully you guys still enjoyed. Hopefully you learned something, maybe a thing or two here and there. Let me know in the comments if you did. Subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos. Follow the Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. Discord's down below if you care about that. Like the video if you enjoyed, dislike if you didn't. And if you want to go above and beyond and support my channel, you can do so via the links down below. YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, PayPal, Venmo. Hopefully my content helps you guys out and gives you some entertainment while you grind PokeMMO. Have a great day. I'll see you guys later. Peace. Yo, thank you so much for watching until the very end of the video. I really appreciate that, and hopefully it was worth your time. If your name is on this list, that means I appreciate you even more, and you go above and beyond and physically allow my channel to function. I appreciate you so much, and have a great day. Yo, what's up? My name's Patrouski, and I am determined to complete Road to PokeMMO Season 3 this episode. Now, I know that may seem pretty insane since I'm only sitting at 6.3 mil Pokeyen at the moment, and the goal to end the series is 10 million Pokeyen. But we do have a pretty big shiny flip active on the GTL that I've been sitting on for quite a while. This is also a pretty good example of kind of a mistake that I made. I probably should have sold this thing for a lot less a long time ago, and I'm getting punished for it, but that's totally okay. We also have a little bit of a surprise in our bag that I'll show you guys later that I want to go ahead and sell off. We have a bunch of Pokeyen sitting around, we have capital built up, and we have these things to collect as well as things to relist here. We can also take advantage of the fact that Johto just came out in PokeMMO, and there's tons of ways and loopholes in the market right now to make a ton of Pokeyen. But first things first, let's go ahead and get started and start relisting some of these Pokemon that weren't able to sell or just kind of died off on the GTL. And make sure that if you enjoy your time here today, to like the video and subscribe to let me know. I do upload PokeMMO videos every single day and usually stream 4 times a week, Monday through Thursday. First things first, this Skitty was up for 20k and didn't sell. Let's see why. I think really the reason why it was just a bad time. I think when I listed a lot of these Pokemon, prices were pretty low on things, but right now the market has really rebounded. The market and the economy and the player base is just super active right now. So there's a lot of people playing and there's a lot of ways to make money. A lot of Pokemon are in a lot more demand right now. I'm just going to eyeball this one and relist it probably for around 15k or so. I think that's pretty fair. It's definitely not the most amount of money I could get for this Skitty, but I think getting our quick returns here is going to be more valuable. This budget Mienshao comp, I can go ahead and just list for 50k. I'm comfortable with that. And before I get ahead of myself, I'm going to bring up the calculator in the bottom right hand corner of the screen and keep track of all of our expected profits. We listed that one Skitty for 15k and we're about to list this for 50k. So far we're sitting around on 65k expected profit. Now obviously that's not considering the cost it went into actually getting these Pokemon. It was pretty cheap. I think this Mienfo was bought for like 10k or less, probably 5k. Obviously it's not considering the time it takes to EV train. It's not a perfect way to calculate, but it should be pretty fair. Maybe take off 30% or 20% or so by the end of the video. This Graveler has really been having a tough time selling, unfortunately. I feel like this is something that's going to need to be evolved into a Golem to get it to sell a little quicker, to get more people interested into it as a competitive Pokemon. Next up, this Bulbasaur should be a pretty easy relist. Modest, 2x31 in the stats that it needs, 20 plus in the other things. Missing special defense, but just an absolutely solid Pokemon that's in pretty good demand. Missing hidden ability, unfortunately, but pretty much all Bulbasaur are. Usually you have to tack that on. There's actually so few Bulbas listed right now with these stats. That's kind of nuts. Let's just go ahead and get rid of the 20 plus and actually just check Modest. That's probably going to give us a better check. I do kind of wish it was a female Bulbasaur. Like, look at this. There's no Bulbasaurs on the market. That is crazy. It's just so wildly active right now. I'm going to go ahead and relist that thing for probably 160k, and I think that should sell pretty fairly. It's actually higher than what I had it listed for prior, and we'll add that on over to our calculator as well. All right, but I'm going to do the rest of these off camera and show you guys what it looks like afterwards, and we'll go ahead and check the number. I'm excited to see how much expected profit we have after listing them all off. All right, and after relisting everything, we have an expected profit of 545,000 Pokeyen, which is super nice. The Venonats should be pretty interesting since Venomoth is also pretty desired right now in PvP, but now it's time to go ahead and claim all 234,000 Pokeyen. I'm also going to go ahead and add that to our calculator to essentially show us, hey, how much money is being made this episode in absolute total. So we're sitting at 6.5 million Pokeyen, but I have one more thing that I want to sell off. The stack of items that I was kind of hiding from you guys that I bought. I believe I bought these at the end of Season 2 of Road to PokeMMO or around that time. Now, I want to preface, this is not how you should do an investment. You should hold an investment for at least 2 years, usually 4 to 6 if you're a controlled person. I think this is way too quick to sell these things, but I did buy all of these for around 5 to 8k, and now they're worth around 19k, and I need Pokeyen. I think for this challenge, I think it's an okay thing to go ahead and try to sell these off and see how it goes. I am excited to see how much they go for. 1.8 mil. 1.8 mil, listing fee of 90k, so I'm just going to go ahead and do 1.7 mil to be totally honest. 1.7 mil added to our calculator. Seems OP, seems insane. We're currently sitting at 6.4 million Pokeyen. We have 2.47 or whatever expected coming in, minus the amount that we already physically have. I'm trying to push for this. We're gonna have to wait a lot of stuff to sell, but I really do think that we could push for 10 million in one episode. Speaking of money laying around on our account and in our inventory, we still have about a box of Dittos. I don't know how many of these have IVs and how many of these are just Shittos. I haven't really sorted through them, but finishing up a box of Ditto and being able to sell that for around 200k and then selling off all the IVs, especially right now, the Ditto market has really rebounded and 1x31 Dittos are finally worth money again. We can check this one 1x31 speed. Let's go ahead and go over to speed. Let's search this. Let's do Ditto. Lowest price 10k or so for 1x31 speed Ditto. We haven't seen these prices in quite a while, which is a little sad, but it's a huge thing to see them back in action and actually correcting the market. So that's really cool to see. Dittos are finally good again, which is a nice feeling, especially since so much of this series and so much of this season especially was balanced around and really focused on getting to the Ditto location. But before I finish up that Ditto box, I do actually want to go ahead and sell off some of these Pokemon. Just these two Pokemon, I believe right here. These two Pokemon are flips that I bought on the GTL, but never actually relisted. Just a quick 1x31 Larvitar and a Ditto that was severely underlisted. Look at this thing's stats. I'm pretty sure I bought this for like 5 or 6k. The Larvitar should go for around 8k pretty easily. And the Ditto should sell pretty quickly for around 23k. I'm actually kind of underlisting it a little bit, but I'm also okay with that. The goodie bags are starting to sell. 20 of them just went. Our expected profit is already over 2.5 million in this episode. But a huge part of this episode is actually showing you guys how to make money throughout the Johto benefits without actually being in the Johto region. And that's something I want to talk about. There's a couple things that are pretty good right now. From what I've seen, Porygon breeding seems like really good profit, and Alpha Spheals or Alpha, the Water A age group in general. The reason why the Water A age group is especially good for Alpha Pokemon is because that's the age group that Dragonite and Dratini are in, which is one of the most desired Alpha Pokemon. So Alpha male Water A Pokemon end up being pretty expensive, especially if you have good IVs. I actually want to go ahead and flip that. I bought that for 20k. We can go ahead and relist that for an easy 35k. Didn't expect to find such an easy, quick flip like that, making a pretty easy 15k here. That should sell pretty fairly. People need those for breeders if they do want a shiny hunt. Now, I am only going to add that onto the calculator as a plus 15k profit since I spent the money to make the money. But back to what I wanted to focus on, Water A Alpha male Pokemon. If we sort by that, look for lowest price and look for like a 3x31, you'll see 128k, 140k. If we do a 2x31, you'll see that average 42k. Pretty fair, normal numbers. Let's check for females and see what's going on. I think we should be able to actually find some pretty cheap breeds here. So I'm going to go ahead. For example, if I were to buy a female with these 31s, this one actually is a 30 there, which is actually really, really tempting to carry over as well. This is going to give me, and more goodie bags are selling, which is really cool. This is going to cost 32k or so. And then if I bred that with a male with these stats, around 42k, 32k plus 42k, it's costing me what? Around 75k plus the 2 braces. It's going to end up costing me around 95k, and I'll be able to sell it for around 130k. That's like 30k profit, maybe 20 to 25k profit per breed every single time. Obviously, you don't want to flood a market with too many IVs and such, but there's just some really good margins right now because people really, really need those Water A male alpha Pokemon with good IVs. So I say we go ahead and start spending some money to make some money. I'm going to buy this one and see if I can find a cheaper matching pair to pass over that 30 IV, since that could be really, really, really powerful. I'll go ahead and buy this one as well since the IVs are pretty solid. I'm not sure if I'll actually be able to carry them over, but we'll go ahead and check. Let's just do 2 at a time. You don't want to get too overwhelmed when doing breeds like this, so you can really make a mistake and lose a lot of money. All right, it took a fair amount of digging, but I did go ahead and find this male Crawdon to match with this breed for 50k, which is a little more than I expected, but I think I should be able to up the price a little bit because of it. And if we get lucky on a speed roll, it could up things a lot. And after buying the braces, this is what the breed is going to go ahead and look like as we go through the screens. Crawdon, 3x31. It could high roll the speed. The HP should stay solid enough. And I do want to make sure I pay for this thing to be male. That's where a lot of the profit comes from. So it's definitely worth paying the 5k. I put a lot into this breed, but I think there's definitely going to be a lot of profit out on the other end as well. Let's do this Corsola next. Okay, and then next up, I'm super happy with this breed. I'll happily pay the 49k or whatever that costs. So I'm gonna go ahead and be bracing the HP on this one. We're gonna be defense bracing, excuse me, and we're gonna be letting the speed and special defense roll. Also, if either of these happen to roll a good nature, that's going to increase our profits by like 30 to 50%. That's really the fun and consistency of breeding. There's so many ways to breed for profit super consistently, but then the coolest ones are when you just are breeding for profit for that 20 to 30k per breed, but then you happen to randomly roll a nature and then it becomes an 80k or 100k profit just from the one breed. Here's what that will look like. 3 times 31, 25 plus. Unfortunately, don't have an OT Corsola, so this will be rolling with Star. I might want to go fix that before I breed it. That's usually how I kind of slowly get my Pokedex together on this account, and honestly, that's not such a bad idea at all. I'll probably just head over to, do Cerulean City, Uncommon Encounter in Kanto, a super chill way to just get that done. Hilariously, to actually be able to encounter Corsola to get it into your Pokedex, you have to fish at this location specifically in the water. So I have to like go in and then loop around, because if you stay up towards that top side of the water, up towards the end of Nugget Bridge, you're actually still on Route 24. So you have to come down here to make sure the top left-hand corner of your screen, it says Cerulean City. Alright, I had a weirdly difficult time actually encountering this Corsola, but here is the catch, and that'll add it to the Pokedex and at least get that done with. After hopping around to multiple locations, here is the catch. No IVs worth noting. Let's go finally breed this Pokemon for profit. Here we go, finally getting the breed together. If I didn't have to go get that Pokedex entry, this would have taken a lot faster, but even so, I'm actually pretty happy with like the 50k or so consistent, like confirmed profit from making these breeds. And one of our core fishes did go ahead and hatch, so let's go ahead and actually sell that over on the GTL. Let's price check this. Now there's two options here. I could underlist below this Dugong and go for 125k and go for a pretty fast sale, or I could sell it for around 140k and price it under this Floatzel and sell it a little slower but make a fair bit more money. This is one of those times where I think it's worth doing that. I believe it cost me somewhere around the realm of 100 to 110k to actually make, so this should be a pretty solid 30k profit, if not more. I'm just going to lowball it and guesstimate and add 30k profit over on the calculator. I am, however, absolutely starstruck and amazed that my goodie bags all sold within a couple of hours. This Troodon also sold, as well as that Ditto I was flipping, which I'm pretty happy about. This honestly gets me really interested more in the idea of flipping. I feel like that's a great way to make so much money. I do it a lot on my main account, but I don't do a whole lot of flipping on this series or this season. All right, our Corsola hatch, there we go, came out male, bold, 3 times 31, and then 20 plus in every other stat. Let's list it off. Should be an absolutely clean 150k listing. I don't even think I should have a problem selling at all, so I'll go ahead and list it at that and see how it goes. That should be, once again, around a 30 to 40k profit. I'm going to go ahead and do 30k just in case, since we had to pay 9k for the gender price there. And I've been sitting with this on the GTL for a little bit now, but I want to go ahead and collect it. Here is the goodie bag collection. Bam, 1.8 mil, putting us up to 8 mil out of 10 mil Pokeyen. If only something would sell, if some more things would sell, we really could close in on it. Okay, at this current moment, I'm torn between two different money-making methods. I want to go to Dittos, or I could go over to Shuckles and farm for fossils, because Claw and Root fossils specifically right now are so expensive, it's just insane. A lot of people need fossils right now to help them complete the Pokedex, to help them get access to Mount Silver. So, people are buying them up. They're getting expensive. Look at this. Root fossil, 17k. Claw fossil was 20k or whatever. Dude, part of me really wants to go, and I think I'm going to. It just sounds really enticing, really fun. I really enjoy the Shuckle hunt. Let's go test it out. So for those who don't know, Shuckle farming and that form of money making is going to get me some fossils. It's over to the west of Lily Cove City in the Hoenn Safari Zone. Here, you're able to catch Shuckles, which also give you a chance of getting those fossils. Whenever you rock smash a Pokemon within a specific region, that Pokemon has a chance of obtaining that region's fossils. So since I'm in Hoenn, I could get Root or Claw fossils. I also want to go ahead and sell off the 1 XP charm 100% that I have, since they're worth around 70k now, so quickly let's go ahead and do that. This is a huge reason why I kind of like buying weird items all over the place and having items within my bag as opposed to money, because if items go up, you can actually have your money do something and make something along the way. So I'm going to go ahead and list that off. I'm pretty sure I bought that when it was worth around 30 to 40k, so I'm very comfortable with that little price increase to make some Pokeyen. Now we're going to head inside the Safari Zone for 500 Pokeyen. You do have to have the Hoenn storyline completed to access the area that I'm about to get to, which is just in the northeast of the Safari Zone. So if you bike in here and then come in here and then head east all the way over here, come through. Did I bring a Rock Smash Pokemon? I totally might have forgotten that. We'll fix that up really quick. Thankfully, a lot of my Pokemon can just go ahead and learn a Rock Smash, and I don't really need any of these extra moves on them, so we'll go ahead and get rid of X's or get Rock Smash on my Parasect. Keep heading to the northeast corner of this Safari Zone. Head over here, head in here, and here are the Shuckle Rocks. Now, they did actually nerf these a bit back, so it is less Pokeyen now, but I'm curious to see how well I can do, especially with the price of fossils right now, which is why I came here. But you now can't just run down and run back up to respawn these rocks. You do actually have to wait 5 minutes after each, after smashing all the rocks. So I'm going to be setting a timer on my phone and doing these in 5-minute intervals. I do have a separate money-making guide covering this method in more detail if you want to see a video on that. There's our first Shuckle caught. They also do have a 100% chance of at least having a berry juice, so if no fossil, at least you get some juice to sip on. And then in the meantime, while you're waiting for the Shuckle Rocks to go ahead and respawn, you just run back and forth in this location and kind of catch whatever Pokemon might be worth something. This can be male Teddiursas for the field day group, or even Miltanks here and there. Not really a great money-making method, but sometimes you'll find some Cyndaquils and you can try to catch them. It's pretty unlikely you will, but it's worth throwing balls at. But mostly you're just killing time before you can actually head back over to the Shuckle location and catch more of those, or you could get really lucky like I just did and get a 2x31 Teddiursa for no reason. That's really cool to see. It's been a while since I've seen those 2 green numbers. That should be a solid 40k or so. And then whenever the 5 minutes is up, you want to log out and log back in to reset the rocks. And it should look something like this. There we go. 5 minutes has passed. 5 more rocks for me to check for Shuckles. This is also an underrated money-making method and not really talked about for those that play other games or just want to do other things. If you want to spend the minute or so to check these rocks every 5 minutes and then go play the other game or do something else if you have a busy lifestyle while the rocks are respawning, that's a super fair and good idea. You have a lot of downtime here. Well, there's the ding-dong. Time's up in the Safari Zone. I've been in there for months, just randomly logging in here and there, logging in to catch a couple Shuckles, whatever I can, just abusing my steps, abusing the time that I could spend in there, and I still only got like 10 to 12 Shuckles. If that doesn't show you how burnt I am on this account for whatever reason, I don't know what does. I've talked about this so many times. I forget if I've even talked about it in this video. I've talked about it on my stream and everything. Road to PokeMMO just isn't for me at the moment, but that doesn't mean I don't want to finish this series. I want to finish this episode, and we're going to do some flipping. Specifically, we're going to collect all of this Pokeyen that I have been sitting on for quite a while, which is pretty nice, putting us up to 8.6 mil, so we're closer than we realize. And then I do want to go ahead and relist a shiny Tentacle that I've been sitting on for a little bit, and even if I have to flip this at neutral cost, I'm okay with doing so. I want to end this. I want to finish the challenge. The point was to show off money-making methods, and I do believe I've done that. I'm going to be listing it for 2.5 mil, which is still a profit, but should allow it to sell pretty freaking quickly, because I think someone might even be able to flip this for a couple 100k if they wanted to. I wouldn't buy something for 2.5 to flip it for 2.8 or 2.9, but some people may want to do that if they don't mind risking it. That should be a pretty fair sell. Let's list that and see how long it takes. I've got everything listed. It's just time to wait for a very anticlimactic end to the season. Alright, for a long time now, I've been struggling to complete the Cool Duder Season 3 of Road to PokeMMO. I've just been burnt on the account. It's been the one series that I've dreaded to record. You guys have heard that spiel a million times. So what am I doing today? Today, I'm streaming it, okay? What better way to ignite a new fire and enjoy a series more than to stream it with the boys, do some memes, do some dreams, breed for profit, and maybe even get a shiny? We'll see. Probably not. We'll breed for some profit. We'll do some flipping. I want to take a look at the 2012 market. I want to take a look at things like Metacham right now that are big money. Things like Hydreigon. Stuff like that would all be super huge. So let's go ahead and jump into it. Final episode of Season 3 live. I unironically love the idea of possibly doing an entire season of Road to PokeMMO live. I think that'd be a really cool change of pace. Probably Season 4 to make Sinnoh bearable. Honestly, kind of a good idea. We even have some Pokeyen to collect here. Let's go ahead and grab that. I'm not technically at a PC, even though I'm right in front of it. Sure, PokeMMO devs, why not? There you go. putting me up to 8.74 mil. I only need 3.3 mil Pokeyen. Can I gain it here? Well, we're going to try, okay? We're going to find out. Now, first things first, let's check out Metachams. I want to do something that people kind of miss out on mons like this. Metacham is big money right now. It is absolutely dominating the NU metagame. 55, almost 56% win rate, 27% usage. It's dominating, okay? What do we want to do with this? We want to look for 25s and defenses, ignoring the attack and speed stat for the most part, looking for those other stats, and then grabbing something like this, maybe 6k for this. That might be, I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot of profit room on that, but it should be neutral money if not. I'm going to go ahead and calc the... Should we run up a calculator and calc how much profit we make in this episode, or expected profit? Yes, I'm going to try to do that to the best of my ability. So we paid 6k for that, 7k or so. We'll keep that in mind. And then now I'm going to go ahead and look for a breeder for it. I'm probably going to go for a Ditto, but if it's female, I could also check the egg group. Okay. It is a Ditto breed for sure. I'm going to go ahead and check something like this, and then obviously get rid of a lot of the other stats. We'll go down to 20 pluses. In these stats, still looking really expensive. Wow, honestly, Ditto prices have gone up a lot more than I expected. Okay, this dampers the plan a bit, but it's still doable. Okay, the backup plan in a situation like this would be to go ahead and do 25 plus and go for like nature. Jolly, how much is this? 60k, obviously way out of the budget. Adamant, 50k, way out of the budget. Not gonna make any profit with a breed like that. Oh man, is the first breed gonna be a failure today? I don't think so, but we'll see. Do I just grab one of these and go for like a high roll? Like grab a Ditto like this for 4k and just randomly hope for a high roll? I'm kind of down, and then hope for like a nature roll. I'm kind of trying to salvage this breed at this point. I've kind of messed this up, but there still could be profit to be made. So we're going to be randomly rolling these. This is hilarious. So there is a 25% chance I roll either high pass, attack, or speed. I only paid, how much Pokeyen for this? Like 10k? It was 7k plus the, it was like 10k for this. So this might give me a good base, which I'd be happy with, or it could waste some of my time and money, but that's okay. Only 10k of an investment here, nothing crazy. We got the flame body Pokemon to leave the party. Let's hop on to a next breed while we kind of figure that one out. All right, we have 10k as our cost over on the calculator. Let's jump over to flipping and try something of that nature. Or we could check Typhlosions. I know Typhlosions have been in a weird spot recently. Let's see if there's any mild. We'll do modest, sure. 48k there. Mild. MI. There we go. Mild. And then rash. 50k. All around 50k or so. This one's way more at 180k. Kind of interesting. Let's check the 2012 market. How about that? Let's check what's going on. Not seeing any crazy deals today, but that's okay. We can always flip that on its head. See what's going on. It's not a War Turtle for 3 mil. War Turtle for 3 mil listed 7 minutes ago. Someone listed a bunch of Slowpokes recently. Slowpokes and I think Rhyhorns. A lot of the Safari Mons were listed in mass recently from 2012 Pokemon, which is interesting. Were those Chanseys? How much are Chanseys? Wait a minute. Dude, part of me wants to manipulate this market so bad, but it's such a heavy buy-in. But if I were to go ahead and just buy all of these Chanseys and relist them all for like 600 to 800k, I feel like there's actually some really interesting money to be made there, but it's just really risky. Let's keep looking though. What else has changed recently? I know Sharpedos are getting really good. Let's check Sharpedos, man. Maybe look at some OUT or something like that. I feel like Sharpedo is one of those mons that can get pretty darn cheap. Now, you definitely want hidden ability access. It needs speed boost, like absolutely for sure. What's the cheapest? The cheapest speed boost Sharpedo looking at 19k or so. What if I go ahead and do 25? You don't really need the defensive stats as much on Sharpedo since it is just such an offensive Pokemon. Let's see if we can find, is there any flips here or any breeding? 35k for these. If I were to breed a good nature on, these are alphas. This is female. What age group is Sharpedo? I don't have it on this account, so I can't even check the age group. Man, lacking the Pokedex on this account can be a problem. Is someone saying Sharpedo is water C? So if I were to look for something like, the issue is getting, what nature do they go right now in PvP? Naive. Man, I am just not, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not seeing much today. I've had so much luck recently on streams doing flipping and stuff for profit. Today's one of the drier days, unfortunately. Let's just keep looking around, fellas. Ooh, how much are Tyranitar's right now? It's kind of interesting. I know hidden ability Tyranitar's and alpha T-Tars are probably in an interesting spot. Since there's so few of them, I'm really curious actually what this static spawn will end up doing. This is honestly, I guess you could farm alt accounts for them, which is kind of interesting, but it's Pokedex completion, so it's not really an easy farm, you know? Okay, our Meditite hatch, so let's deal with that. Came out Relaxed Nature. The speed high rolled, exactly, perfect. Okay, that's actually really, really good. This is exactly what we're looking for. So we got the high roll on the speed. That's literally perfect. Now I can go ahead and have to get a Ditto again, unfortunately, but this is where it might get kind of expensive. Man, this I'm gonna check for 25s, but it's gonna be way too expensive for me. But it's interesting. Yeah, like 120k. No, thank you. No, thank you. But if I go down to like 20s and defenses, 20k. 1 minute ago, I'm gonna snipe that up. I think. Yep, I'm gonna snipe that up. 20k. So far we've paid 10k plus 20k. We've paid 30k. Oh, this is going to be way better than I thought. We've paid 30k for this breed. I'm looking forward to this. I feel like this is going to come out really good, actually. We're going to make some profit on this, I feel like, for sure. If the attack bracers, that's plus 10k. So 40k spent on this Meditite breed. Now, if it rolls nature, that's where this becomes crazy lucrative. Let's head over to the old man. Pop this in his daycare. Do the breed, 31 attack, 25 plus and everything for the most part. This could get pretty nuts. We'll see how the nature rolls. Let's check Rotoms. I feel like Rotoms always have consistently good. There's usually something in like genderless Mons are really good to check. I'm going to go ahead and check 25s like this. I will say Dittos are more expensive now, so there's less room for breeding for profit compared to how there used to be. This is a crazy Rotom. What a weird Rotom catch. Wow. Adamant Nature. Huh. Nothing available for Rotoms, as we can see. 20 plus like this. 31 attack, hilariously. Okay. This is kind of interesting. I could see breeding this for profit, honestly. Relaxed Nature is like somewhat hilariously usable. Let's put like a 20 here and see 12k. Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, I'll try this. 6 minutes ago this was listed. Yeah, we can make a Rotom breed here for sure. I think we could do something with this. So 12k was the cost for this. We're just gonna, so what I'm gonna do is I am going to plug in all of the costs for today, and then I'm gonna sell everything at the very end, and we'll sell everything, and then we'll subtract at the very end. So we'll just stockpile everything. All right, so here is our Rotom. I need a breeder for this. Should just be some sort of really easy Ditto to get, probably. And I probably just go for... The hilarious question becomes, do I just want to straight up Everstone Relaxed Nature and go for like a slow but teleport, like budget slow teleport Rotom Wash? Like that hilariously could be the play. I just go Ditto here. I could even go Ditto 25 in these stats if that's the play and not worry about speed stat. So what I would do here is I would buy, like this was just listed, buy this Ditto. This is a very strange breed, but it's honestly a very good budget Rotom Wash. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this. I'm going to Everstone. I need to buy an Everstone. That Ditto was what? 4k? I feel like that was 4k. I feel like that was 4k, something like that. We're going to grab that. We're going to buy an Everstone. Or by lows. We'll grab 2 of those for now, so it's plus 10k. I'll probably need one of those later. 10k onto our cost. Head over. Put this on the Rotom. We're going to keep the Relaxed Nature hilariously. Read it, and this is going to allow me to... What am I even doing here? Am I just upping the stat? I'm mostly just making it a different form. I could have just probably flipped this Rotom or like changed it into a... I don't know what I need to do with this breed. What is this breed even doing? Am I trolling? I feel like I'm making bad decisions, but that's okay. It was 4k. Still should be some good profit. I'll breed it down to a baby Rotom, then people can choose what they want to do with it. All right, 66k spent. I need to take my time, look for a better breed here, look for a good flip. It makes sense though. Like, I'm not making any great flips today at the moment, but that's okay. That's realistic and it happens, you know? Bunny tail for 25k. Some streams, I'll literally make like 2 mil within 2 hours, and this is not really being one of those right now, but you know what? That's the excitement and the fun of flipping, okay? And breeding for profit. Wait, this Vulpix seems pretty good. I don't know if it's flippable though, sadly. It probably is for like a little bit. We'll see. That might be a bad buy, but we'll see. Because I don't know how many people are willing to like put a prismatic pearl and stuff like this. I'm flipping it here for like 3k or something. I think I'm losing money after listing fee. I'm making like 1K after listing fee. Big flip, boys. Let's check some alphas and see if I can do anything with these. 2x3 on here on Golem. That seems really good, but maybe that egg group is just trash. I mean, Mineral is not a super beloved egg group for sure. Jolly Sudowoodo though, like 25. I love Sudowoodo. Is it? I know it's not good, but is it really this bad? Like this seems cheap. It's been up for 7 days though. The next one. I'm gonna buy this and try to breed it for profit. Hilariously, so we're gonna go male, mineral. It's adamant nature. Yeah, no, I feel like this is awesome. Okay, no, I feel like this could be really good. What's the hidden ability? Anything useful? Not really. Sand Veil. I feel like this could be really good. I feel like this could be a good breed. Paid 25K for this. I'm gonna add that to the calculator for the total cost of things today. 25. So we're gonna do like this, and we need to roll up the defense. So I'm gonna get rid of maybe one of these. And see, we got 40K there. Let's get rid of speed, and then go back to HP. How about this? Okay. So by far our best bet and our only bet is gonna be this 2x31. So we're gonna yoink that. That was 40K. We're also about to pay 20K in braces. Wait, maybe? Because I'm ever... Oh, no. What am I going to do here? What am I going to do here? Do I want to Everstone the Adamants and randomly roll the IV? Oh, man. I keep making breeding. I haven't bred for profit in so long that I'm oofing, and I'm making so many mistakes. Okay, I think at this point I just have to randomly roll nature. And I wanted to use the Adamant, but I think because of the breed, we're going to go... Why did they move the HP weight down here? It's so strange. So we're going to pay 10K for that, and then we're going to grab the defense one. Maybe plus 20K. I really wanted to Everstone, but I think due to this breed setup, it's better if I just go ahead and do it like this, and then just hope for the random roll in the nature, unfortunately. But I would have loved to keep the Adamant. That would have been really cool. But I think going for the safe 3x31 is better. 25 plus. It's a great breed. I do want to make sure I pay for this to come out male. Yep. So I think this breed in its entirety, it was 25K. I can just go ahead and price. It should be a really easy price check. That breed in its entirety cost me 25K for the braces, 40K for the one, so that's 65, and then 25K for the other. So 65 plus 25 is like what, 90K? I think this whole breed cost me 90K. I go ahead and price check it. Mineral, male. It's gonna look like this. I feel like this got to be profit, right? Yep, this whole breed cost me 90K, and I should be able to sell it pretty easily for at least 150, 160, 180. So, okay, we can at least take a sigh of relief there. Some profit will be made. All right, we got our Rotom and our Metatite hatched. Metatite came out quiet nature, unfortunately, but it came out really good IV-wise. Rotom came out relaxed nature like we wanted it to. Okay. We'll go ahead and bank these for the time being. Probably in box 6, I guess. That'll be our box for today of like all the profit stuff we're selling. All right, next up, let's look for general flips. I am just trying to do the most general stuff. The most general flips. Wait, these Litwicks feel really cheap for what they are. Did I not do... Here, let's do like 1K for this? I'll yoink that up. Chandelure might very well become a very powerful Pokemon in the upcoming. We'll have to see, but this thing could absolutely become good in the upcoming, what's it called? So we'll see. Okay, looking for a breeder for this. It is female, which is actually really good. I could check for a Chaos Aid group. I'm gonna check for that, but I'll probably end up doing Ditto. Ditto might end up being cheaper. We'll go for male. A 2-1-31 speed is the issue. Honestly, this is like mostly... Wow, that's actually crazy. Lower these to 20s to see what we can find. 26K. The cool thing about a breed like this is I will be able to... I could Everstone the naive nature, but do I really want to go for naive nature? Probably not, right? So it becomes better to, if I just get rid of the HP stat and do like this, I can pay the extra 10K. That's so nothing. Okay, let's check for Dittos. I think I'll be able to find a Ditto pretty easily with stats like this. Yep. Really, really good stats in this Ditto. 8K, and then I'll... Wait, that's not a Ditto. That's a Cleffa. What is happening? Okay. Let me... Dude, I am scatterbrained as hell today. Okay. Let's try this. Really? 30K? Okay, let's lower these to 2020. Man, breeding for profit was so good for so long. I think I need to cut my losses and go, man. Breeding for profit was so good for so long, but I feel like now now that the game is so much more active, there's just not nearly as much room for profit right now. It's still worth to go ahead and check HP. 25k. The other one was what? It's cheaper to buy this Embrace. Yeah, hilariously. Alrighty, so that was 11k. Did I count the Litwick price? I don't know if I did. It was like 1k, right? Okay, so we'll do, and the Ditto was 11k. We'll do plus 12k, plus 2 braces, plus 20k. This Litwick breed is going to end up being what? 32k or something? 20k plus 12. Yeah, this ends up being 32k, which I should be able to profit on. I actually am pretty, yeah, I should be able to profit on. I feel like I'm getting stressed about this stuff, but it's actually fine. Like even if I'm making like 5k or whatever. Yeah, the economy is so active right now. It's actually kind of absurd. I will pump this over onto Litwick, and then the speed over onto Ditto. Should look like this in the memer. Okay, it's good enough. Don't care about gender. We'll see how it rolls. All right, the Geodude hatched. Came out rash natured. That's fine. This will be that was 27 plus in both. That'll be a really good flip, honestly. A really good breed for profit. Dump that over here. Let's look for straight up flips now at this point. That seems really good. Am I crazy? I don't know if it's worth buying though. I'm kind of scared. Let's check really quick if I can. It's probably gone if it was good though. Alpha bug 3x31 like that. It's not even that good. I'm glad I didn't. There's so many market changes. I sniped a shiny tentacle on my main account earlier today for 1 mil, and I was like, oh shit, shinies are like 1.4 mil base price. Like, that's a really good snipe. Nope, dude, shinies have like totally gone down in value again. I think it's because prismatic pearls have been slowly going down a little bit. So we're seeing some changes, man. A lot of market changes are happening right now heading into holiday event season, dude. Let's look for a shiny flip, fellas. I'm down. It's finally that time. Jolly nature, third one special attack, humanoid. Ugh, not good. I've been seeing crazy cheap 2x31s recently, man. On 2 mil 2x31 shinies. It's been interesting. I don't know, like more, maybe because of the increased player base. Different. Oh, this is a great. Wait, this Ditto seems really good. Wait a minute. Just kidding, there's a better one for cheaper. What is happening right now? Dude, the economy is so different. I have so much to learn. It's just so strange right now is really the weirdest part. That is unbelievable. It's so strange. It's so different. Look at this Rapidash. That's actually an unbelievable Rapidash. It's male, but it's, or female, but it's still good for like, dude, there's some crazy shinies here for cheap prices. It's still good if someone wants, like this Persian? What? If someone wants to breed down like their male shiny Meowth or whatever, they can do that with this or breed. Yeah, that's so good, dude. I've had really good success with the Flying Egg group in the past. I want to check that out. Like this Dodrio. This Dodrio for modest nature. 2.1. Like, this might be worth getting, honestly. Someone just breeds an attack set on it. It's Master Balled, so it means... I've had really good memes with Flying Egg groups. The issue is I'd be buying this for 2.1 and then selling it for what? Like 2.8? Probably, yeah, no, it's not. There's not enough margin. For shiny flips, you really have to you have to be able to get a lot. Since you're putting in so much, the return has to be pretty huge. Wow, whoa, Bug Aid group is like super underappreciated right now. It's kind of interesting. Water C. Check Field. Field's one of the more common shiny aid groups. Not seeing any margins anywhere, to be totally honest. Plants. We'll just check aid group by aid group. Humanoid. We'll check Ditto. I should be looking at Dittos more. Ditto, honestly, is a really... There's some really interesting... Wait, really? I'm going by mail, that's why. There's some really interesting options sometimes for shiny Ditto flipping. However, it's going to take so much of my capital to tie it up into one of them. But like this is timid? Dude, this feels like a flip. Is this the flip, boys? Timid nature? Missing special attack? This feels like a flip, right? That feels really good. think I'm gonna pull the trigger. Let me look like the cheapest dittos. Timid. Yeah, I'm gonna pull the trigger. Woo! Okay, that's really scary. Missing special attack, missing speed. No, shredding. I so disagree with you. The whole point of why timid is good on a mon that is missing special attack. That's the whole point. The whole reason why this is good is because someone can take a 1x31 special attack shiny and breed it with it and get the nature. The speed can be lower. That's fine. The speed, they can like try to high roll the speed up to like 25 plus. Or yeah, this is or what they could do is have a 25 plus special attack or whatever mon and then do the brace 31 speed. No, this is like very good in my opinion. This is a very good flip in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. This feels like a very good flip to me. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of the nature. We're gonna price it out. Obviously, like there's not enough dittos on the market to truly get the point that I'm trying to make and like really give you guys an accurate thing. But like the most comparable one is this one. But keep in mind, this one's bold nature. It has the 20 plus special attack. It has really good IVs for the bold nature and for the whatever, but I think it's mostly comparable still. I bought that for what, 5.8, correct? 5.8. We have to add plus 5.8 mil to the calculator in cost is hilarious. That's a hilarious number to input. Should I just start selling stuff off now since I have such an extreme cost now at basically 6 mil cost? What did this come out as? Gentle nature. Sure, let's start selling stuff. We're at 6 mil cost. Let's reset the calc and then go ahead and start selling. So first things first, we're at 6 mil-ish cost. I'm going to list this ditto for, I think, 7 something. So let's go ahead and double check again. I feel like this is a pretty solid flip, man. Maybe I'm copium. I feel like I go 7.2 on this. 7.2. Something like that. Yeah, I think 7.2 is fair. IMO. Make sure I type it correctly. So 7.2 is our first expected memer. That'll take a while to sell most likely. Don't get me wrong. But I feel like that's a very, very fair listing in my opinion. All right, let's see. We've got our Litwick. We're going to sell this off. Let's price check that. And this is why I like shiny flips so much. They take a long time and they're kind of risky, but you can see like I've so exceeded my expected profit on flips versus just flipping, breeding these or flipping these like couple mons for like much longer period of time, you know? I'm pretty sure I lost money on this Litwick hilariously, which is something I talked about. Yeah, that one hurts, but I could just keep it honestly in case the event pops off, but it doesn't have the plus special tech nature. Yeah, I'm gonna list it for 24,998. I think I lost money on that, unfortunately. We'll do plus 23k after listing fee. We'll do minus 25k here from the listing fee of the shiny ditto as well. All right, next up, we've got the Jude. I think I do make some money on this. Can't make money on everything, you know, you just make mistakes sometimes. Let's do alpha. Made sure to make it male. 31, 25, 31. I feel like this is going to be pretty solid, though. 25. It's like 180k, right? 150. Let's do egg group mineral. Gotta scroll down. Mineral. I think 180k, 160 maybe if I want to sell a little faster. I'll do 160. I think that's fair. And then 8k listing fee. So we'll do plus 40k profit. That's way too low. I'll do plus 150. So we'll do plus 10k on that. Okay. Now, moving on. We've got our Rotom. Once again, I think this breed... I made so many mistake breeds. I feel like this breed might have been a mistake as well, but that's okay. I think we still hilariously make money off it, even though I made mistakes. Let's see what this looks like. We'll do 20, 20, 20, 20. Cheapest 35k. I think I hilariously made money on this, but it was just I should have just flipped it, I think. But maybe getting it into a baby Rotom form was worth it. I'm not sure. Its relaxed nature I think is usable in a hilarious way. This is like 50k. I think I'm gonna go just 34,999 like this and just undercut that one, make a little bit of profit on it. We'll do plus 33k. And the last Pokemon to sell is this Metatite. Gotta make mistakes to learn, but you should make more mistakes so you learn more. Unironically glitched, especially like
I think hopefully this shows as well, like, even though I've been playing the game for so long, it doesn't matter because the market changed. Like, it does not matter how long I've been playing this game. It feels a little embarrassing to, like, do it on stream and stuff, but, like, that's, I don't know, that's, you know, a huge part of my brand, honestly, is, like, make mistakes and be very open and, you know, whatever with you guys, right? It makes sense, like, because I haven't bred for profit in so long, and I haven't, like, touched these things, and, like, the market has changed so much, I just had a lot to learn, and it makes sense that I made a lot of mistakes, so hopefully as we go on, it will improve and stuff, but it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah, absolutely. You have to also, like, make quick decisions. Absolutely glitched. Okay, 85k is obviously too high for mine, I think, here. But I could definitely do, like, dude, that's crazy, the price. I probably do like 60k. I think that's fair. We'll do plus 56k after the fee for whatever reason. All right. So we spent around 6 mil, and we should have around 7.4 expected profit coming in. If we subtract the 6 mil we spent, it'll give us 1.4 mil, 1.437 expected profit in around a very short amount of time. Now, keep in mind, we only flipped for, like, what, 30 minutes, 45 minutes? I've been live for 45 minutes. Keep in mind, with stuff like this, it's not just like free, easy money. There's a lot of game knowledge, a lot of experience, a lot of mistakes, like I did in this video. It's not just, you know, easy, free, get rich quick. It's just not that. Nothing's ever that simple. And then also keep in mind, you do have to wait for stuff to sell, which takes a fair amount of passive time. You don't have to, like, actually, you know, do that, right, or whatever. But it's still important to always qualify and notice when you see if you see big numbers in the title of, like, oh, I made, you know, 2 mil in 15 minutes. I did, you know, kind of, right? But I think it's important to qualify all of those differences as well. All right, for the sake of things, let's check the 2012 market one more time. I do have 2.6 mil, and then I'll hop off this account and just let the flips sit and just have it passively do stuff over time. I love the idea of having an account that I pretty much only flip on, so that people can, like, actually see. I think people really like to see, like, the sales as opposed to just the expected profit, which isn't always doable on my main account when I have so many, like, moves going on all the time and stuff like that. And vice versa. I'm just gonna look up random stuff in the background here, but it'd be really cool to have, like, I love the idea of PokeMMO Investments did this, aka Shadow. He did, like, a flipping series, like, from Red Oni Mask to, like, Golden Dragon, or whatever, like, flipping from 0 to you know, X amount of money, like, from scratch on one account only for the flipping is a very cool concept. Looking up different 2012 mons that could be valuable here, things like Chansey, things like Tauros, which were Safari mons, Pinsir, for example. Things like Scyther. Difficult to catch Safari mons. I really do think chances are too cheap here. I might hop over to my main account and buy all these up. Snorlax. Snorlax is up there. Interesting one. We already took Charizard. Let's say another static spawn or something like that in the 2012 era that we could check. Dratini is Dratini's kind of interesting. Those were Safari Zone only. Wow, Dratinis have gone up. Whoa, dude. These were not that expensive before. These have gone up tremendously. Dratinis and everything like that. Wow, that's actually nuts. That's actually nuts. Yeah, Ninetales. So yeah, I've sold Chanseys for like 600k. So I feel like that's like a HM companion. Honestly, yeah, it's kind of Giga Brain buying a 2012 mon to use it as an HM companion, so you actually have like a use out of it. That's very cool. Okay, that's what I'm gonna call it for now for Cool Duder. I'm sure we'll visit this account later, but hopefully we have some expected profit coming in, and I'll see you guys later with more of this account. Oh, yo! Oh, dude, it might be finally over. Oh, yes. Yes. The Ditto sold. Oh, and the Ditto sold. 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 I was just waking up to check. Waking up to see how things were going. Oh, geez. 7 million Pokeyen. Season 3 of Road to PokeMMO. Oh, man. Dude, I love this series. But I'm excited for this season to take a break, to be over, move on to the next season in due time. But man, oh, there it is, fellas. Should I claim it right now? Should I just sit for a sec, let it sink in? Man, that took way too long. It's just 10 mil. It's just 10 mil. You know, it shouldn't have been that hard, but something in my mind click
clicked during this season, and it's been hard for me, so I apologize. But we did it. You know, that's all that matters. We finally pulled through. I don't think it's going to reach me quite to 10 mil, hilariously. I think I'm going to be, like, right at the brink. Let's go ahead and collect the smaller ones. Yeah, I'm going to need, like, 40k Pokeyen, which is really funny. There we go. Jeez Louise, dude. 9,960k. Shiny flipping. Shiny flipping is just unbelievable, and I think it's just so powerful. If you can take the risk, if you have the upfront capital, if you don't mind waiting, if you're patient, shiny flipping is unbelievable. It's a great way, even if like you're not, that's the craziest thing about it, is like even if you kind of like aren't enjoying the game or like don't really want to spend time, you're not really in the mood to make Pokeyen. If you're not in the mood to make Pokeyen, shiny flipping is still perfect for you. It's still that good. Oh, that's awesome. All right, let's finish up by making 40k Pokeyen. You know what I can do? It's currently the Halloween event. I could go do, like, I have 3 regions done. I could go do, like, 3 of the mini bosses or something. That's kind of easy peasy cute-so. I could also sell all my Dittos, finally, that I've been, like, kind of sitting on from that Ditto farming. Dude, I've just been straight up lazy on this account, and I'm still making Pokeyen, which is awesome. Dittos are worth really good money right now. Like, this one's Jolly 31 speed. During the Halloween event, during certain events, Dittos really go up in price. So I think during the Halloween event and then during the anniversary event, Dittos and Pokemon with IVs just go up in price because they're desired to actually get Pokemon for the event itself. Like Jolly 31 speeds like 14 15k, which is really, really cool. I'm gonna go ahead and list that. But outside of, or during other events, during other events like the Lunar New Year and the Christmas event where Pokemon actually aren't needed, usually Pokemon like this go down in value. So it's better to sell these things now during the events they're actually needed in, since you don't need Pokemon of your own before the Christmas or the Lunar New Year event to a decent extent. Okay, we listed all the 1x31s Dittos, and some of them have already been selling off. Let's just go ahead and collect what's already sold. I don't think it's going to get us quite the 10 mil. Yeah, no, it doesn't, right? But it's actually really, really close. 9,000 Pokeyen away. What better way to end this series than just going ahead and beating a gym or 2 in our gym run? I'm not actually going to do a full gym run right now, but I think it just really exemplifies the progress of an account. Well, actually, we could just go collect that Ditto, but you know what? We're already here. Gym reruns are so much of what progresses an account, and they're so important for that pure Pokeyen and getting your capital upstarted, and this really shows it. With this Sceptile and Ferrothorn defeated, it should be time to go ahead and call it. Here it is, the final eruption, the final gym leader defeated on this account for at least quite a while. Are you kidding me? I'm 33 Pokeyen away? Okay, I see how it is. That's just too, okay, dude. We got some more Dittos sold. Let's head back to the GTL for an anticlimactic ending. I know it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but you know what? Making Pokeyen isn't always the most exciting thing in the world. It can be. I think we've seen throughout this series the 2x31 catches, the really cool shinies, the interesting things that happen with the market at certain times. When Pokemon change tiers in PvP, you can abuse things to make money. I think the main point of this series was to show off all of the Pokeyen that could be made in PokeMMO, and there it is, over 10 million Pokeyen on this account now. Pushing around 311 hours, which is really cool. 3 regions defeated, 10 million Pokeyen, a little bit of BP as well, lots of progress, good utility Pokemon, and a full PvP team. Thank you guys so much for watching this series, experiencing all of the dips and flows, all of the valleys and peaks, and everything PokeMMO had to offer. It may not be what everybody wanted, but I'm happy with it, and it's honestly what I wanted. If you guys want to see Season 4, make sure to let me know. I honestly I don't plan on doing it anytime soon. I think I definitely need a break from this kind of gameplay, but I have enjoyed my time here. Hopefully you've enjoyed your time here, and make sure to like the video if you enjoyed your time here. Dislike if not. Subscribe to the channel for daily PokeMMO videos. Follow the Twitch for streams Monday through Thursday at 12 p.m. ET. Discord's links down below if you're interested in that, and if you want to go above and beyond and support my content, YouTube memberships, Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, and PayPal/Venmo are all links down below. Have a great day, play PokeMMO, and have success. Peace, guys. Yo, Patrouski here. Firstly, thank you so much for watching till the very end of the video. I truly hope it was worth your time today. And secondly, thanks to everybody whose name is listed here. You guys all go above and beyond and allow me to make daily content. Thanks again. Have a great day.